Jacob's group flew out of the valley and ascended towards Sixth Heaven. Fifth Heaven and Sixth Heaven had strict divisions. Fifth Heaven cultivators were not allowed to enter Sixth Heaven without the permission of Sixth Heaven sects. Therefore, there was a large-scale one-way array formation between Fifth Heaven and Sixth Heaven. Sixth Heaven cultivators could enter Fifth Heaven at any time, but to enter Sixth Heaven from Fifth Heaven, they must pass through a special passage. Such a passage was jointly safeguarded by more than a dozen Sixth Heaven sects to avoid Fifth Heaven cultivators from smuggling into Sixth Heaven. Of course, such an array formation was ineffective for array formation masters, such as Noah. Noah casually pointed with a finger, and the array formation melted like a plastic bag, opening a big hole. Jacob's group snuck in. The first feeling of entering Sixth Heaven was the abundance of nature essence blowing into their faces. If the average concentration of nature essence on Fifth Heaven was 3 or 4 times that of First Heaven, then the intensity of nature essence on Sixth Heaven was more than a dozen times that of First Heaven. Any mountain or any corner here would become a treasured land on First Heaven. Also, if any places on Fifth Heaven possessed this intensity, a lot of sects would fight over it. The intensity of nature essence of Jacob's ethereal summit was only 6 or 7 times that of First Heaven, slightly higher than the average of Fifth Heaven, and it caused the 3 nearby sects to fight for it. If I could cultivate here, the effect would definitely be better, Jacob thought. His thought actually echoed that of the cultivators on Fifth Heaven. However, unless the Fifth Heaven cultivators had excellent talent, were exceptionally accepted by Sixth Heaven sects, or cultivated to the nascent soul realm and became a truly powerful cultivator, they could never enter Sixth Heaven in their lifetime. Follow me. Noah stood still on his black flight treasure and flew to the west. Noah was a frequent visitor of Sixth Heaven. He even ran a few laps on Seventh Heaven. Therefore, he was very familiar with the location of the sects on Sixth Heaven. For these past few years, his master, Thomas, went into seclusion cultivation in the 9 Dragon Palace, leaving him alone in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Without the support of Thomas, Noah didn't care to wander around Sixth Heaven. Even in Fifth Heaven, he must be careful. With his realm, he still had a certain chance of being caught. If he didn't transmit messages to his master, those sects would treat him as a normal Foundation Establishment realm cultivator and kill him. If he reversed his realm and showed his true form, it would be a big problem. It wouldn't be fun to disturb his master who was cultivating in the 9 Dragon Palace. Noah's black disc-like flight treasure drew a black tail, and Jacob and the twins followed immediately behind. This black disc was ugly, but it was a top-tier treasure. If driven in full force, the speed was comparable to the traveling speed of nascent soul realm cultivators. The speed of Snowflake was also no less, and the twins were on the nascent soul realm. Therefore, they had no issues dashing forward at full speed. However, Sophie was flying on her green treasure sword. With her power barely reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, it was a little demanding for her to catch up with the others. Jacob turned and saw Sophie falling behind. He patted Snowflake's head, made a half-circle, turned, and held Sophie's wrist. Sophie suddenly felt that her traveling speed drastically increased, and felt that it was empty underneath her feet. Jacob picked up the green treasure sword by hand and gently lifted Sophie on the back of Snowflake. Now she was sitting in front of Jacob. "Hold the sword." Jacob put the sword in Sophie's hand. Sophie blushed slightly. She wanted to say a few words, but she couldn't. Jacob put his arms around her shoulders and patted Snowflake's neck. Snowflake sped up and immediately caught up with Noah and the twins. The overall scenery of Sixth Heaven was similar to that of Fifth Heaven, except that the mountains were higher and the distance between them was greater. Floating among the mountains were layers of thick fog. If the group fell from here, they would fall directly to Fifth Heaven. If they were unlucky, they could drop all the way to First Heaven. Therefore, if the cultivators on and above Fifth Heaven didn't reach the Foundation Establishment realm, they wouldn't dare to fly between the peaks. Jacob's group drew multiple dark shadows in the sky. Noah knew the way and went around other sects on Sixth Heaven. These Sixth Heaven sects were not to be messed with, like the Fifth Heaven sects. Each sect had at least one nascent soul realm cultivator for safeguarding, and often 1 or 2 more of them were in seclusion. If any Sixth Heaven sects found traces of Jacob's group, it would be troublesome. "We cannot enter from the front. We have to go from the back mountain," Noah, who was very experienced, whispered as he stood on the black disc. He quickly turned a corner and took the group to the back mountain. The back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect opened 1,000 acres of fertile land, and there was a large area full of spirit beasts. It was at least 100 times bigger than the Herb King Valley. The Sixth Heaven sects were indeed more powerful. The back mountain alone was enough to build 3 sects on Fifth Heaven. These mountains are the core areas of the Sky Mountain sect. In fact, all 6 mountain ranges that are scattered around here belong to the Sky Mountain sect. The inner disciples live in the center of the sect, and outer disciples live in the surrounding mountains, Noah said while flying. "How many disciples are there?" Jacob asked. There are 30,000 inner disciples and 150,000 outer disciples," Noah said. Jacob was secretly surprised, and he no longer took tonight's infiltration lightly. He suspected that the female disciple he had encountered should be a core disciple who is above inner disciples. Her arrogance in Fifth Heaven was indeed reasonable. In a few minutes, Noah had taken Jacob's group around to a small forest in the Black Mountain. "This is the Beast region. It's the safest to get in from here." Noah landed on the ground, took out a set of tools from his sleeves, and placed them in order. "This is the edge of the mountain array formation. Once we destroy a formation footing, we can enter. Of course, there will be all kinds of array formations inside, but it'll be fine if you follow me." Noah embedded a spirit stone into a temporary array formation he arranged. Shallow blue light emerged a few centimeters in front of him. Noah raised a small yellow flag, as if it were a guide to lead the way, and a small hole appeared in the blue array formation immediately. Such a gap was enough for Jacob's group to go through with ease, without triggering the array formation. Noah's techniques were probably insufficient to deal with Seventh Heaven's array formations, but it was more than enough for Sixth Heaven sects. The Sky Mountain sect's herb garden was robbed once by Noah a few years ago. The incident shocked all the high-ranking cultivators of the sect, and the patrol force doubled in the following months. Today, Noah was here again. Noah, who was leading the way, easily broke open another array formation. In the wild land of the back mountain, there was a large group of snow lions. They were quietly asleep, but they suddenly felt that enemies were breaking in. They all opened their eyes, and their eyes shone scarily in the dark. Sophie, who walked side by side with Jacob, hurriedly grabbed his arm. Jacob raised his left hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his hand. As the fire rose, they clearly saw that nearly 200 snow lions had surrounded them. The snow lions were at least level 2. Snowflake went to the front, roared twice, rolled on the ground, and swayed its tail, trying to show the snow lions that they were friendly. The 200 snow lions growled together. Snowflake saw the situation was not good and hurriedly hid behind Jacob. Noah stood in the same place and kicked the ground. A dominating aura was emitted from Noah. In a flash, the snow lions showed fear in their eyes. Immediately after, they all groaned and bowed their heads while they scattered. Snowflake ran from Jacob's leg to Noah's happily and rubbed its head against his knees. This lion. Jacob was completely speechless towards Snowflake. Noah led the group onward. The level 2 snow lions that were awakened all avoided the group, and the level 3 snow lions shrank in their own caves, simply not daring to come out. The snow lions on and above level 4 were fed by the senior elders from the sects and didn't live in the wild. For ordinary cultivators, these beasts were extremely dangerous, but for Jacob's group, they were not a threat at all. Although there were also other spirit beasts, once the creatures saw Noah, they also hid far away. Noah broke open the array formations layer by layer and led the group to the herb region of the back mountain. Sky Mountain sect was known for its spirit beasts and spiritual herbs. Therefore, the back mountain was divided into the beast region and the herb region. Of course, The goal of Jacob's group was the Scroll Pavilion. Therefore, Noah deliberately went around the critical areas of the beast and herb regions. These areas were often the most heavily guarded and had the most complex array formations. Back in the day, Noah plucked all the spiritual herbs in the critical areas of the herb region, which made the Sky Mountain sect suffer heavy losses. "Hey, where are you thieves from? How dare you sneak into the Sky Mountain sect?" Suddenly, a loud female voice sounded on a cliff to the right of Jacob. This sudden voice shocked Noah. Everything was going smoothly with the path he chose, but he didn't think he would run into a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. Jacob, who held Sophie by the arm, turned back immediately and saw a girl standing by the cliff. At the moment, she was wearing a long, bright yellow robe. In the white moonlight, the girl, who was similar to Sophie's age, stood on a stone in front of a cave, and her eyes were open wide, glaring at them. When Sophie saw her, her eyes also widened. The foes always encountered each other. Elena was also surprised. She'd been thinking about how she could find Sophie after this self-reflection period ended, and she had never thought that her enemies would trespass into the Sky Mountain sect and run into her. She had been grounded at the back mountain to reflect on herself. Each day, Lily, her father's snow line, would come and bring her simple meals. No one was allowed to visit her. However, her mom couldn't bear to watch her suffer, so she secretly brought some good snacks for Elena a few times. Elena was infuriated when she saw Sophie holding her green treasure sword. She quickly took out a signaling note and put nature essence into it before releasing it. She thought some spirit beasts had escaped from the beast region when she heard the loud noises. Then she saw a few vague figures. I wasn't sure if they were the other disciples of the Sky Mountain sect who were here to catch the beasts. She thought it was impossible to succeed in trespassing all the array formations that were in the Sky Mountain sect. Multiple array formations were protecting the mountains and stopping people from entering. However, to her surprise, the people who came here included that girl who robbed her on Fifth Heaven. Jacob saw the flaming note in Elena's hand, and there was no way that he was going to let her release it. Therefore, he shot a sword energy towards her immediately. A purple sword energy made from the wood and fire elements shot towards the note in Elena's hands, and it was put out. Elena felt a sharp pain in her arm, forcing her to take 3 steps back, and she looked at Jacob angrily. In the Sky Mountain sect, the disciples treated her with respect, and outsiders didn't dare to anger her as well. However, Jacob hit her, and wasn't refrained from using his power at all. "Let's not make things so complicated. Just kill her," Noah said. The cultivation sects on and above Fifth Heaven didn't have an organization governing them, so they still used the system passed on from the ancient times in First Heaven, the law of the jungle. The ones who did not have adequate power or good backgrounds were easily killed, and their treasures would go to whoever won that battle. Therefore, Sophie was actually nice when she left the cultivators she defeated with their clothes and spared their lives. The cultivators who were spared should go home and thank heaven. When Noah was active on 5th, 6th, and 7th Heaven, he frequently bumped into robbers and murderers. However, his flight treasure was so fast that the other cultivators could never catch up to him. Elena looked extremely pale and scared after hearing that. She understood what Noah meant. She was the daughter of the sect master of the Sky Mountain sect, and she was always protected by senior disciples. No one would dare to hurt her. Even when she was alone on Fifth Heaven, she was still riding on Lily, a level 5 snow lion. This kind of spirit beast had auras that scared most cultivators on Fifth Heaven to death. Therefore, she did not know how dangerous the world really was. "You don't need to kill her, just make her faint," Jacob said. Although he knew that on and above Fifth Heaven was much more dangerous than First Heaven, Jacob still couldn't kill this arrogant girl. Elena relaxed a bit when she heard him say that. However, she was also extremely infuriated by his words. "Who does he think he is?" she thought. I'll do it. Sophie didn't like Elena in the first place. She rode on Snowflake with her sword and aimed the hilt at Elena. Sophie used the first sword technique in the Big Dipper constellation scroll at Elena. Elena saw Sophie using her sword and technique, and she was so mad that her eyes almost turned white. However, Elena was not able to stop the power of the green treasure sword. She was also flustered and did not have adequate combat experience, so she couldn't even stop half of Sophie's strike. She was hit hard by Sophie with the hilt of the sword, and her vision blurred, causing her to collapse on the ground. Jacob saw how Sophie finished the battle with one move, and he shivered a bit because he knew Sophie wasn't the easygoing type. She was ferocious in battle. Just when Jacob thought she would come back quickly, Sophie jumped down from Snowflake, kneeled close to Elena, and searched Elena's clothes. This girl. Jacob was speechless as he thought. She's gone addicted to robbery. After searching Elena's clothes, Sophie got nothing, so she searched inside the cave as well. However, Elena was reflecting on herself in the cave at the back mountain, and she didn't have a lot of stuff with her. Sophie couldn't find much in the cave, so she just took 2 pieces of gem that looked valuable. Then, Sophie climbed back on Snowflake and returned to Jacob. Jacob wanted to laugh, but knew this wasn't the time. He turned to Noah and said, "Let's keep going." Yeah. Noah created an array formation to cover the cave entrance and Elena to prevent her from destroying their plans after she woke up. What he did was actually unnecessary, since Sophie hit Elena hard, and Elena would probably remain passed out for the whole night. Sophie got the revenge she wanted from the time when Elena used Lily to bully her without mercy. The scroll pavilion of the Sky Mountain sect was also the back mountain. This area was strictly restricted by the sect master. Anyone who disobeyed his orders would be executed. Jacob and his group climbed up the peak of the back mountain and were able to see the entire Sky Mountain sect. A large, majestic mountain was in front of them. This majestic mountain was lit up brightly. There were dense rows of houses and many different palaces. The buildings were all over the front and back of the mountain. These so-called big sects on Fifth Heaven were nothing compared to this. The Sky Mountain sect is considered a medium-sized sect on Sixth Heaven, but they specialize in growing spiritual herbs and cultivating spirit beasts, so they have a good standing and reputation, Noah explained. Jacob nodded and thought, even this is only a medium-sized sect? How big would the large-sized sects be? And how magnificent would the sects on Seventh Heaven be? If all the cultivators who stayed in the Sky Mountain sect were to initiate a fight together, they would be 1,000 times more terrifying than the group attack at the White Sand sect. But Jacob's current realm, there was no chance that he could go home in one piece if faced with a group attack organized by thousands of cultivators, let alone the fact that there were nascent soul realm cultivators here. The gap between the power of 6th and 5th Heaven was huge. That was why within the territory of 6th Heaven, it'd be impossible to open a small valley to plant spiritual herbs. Even creating a cave would be difficult, since it was hard not to be discovered by the disciples of the sects on 6th Heaven. Inside these forests, which appeared to be peaceful, there are many hiding core formation realm cultivators. If it were not because of the night and how focused these cultivators were on training, even Noah would not dare to trespass into 6th Heaven. That gold building is the Scroll Pavilion. Noah pointed to the building near the back of the mountain and said. Jacob looked in the direction that Noah was pointing at and discovered that the Scroll Pavilion was not smaller than the size of his university's library. If they didn't go through the back mountain, they probably would not be able to step even half a foot into the Sky Mountain sect's main gates, given how this entire sect was structured. There are a lot of cultivators there, so it's better if we suppress our auras, Noah reminded everyone. Jacob followed orders and suppressed his aura as much as possible. He didn't have much of the aura of a dragon cultivator because of the Sword Shadow Scroll, but his power level, which was equivalent to at least a core formation realm cultivator, might still attract the attention of some foundation establishment realm cultivators. Jade and Julia were on the 8th level, and they were able to hide their aura as well. If they also hid their nature essence, Nothing could be sensed from them. Noah put on a cloak, which made his aura disappear instantly. Sophie practiced a human cultivation technique and had reached the Foundation establishment realm, so she shouldn't be in much trouble. Snowflake. Jacob put Snowflake into his necklace. He didn't need it at the moment. He only needed it to escape. Let's go. Noah bent down slightly as he walked down the hill towards the Scroll Pavilion. The Scroll Pavilion had many complicated defense array formations, and that was why there weren't many patrolling disciples. The Last Star Array, the 9 Turns Array. At the back of the Scroll Pavilion, Noah took out his yellow flag to detect the array formations by order. Noah had never been to the Sky Mountain Sect's Scroll Pavilion before, so he needed to take his time. If it only required him to break the array formations, Noah could do it within a few seconds. However, since he had to break the array formations without triggering any alerts, he would have to do it very carefully and patiently. Each array formation had its weaknesses. However, if array formations were layered on top of each other, they could hide each other's weaknesses. Around the Sky Mountain Sect Scroll Pavilion were 18 array formations, and each array formation was powered by 5 spirit stones. The power of these array formations was formidable. Noah had to unlock the array formations in order, but Jacob and Sophie were already a bit unsettled. They were in their enemy's territory, and one wrong step could cause thousands of cultivators to fly over. These cultivators were also much more powerful than the ones in the White Sand Sect. Okay, Noah said as he took out a few black and white chess pieces to construct a temporary array formation. Many radiant circles appeared out of nowhere. These were the 18 formation array's weaknesses. Soph is on the lookout. Jade, Julia, and Noah. Follow me, Jacob said. The twins nodded immediately. Anywhere Jacob went, they would follow, without hesitation. Be careful. Jacob nodded at Sophie. You too. Be safe in there, she nodded back. If this temporary array formation is broken, we would be locked inside, Noah said to Sophie. Hey, Sophie Whisper shouted. However, the group of 3 followed Jacob into the circles, stepping into the territory of the array formations. She said that she could be on the lookout only because she wanted Jacob to bring her along. She never thought that Jacob would really let her be on the lookout by herself. It was extremely quiet here, and she was standing in the space between a forest and the Scroll Pavilion. She couldn't help but feel scared in the dark. There weren't many disciples patrolling the Scroll Pavilion area, but that didn't mean there were none. Sophie, who was standing next to the temporary array formation, had the risk of being exposed at any time. The one who was on the lookout seemed to have the most pressure. At the same time, Jacob, Noah, and the twins, who were inside the array formations, stepped on the rooftop of the Scroll Pavilion. There were Sky Mountain Sect disciples guarding the front gates of the Scroll Pavilion, so the only chance to sneak in was through the roof. There was another layer of formation array on the roof of the Scroll Pavilion that prevented damage, but this was very easy for Noah. With just a few moves, he unlocked the array formation on the roof. They slipped through a hole in the roof, and inside were just rows and rows of rare techniques with no patrolling disciples. It was understandable because the Scroll Pavilion was such an important place. So the high-level cultivators couldn't even trust their own disciples and relied on powerful array formations. Jacob jumped down from the hole in the roof and caught Noah as he was falling. Noah didn't have strong powers. If he were to trigger an alert, it would be a huge mess. Jade and Julia also landed next to them. Okay, let's go look for the rare technique that teaches us how to grow core lotuses, Jacob said gently. His heart was beating fast. Yes, Master. Jade nodded lightly. Don't move, Noah suddenly yelled out, just when Jade and Julia were about to step forward. They quickly stopped. There are more array formations in here, and it's more complicated than I thought. If you take the wrong steps, the whole alarm system will go off, Noah said cautiously when he looked at the irregular patterns on the ground. What should we do? Jacob quickly asked. I can calculate the way to walk around, but I need to know which shelf the technique you want is on, Noah said. Jacob was surprised, thinking that the Sky Mountain sect was indeed protective over their techniques. The rare techniques were the treasures of the sects, and the people who were authorized would know which rare techniques was on which shelf. However, trespassing cultivators who didn't know which shelf the rare techniques were on would set the alarm off after a few wrong steps, causing the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect to rush over. Not even the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect were allowed in the Scroll Pavilion, because they weren't allowed to read and study these super rare and powerful techniques. The advantage of the Sky Mountain sect was their knowledge of cultivating spirit beasts and growing spiritual herbs. If the spirit beasts and spiritual herbs were stolen, they could just make more. However, if the rare techniques were leaked, then the loss would be devastating. If they didn't keep going, they wouldn't know which shelf had which technique. However, if they walked without aim, they would trigger the alarm array formation. This array formation was embedded in the ground floor and linked to the Scroll Pavilion. They could only be destroyed and not unlocked. Spiritual senses could only scan the surrounding cultivators, but wouldn't be able to see the covers of the rare techniques. Spiritual senses can only scan the surrounding cultivators, but won't be able to see the covers of the rare techniques, Noah said while rubbing his hands. He felt a bit challenged. If this problem couldn't be solved, they would have to go back for now and wait for another opportunity. I'll try. Jacob suddenly sat down cross-legged. Jacob's body released many small sword energies, and they slowly flew towards each corner of the Scroll Pavilion. This was a technique that Jacob learned from the Sword Shadow Scroll after he reached the 4th level. He could scatter his spiritual senses and put them into each of the sword energies. This way, he was able to detect the surrounding environment. Jacob let out hundreds of sword energies that were as small as fireflies. The strong array formation in the Scroll Pavilion stopped people from flying on the swords, but it wouldn't be able to stop spiritual senses. Normal spiritual senses could only detect the nature essence of nearby cultivators, but they weren't able to send back the visual imagery of the surroundings. When Jacob concentrated his spiritual senses on his sword energies, he could achieve that effect. The white lights landed on the rare techniques, and Jacob was able to see the words on the covers vaguely. Mid-tier spirit-based training technique, black tortoise technique, 100 herb theory, 9 palace array formations, 72 ways of elixir making. Jacob focused and used his sword shadow scroll to get as much information as possible. Level 9 lotus growing technique. Jacob sensed something important, and hundreds of his sword energies rushed in that direction. 9 ways of snow lotus, 5 color lotus technique, 5 elemental lotus cultivation technique, level 9 lotus cultivation, secret technique, core lotus. In the pile of lotus growing techniques, Jacob found the rare technique on core lotus. The Sky Mountain sect was, in fact, the master of growing lotuses. All the white light dots focused on the core lotus. It's that way. Jacob stood up. His back and chest were soaking wet, and it took a lot of physical energy and nature essence to find it. Although the 5 elemental sword energies could lift common items, they were incapable of raising the rare technique that was locked by array formations. Noah looked down at the pattern on the ground. He did some calculations with his hands and took a step up. He turned around slightly. Then he took half a step. Who is that? There were noises outside the Scroll Pavilion. Jacob knew that something was wrong, but Jade and Julia's reaction was much faster. They had already turned into 2 dashes of white light and flew outside from the hole in the roof. As the 2 muffled noises sounded, the yelling died down. The 2 patrolling disciples of the Sky Mountain sect were beaten up by the twins, and they fainted. This also meant that Jacob and his group couldn't stay in the Scroll Pavilion for much longer, since if there was one set of patrol guards, there would be another. If the patrolling disciples didn't return, the others would realize that something was wrong. Noah, hurry up! Jacob rushed him. At any time, there could be many cultivators rushing over from the building near the Scroll Pavilion. Even though Jade and Julia were on the nascent Soul Realm, they would still have no chance of escaping once the defense array formations of the Sky Mountain sect got activated, and many cultivators surrounded them. "Don't rush me." Noah went 2 steps across and got closer to the technique they were after. The security of the Scroll Pavilion was top-notch, even surpassing Noah's expectations. The alarm array formation enabled every tile to have traps, so one wrong step could trigger the formation array. "Master, hurry up!" The twins' voices sounded from outside. They knocked out another 2 disciples of the Sky Mountain sect. Noah walked another 2 steps and got closer to the technique. He wanted to touch it but hesitated. The Sky Mountain Immortal Locking Array? Damn it. How many more traps did the Sky Mountain sect put down? There were too many array formations inside and outside the Scroll Pavilion of the Sky Mountain sect. Even a thief like Noah was triggered. He wanted to burn this place to the ground with his powerful conch. "Master!" The twins rushed them in low voices. Sophie knocked a disciple to the ground. These patrolling disciples had all reached the Foundation establishment realm, and Sophie was also on that level. However, she was using the green treasure sword and the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Both of them weren't attainable by ordinary disciples. The first chapter of the Big Dipper constellation scroll was especially powerful, so it was perfect for knocking people out. Jade and Julia, who were on the roof, were in charge of helping Sophie. Those Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators couldn't even see the sisters' shadows and were knocked out by Sophie's sword handle. Yes! Noah finally unlocked the last array formation at the top floor of the Scroll Pavilion. He took the book from the shelf and replaced it with a similar-looking book from his storage space. He tore the cover of this rare technique and stuck it onto the replacement book. Then, he put the replacement book in the original spot. When Jacob saw what Noah did, he couldn't help but praise him. Just from the appearance on the shelf, nothing seemed off. There were at least 1,000 books in the Scroll Pavilion. If no array formations were triggered, the Sky Mountain sect couldn't check each and every one. Noah returned to Jacob following the original path. "Let's go." Jacob pulled Noah with him and jumped out through the roof. They put back the tiles to their original spot and saw 5 disciples of the Sky Mountain sect lying on the ground at the back of the Scroll Pavilion. Sophie was standing there with both hands on the sword and was breathing heavily. "We got it! Let's go!" Jacob stepped on a sword energy and flew out from the small opening in the ray formations. Noah took back the black and white chess pieces that were set at the back of the Scroll Pavilion. The small opening slowly disappeared. Seeing Sophie standing frozen in her spot, Jacob dragged her from her arm and ran straight into the forest. Noah stepped on his black disc and escaped rapidly. Of course, Jade and Julia weren't slow. They flew past the back mountain of the Sky Mountain sect rapidly, following their original way back. Axel, the level 6 snowline that was the guardian of the Sky Mountain sect, suddenly woke up. Its roar shook the back mountain and the thousands of buildings on it. The Sky Mountain sect's cultivators that were training were all shocked. Axel was the guardian spirit beast and was also the pet of the Sky Mountain sect's most powerful cultivator. That man reached the peak Nascent Soul Realm and had not come out of seclusion cultivation for 100 years. Since he was charging at the Soul Formation Realm, his spirit beast guarded him patiently. Whatever happened in the Sky Mountain sect before hadn't disturbed this spirit beast, but Axel was suddenly infuriated now. A thick black light shot straight out from the back mountain. A black lion that was big as half a mountain stopped in front of them, and its head was held up high, as if it were going to swallow the moon and stars. Noah let out a powerful aura. The level 6 snow lion was suddenly suppressed. Noah led Jacob in the group and passed it, and they flew out from the small opening in the Grand Defense Array formation. The Sky Mountain sect was a total mess at this moment. Everyone, from the sect master to the elders to the disciples, were all confused. This night was meant to be sleepless at the Sky Mountain sect. Jacob and his group flew back to Fifth Heaven and returned to the ethereal summit with the speed of light. Kathy was cultivating in her cave and was extremely worried. When she sensed that they had returned, she rushed out. She looked up and saw them land. She then stared at the thick, rare technique scroll that Noah had in his hands. This is? Kathy was a bit confused. This rare technique didn't have a cover, and it had dense, ancient writing on it. The method of growing the core lotus, Jacob said. When she heard him saying those words, Kathy's face lit up. You really got it? Yeah. Jacob took out the 3 lotus seeds from his necklace and handed them to Kathy. I'll leave them to you. Okay, she nodded. Sophie put her green sword back and touched her waist. Then she yelled out in surprise. What? What is it? Jacob quickly asked her with worry. Nothing. It's okay. Sophie shook her head and quickly jumped into her cave. At this time, she realized how strong the Big Dipper constellation scroll really was. Even the disciples of the Sky Mountain sect who were at the same Foundation establishment realm as her couldn't stand one of her strikes. This also made her more enthusiastic about cultivating the Big Dipper constellation scroll. Master, we're going to take a rest. Jade dragged Julia with her, and they flew back to their cave. Noah, thanks so much for everything this time, Jacob said to Noah as the twins left. I'm only doing this because of Grandma. Noah suddenly became arrogant again and went into the elixir making room. Jacob wasn't bothered by this. Noah's attitude made him hard to approach, but he was willing to become another of Jacob's grandma's grandson. That was why he had some brotherhood with Jacob. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through all the trouble. After Noah went to the elixir making room, only Jacob and Kathy were left standing there. Did you read the scroll that Irene gave you? Jacob tried to initiate a conversation. Yeah, I've read it all once and understood most of it. Kathy slightly nodded and put the rare technique and lotus seeds in her storage space. Right at that moment, Elena was holding her head in shock in front of her father. How dare you? You've become bolder, the man, who was in a long gray robe, said. He looked very scary at this moment. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Elena rubbed her head, which was still hurting, and said, looking very honest, There are 5 of them. 3 are female cultivators, and I've seen one of them before. She's the one who impersonated me and robbed people on Fifth Heaven. There was another one who looked like a kid. The last one was a guy who used sword energies and trespassed the White Sand sect on Fifth Heaven. Oh, there was also a black snow line. Impersonate you. Black snow line. The last time you told me that it was a white snow line. This time it's black. The man roared with anger, and he stood up rapidly from his chair. It might be that it was dark, and I couldn't see clearly, Elena murmured. You can turn white into black. You're just making things up. The man slapped the table with his hands. What is this? Elena saw that those were the gems that belonged to her. She reached over to her waist and realized that the gems that were supposed to be with her had disappeared. There's sufficient evidence. These were found behind the scroll pavilion by Elder Finn and his disciples. You even hurt 5 disciples, and you want to blame other people for it. The man shouted louder when he saw how innocent Elena looked. Dad, I really didn't do it. Elena kept shaking her head. She thought for a moment and asked, Dad, do you think that those thieves stole some rare technique from our scroll pavilion? Stop the nonsense. 6 elders checked the scroll pavilion's array formations and rare techniques. No unusual signs were discovered. Even now, you're still making stories up to lie to me. The array formations of our Sky Mountain sect can't be unlocked that easily. The man stomped his feet heavily, and a stone tile shattered into 5 pieces. Elena's eyes brightened up as she said, Dad, didn't you say that a few years ago the Sky Mountain sect had a thief who came and stole from us once? There was a kid among those people this time. Stop lying. That kid thief only works alone. Also, none of the spiritual herbs are missing. You're still just making up stories. Elder Finn and his disciples said they were hit in the dark by the green treasure sword, and the person who hit them used the Big Dipper constellation scroll. If it weren't you, who else could it be? Also, your nonsense had woken up Grandmaster Snowline, Axel. It didn't attack you because it recognized that you were a disciple of the Sky Mountain sect. What else could you say now? I thought that you would reflect on yourself in the back mountain honestly, so I didn't set up array formations to prevent you from coming out. However, I never thought that you would be this daring. Go back and reflect for 1 month longer. I'll set an array formation this time so that you won't be able to even take a step out of there. The man let out a roar. He was impatient and flung his arm, blowing Elena directly inside. Kids, breakfast is ready, Grandma called out from the living room. From the rooms downstairs and upstairs, Jade, Julia, Kathy, and Sophie came out almost at the same time. In her apron, Grandma couldn't stop smiling. Noah yawned while he walked out of his room with Snowflake following him closely. Jacob walked downstairs from the second floor, wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Come and eat! Grandma led all of them to the table and put the food before them. Thank you, Grandma, Sophie thanked. Grandma smiled and asked, How did you sleep last night? Oh, very good, Grandma, Sophie answered happily. That's good. Grandma nodded with satisfaction. Jacob, you're a young man and must eat more. Okay. Jacob sat at the table and sighed helplessly when he saw the elaborate spread. Snowflake, come, you eat too. Grandma put a small bowl on the floor and put some fruit pieces into the bowl. Snowflake sniffed at it and decided that it didn't want to eat it. This puppy is picky. Grandma patted Snowflake's head lightly. Snowflake, be good, Sophie urged. Reluctantly, Snowflake lowered its head and began to nibble at the apple. When it was halfway through, it found something else besides the apple. It was an essence combination pill. It was a type of elixir pill that was most fitting for spirit beasts, since it could improve the spirit beast's physique and accelerate their growth. Exhilarated, Snowflake's eyes lit up and swallowed the rest of the fruits. It looked up at Grandma expectantly, hoping for another one. However, Grandma called out, Walter, Mila, drive the kids to school. Walter and Mila each drove a separate car to the gate of the house, beckoning them. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Jade and Julia ran over and got in Walter's car before the others. Kathy got into Walter's car as well. Dr. Brown! Sophie jumped into Mila's car. Jacob followed her into the car as well. Stretching, Noah got into Mila's car. Mila brought a new car. With 4 members in the family, 1 car had been sufficient for them. However, with the increase of temporary and permanent residents living in their home, 1 car could no longer meet the needs of the family. They both dropped their respective lots at their schools and college and then drove off to work. The campus road was wet and full of puddles. By the time Jacob reached the classroom, it began to drizzle outside. The students who had just returned from the Dragon Boat Festival holiday were all tired, while the teacher on the platform was discussing the summary for the final exam. After reaching the 4th level, not only Jacob's cultivation strength grew, but his IQ experienced an increase as well. He understood everything the teacher said, while the complicated structures of the mechanical parts took shape in his mind quickly. The only sounds in the classroom were the teacher's voice and the scratching sounds on paper as students took notes. Outside, the drizzle washed the dust off the flowers and grass, making the red and green colors more vibrant. Suddenly, he remembered the inspector's token that he had tossed into his necklace. He took it out immediately and attached it to a string on his waist. Come to my office when the class is over. Susan's voice sounded in his head suddenly. Okay, Jacob answered immediately. All the other students and the teacher looked at Jacob, who had spoken suddenly. Nothing. Jacob lowered his head slowly. He was still not used to receiving messages from Susan through the token. "How was your trip to Sixth Heaven?" Susan asked. "How did you know that I went to Sixth Heaven?" Jacob asked in surprise, though this time quietly. Of course, it was convenient to communicate without opening his mouth, but he had a weird feeling as if Susan was living in his head. "Do you think the Dragon God Shrine doesn't know everything you do?" Susan said coldly. Jacob was surprised that the Dragon God Shrine still knew his whereabouts after he put the token, equivalent to a tracker, into his storage space, which could disconnect nature essence and spiritual senses. It seemed to have nothing to do with the token. The intelligence network of the Dragon God Shrine had spread to places above Fifth Heaven, and its ability in collecting information was phenomenal. "I just looked around on Sixth Heaven. What are you doing?" Jacob asked. No matter how powerful the intelligence network was, Jacob thought that it was not able to penetrate the ethereal summit, which meant that the valley on Fifth Heaven was absolutely his private territory. "I'm cultivating," Susan said. "I see." Jacob didn't know what else to say. "If it's convenient for you," Susan suddenly sounded hesitant, "can you ask Kathy to make 2 more youth pills for me?" "You want them for someone?" Jacob asked. "For myself. They're really effective," Susan answered. "Ask Kathy to come with you after class. That's all." She disconnected their communication. Touching the token at his waist, Jacob knew he could call Susan any time, but he couldn't dare to interrupt her cultivation. The teacher was still talking on the platform. Jacob got a text message on his phone. "You're coming to tutor me tonight, right?" It was from Sophie. Jacob rolled his eyes, now used to her texting him during her class. "The final exams are near. You must focus in class," Jacob typed. "The teachers are boring. You teach better than they do," Sophie replied immediately. "I'm busy tonight. I can't go to your place," Jacob replied. "What? Why?" Sophie messaged back with a lot of question marks in the end. Picturing Sophie frowning in her classroom, Jacob couldn't help but smile while he typed his answer. "Don't go up to Fifth Heaven for a few days and focus on reviewing. I'll come over tonight." "Okay, I'll see you," Sophie sent back. Jacob turned his head and looked out of the window at the misty campus and the drizzle. Sophie must be seeing a similar scene in her school while she's sitting in her classroom with her mind wandering, Jacob thought. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Before Kathy could leave the classroom, Jacob caught up with her to inform her of Susan's request. "Susan asked for you to go to her office with me," Jacob said. "Okay." Kathy nodded and forgot that she planned to go to the library. Jacob was familiar with the way and walked directly to Susan's office door. "Come in." Sensing Jacob's arrival, Susan said before he even knocked on the door. Jacob pushed open the door while Kathy stood by his side nervously. "Hi, Susan." Kathy saw Susan and greeted her cautiously. Although she had seen Susan several times outside of college and even watched the boat race yesterday with her, Kathy was still nervous when she saw this cold teacher on campus. "Come in," Susan said calmly. Jacob walked in, and Kathy followed him. "I'll go to the Red Mountain with you," Susan stared at Jacob and said. "Red Mountain?" Jacob was baffled. "Yeah," Susan nodded. "I went to the Dragon God Shrine and looked up the core lotus. Turned out that it came from Red Mountain. We may find another lotus there." Jacob suddenly understood that Susan meant to look for another core lotus in Red Mountain, and realized that she left yesterday to look up the origin of the core lotus in the Dragon God Shrine. Susan did things in her own way. However, Jacob didn't expect Susan, who spent each second on cultivation and never minded other people's business, would help him find information about the core lotus without being asked. At this thought, Jacob looked at Susan and felt a bit touched. "Don't be grateful. Helping you is helping myself. After all, the elevation in your realm is beneficial to me." Seeing the appreciation on Jacob's face, Susan said coldly. Her words dampened Jacob's spirits like a basin of cold water. "What do you know about the Red Mountain?" Jacob immediately adjusted his mood and asked. "The Red Mountain is the last territory that human cultivators have on First Heaven, and a forbidden place for dragon cultivators. It's equivalent to the Nine-Dragon Palace, which is located on Fifth Heaven," Susan said. Jacob vaguely remembered that when Susan passed by the Red Mountain on her way to the Sky Mountain in the northwest region, she was stopped by some cultivators and was let go due to her identity as an inspector. He didn't know that the Red Mountain was the last territory of the human cultivators on land, instead of the territory of the dragon cultivators. "What kind of cultivators are in the Red Mountain?" Jacob asked. "I don't know the specifics, but it's said that some Soul Formation Realm cultivators reside there. If you want to look for Core Lotus, I'll take the risk and go with you." Susan's expression was calm, while her tone was mild. Soul Formation Realm Cultivator. Jacob thought of Irene, who sent Kenith a master flying. Although Susan was at the top-tier 8th level, she was no match for a cultivator like that. "I'll go with you," Kathy said suddenly. Jacob, who had been in deep thought, turned his gaze towards Kathy while Susan looked toward Kathy's shoulder. Core Lotus. Red Mountain. Jacob was quite tempted. After all, compared with the 3 lotus seeds that required careful nurturing, it would be quite convenient if they could find a mature core lotus. However, there were 3 risks. Firstly, there might not be more core lotuses. Secondly, the Grand Masters on the Soul Formation Realm had unpredictable moods. Thirdly, Red Mountain was the origin of the human cultivation sects, and the dragon cultivators were not allowed to enter. Forget it. Let's not take the risk. After some consideration, Jacob decided against the idea. Just like how the Nine Dragons Palace didn't welcome trespassing human cultivators, the Red Mountain didn't welcome dragon cultivators. Although Susan's cultivation strength was equivalent to a top-tier Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, she couldn't afford to mess with a Soul Formation Realm cultivator. "If you say so, we'll postpone it." Susan exhaled lightly and looked at Kathy. "Do you have any more youth pills?" "Yeah, I have some." Kathy immediately took out a small porcelain bottle from her bracelet. Susan took it and found 3 pills in it. With a big smile, she said, "Just give me 2 pills." "It's okay. Take them all," Kathy said without hesitation. With her current elixir-making skills, it wasn't hard for her to make youth pills as long as she got all the necessary materials. "Okay." Susan didn't reject it. Putting the bottle into her bracelet, she said in satisfaction, "I won't take your pills for nothing. How about this? I'll monitor your cultivation before you reach the Core Formation Realm." Susan's realm was equivalent to the top-tier Nascent Soul Realm. Although she didn't know anything about the Essence Cultivation Scroll, her experience could still benefit Kathy. Kathy had been probing along all by herself in cultivation, and was happy to get mentored by Susan, a cultivation maniac. "Then how about me?" Jacob immediately leaned over and asked. Susan's face turned cold instantly. "Get out. I'm about to tutor Kathy with her cultivation." Jacob lowered his head in powerlessness, and he was pushed out of the door by a huge force pressing on his chest. The next 2 classes passed in the blink of an eye. Since the finals were drawing near, the teachers would give them key points in the last few classes, and Jacob paid more attention to these classes. He could borrow Kathy's notes for the courses he took with her, but for the courses which Kathy hadn't taken, he was on his own. Ryan and the others were no help at all since they were relying on Jacob. Despite skipping classes, Jacob had a sharp memory. After the morning classes, it was lunchtime. "Jacob!" Julia's clear voice sounded outside the building. Walking out of the building with Ryan and the others, Jacob saw Julia and then Jade a moment later. Then Snowflake shot out from a nearby bush and trotted towards Jacob. Seeing the twins coming over, Ryan and the others were dazed. Snowflake crawled up from Jacob's knee to his arms, and its wet paws left paw prints on his clothes. "Hi, Jacob." Jade walked towards Jacob and greeted him. "Well, how was your class today?" Jacob asked them. "Very good. We're in the last preparation stage for the finals," Julia said sweetly. They were 1 year lower than Jacob and had taken the filmmaking major. It was hard for them to meet Jacob on campus if they didn't come over to see him. "Let's go. Lunch is on me," Jacob said. "Great. Thank you, Jacob." Julia immediately corrected herself, knowing that calling him master in public wasn't acceptable. This is too much. Too much. Following Jacob to the cafeteria, Ryan silently cussed Jacob 100 times. The cafeteria was not crowded, since most students had finished lunch quickly to grab seats in the library or study rooms for the preparation. Jade and Julia chose a quiet place and took seats while Jacob went to buy food. Ryan was burning with envy, seeing the two beautiful girls waiting for Jacob to buy them food. Looking at Jacob's casual expression, Ryan suspected that he had eaten many meals with the twins. It seemed so careless. Well, many guys here didn't even have the opportunity to get close to these two, Ryan thought. He didn't know just how close the twins were to Jacob. While Jacob carried 3 plates of food over, Ryan, Sam, and the others immediately took seats at the nearby table. It was a rare opportunity for them to look at the famous beauties of the college at such a close range. At this moment, Kathy and Susan came into the sight with plates of food in their hands. "Susan!" Jacob waved at her casually. Sam and the others shrunk their necks subconsciously at Jacob's call. Jacob dared to call Professor Susan by her name, and he did it in the cafeteria. To their astonishment, Susan's expression didn't change while she led Kathy to Jacob's table and sat opposite to him. At this sight, Sam and the others gaped so much that their jaws almost dropped. It was strange enough to see Kathy and Susan having lunch together, and more astonishing to see Susan coming to Jacob's table at his call and sitting down with the students. They were stunned. They didn't know that Susan could easily find Jacob's whereabouts on campus, since both of them wore the inspector's tokens. "Kathy told me that you're doing well on Fifth Heaven. Is that so?" Susan asked while eating her salad. "Yeah. Noah built an array formation, and I cut out some caves." Jacob looked up at Susan. "Do you want to visit it?" "Can't go these days. Maybe later." Susan glanced at him. "In a few days, you must go to the Dragon God Shrine with me for formal registration." "Oh, okay," Jacob answered. In the inspector's system, Susan was his guide and senior. Now that he'd become an official inspector, he could enter the interior of the Dragon God Shrine, the huge black building shaped like a square tower. "Kathy, how was the lesson today?" Jacob changed the subject and asked Kathy. "Susan was very detailed with her teaching, and I can probably reach mid-tier Foundation Established Realm in 1 month with the aid of elixirs," Kathy said. "Why don't you teach me as well?" Jacob complained. "I don't have the energy to teach 2 of you at the same time." Susan rolled her eyes and stood up with her plate. "I'm done. I'll be going now." After Jacob looked at Susan and turned back his head, he suddenly noticed that all the guys in the cafeteria were looking his way, and some were even swarming over. Obviously, Susan, who liked to be quiet, didn't appreciate being watched like this. "We'll go to Fifth Heaven later, and I'll help you arrange," Jacob said to Kathy. "Okay." Kathy nodded slightly. Last night, after Jacob acquired the secret technique about the core lotus from the Sky Mountain sect on Sixth Heaven, Kathy spent the entire morning carefully studying this ancient script before they returned home, and she summarized several conditions for growing the core lotus. First, they must have 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer. The so-called level 6 spiritual herbs were the best materials in nature for making elixir pills, and the 7 color snow lotuses Jacob took to save Kenith's life were one of them. Secondly, they needed 2 5-elemental cultivators with the same cultivation strengths, preferably top tiers in Ascent Soul Realm, to use their vital energy to activate the nature essence in the lotus seeds. Thirdly, they needed a complicated array formation to collect the essence from nature and feed it to the seeds of the core lotus. Fourthly, they needed fertilizer, or feces from spirit beasts, preferably snow lines. Last, and most importantly, they must have the seeds of the core lotus. All these conditions were extremely hard to achieve. No wonder the core lotuses had almost become extinct. For example, the first condition of getting 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs to make the flower fertilizer was already tough. In the whole world, there were only 10 kinds of these so-called level 6 spiritual herbs. The most astonishing discovery for Jacob was the miraculous effect of Snowflake's feces. However, on second thought, he understood the prosperity of the 7-color snow lotuses in the Lion Cave at the Sky Mountain on First Heaven. It was probably due to all the snow lines. It seemed like the reason behind Sky Mountain Sect's specialty in raising snow lines was to grow the spiritual herbs for making elixirs. After reading this rare technique, Jacob got a sudden understanding of it all. Snowflake rubbed its head against Jacob's leg and barked. Jacob looked down at it, and suddenly felt like this little creature was quite cute. He tossed a fry at Snowflake, and it barked cheerfully. With help from the twins, Noah and Snowflake, all the other conditions were not that hard to meet, except for the first one. It was hard to collect 8 kinds of level 6 spiritual herbs. They had to feed the spiritual herbs with spiritual herbs. They could also feed Snowflake with elixir pills, and its high-quality fertilizer would grow many high-quality spiritual herbs that could be made into elixir pills. Then they could collect more materials with these elixir pills. Half an hour later, Jacob and Kathy came to the valley entrance of the ethereal summit. Jacob made a small wooden board, and he wrote on it with charcoal, seeking 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs for the price of 100 level 4 foundation establishment pills. He didn't know what effect this offer would create on Fifth Heaven. However, some cultivators had recently come to the entrance of the valley to ask for elixir pills, and Kathy had tossed them some level 3 pills, which she considered trash with Noah's standard. In a small circle around the territory near the ethereal summit, rumors were circulating about an elixir master on the Nascent Soul Realm living in the Herb King Valley. That's it. Let's see what happens. Looking at the small wooden bulletin board, which looked like a forum, Jacob dusted off his hands and said lightly, "Okay." Kathy nodded thoughtfully. Then, Jacob looked at Kathy and rubbed his hands. "I'll make a trip to the Red Mountain." "What?" Kathy was alarmed. "I declined Susan's offer because I don't want her to take risks for me. But her information is very important, and I plan to go myself," Jacob said with a smile. "This..." Kathy tensed up immediately. "I'll just go there and have a look. Snowflake flies fast, and I'll be fine," Jacob said. "Then, I'll go with you," Kathy said after a moment of consideration. Snowflake jumped around Jacob's feet. Jacob hesitated for a few seconds. He told Kathy his plan so she would know where he was trapped if he couldn't make it back. However, he didn't plan to take her with him. "If we're just there to take a look, I don't think anything will happen to us," Kathy said. She was afraid that Jacob would venture deep into the Red Mountain and get into danger. If she went with him, she could stop him when necessary. Not to mention that she was the only one who could be safe even if they did encounter a Soul Formation Realm master. The mark of her master on her shoulder would act as their insurance. "Okay, then we should go now so that we can make it back early." Jacob patted Snowflake's head. Snowflake turned into a magnificent snow lion, and the golden fur on its 4 legs emitted radiant light. After Jacob and Kathy got up on its back, Snowflake shot up with colorful lights beneath its paws. Jacob and Susan went to Sky Mountain in the northwest to collect snow lotuses, and they passed by Red Mountain. Therefore, Jacob had a vague impression of Red Mountain's general direction. They flew in the clouds on Second Heaven, and Jacob created an energy sphere to block the tiny raindrops. "This is Red Mountain, a restricted zone. Any trespasser will be killed." Suddenly, a loud shout startled them. Meanwhile, dozens of flying swords shot towards Jacob. Jacob was only at the 4th level, which was a little above the core formation realm, so he didn't have a chance to explain himself. Not expecting that he would be attacked suddenly while he was only meters into Red Mountain's territory, Jacob was alarmed and immediately released hundreds of sword energies, blocking the flying swords. As soon as his sword energies met these flying swords, he was able to tell that the people who attacked him were all in the core formation realm. The flying swords retreated half a meter before attacking him again. The last time when Susan passed this place, she released the aura of a top-tier 8th level cultivator. Sensing her aura and seeing her inspector's token, the patrolling human cultivators had no choice but to let her pass. However, Jacob, who tried to break into the Red Mountain, was only at the 4th level. Therefore, they wouldn't let him pass. Forming an 8-trigram array formation, the flying swords swirled towards Jacob, intending to destroy him. 2 dragons, array formation. Jacob's sword energies formed 2 light beams that were entangled with each other, and they rushed into the center of the 8-trigram before exploding and scattering the flying swords. After that, Jacob would lose the fight. Kathy released a big silver note. The golden one was Life Note, and the silver one was Death Note. Suppressed by the huge note, the cultivators who were hiding in the clouds screamed and tumbled down into the mountains. The Life-Death Notes Kathy got from Irene had the power of Nascent Soul Realm. Soon, dozens of more light beams shot towards Jacob. This is no good. Jacob only planned to have a look around the outer edge of Red Mountain, and didn't expect to be attacked the moment they stepped within the range of the mountain. If the situation continued, they would be in big trouble. He patted hurriedly on Snowflake's belly. Knowing they needed to retreat, Snowflake emitted colorful light from his paws, while he immediately ran out of the Red Mountain's range. "Hit and run? Are you here to mess with us?" A thunder-like voice sounded from the depth of the mountain. In the air in front of Jacob, a huge, pale silver palm suddenly appeared and scooped towards Snowflake. 320 sword energy stabbed into the vague palm and disappeared. Kathy hurriedly launched a huge silver note, but it only created ripples when it hit the palm. Sword Shadow Scroll. A weird technique to cultivate. 5-element life-death notes. From the depth of the mountain, that voice muttered while the palm in the sky crashed towards them like a tsunami. The palm engulfed Snowflake, while the fingertips caught Jacob and Kathy. At this moment, the dozens of light beams finally reached Jacob's side and surrounded him. Now Jacob found out that the patrolling cultivators were all young girls in green robes of almost the same age. They glared at Jacob and Kathy, while the long swords in their hands shook slightly, as if they were going to kill these 2 despicable trespassers on their mountain. The cultivators, who had been struck down to the valley by Kathy's attack, flew up one by one and joined their team. They were also young girls wearing green robes. Snowline. The Sky Mountain sect? No. The young man has a dragon core in his body. And more strangely, he has 1,000 years of cultivation strength stored in him. He's also an inspector from the Dragon God Shrine. It's not a good idea to kill him. That voice in the depth of the mountain was still murmuring to himself. In the grip of the vague palm, Jacob was panting, but couldn't move a muscle. He looked at Kathy and saw that she wasn't doing any better. The mark on this girl's left shoulder. The palm that was gripping them suddenly loosened a little, and the voice from the depth of the mountain turned serious. "Girl, who is your master?" "My master..." Suddenly feeling a little more confident, Kathy said, "My master is Irene." "Oh, the disciple of Irene on First Heaven. I'll be in trouble if I mess with this crazy and overprotective old woman." The voice in the depth of the mountain muttered again. With the suppression on his body reduced, Jacob found the old eccentric man in the depth of the mountain was a rattlebox. "Okay, I won't punish you 2 kids. But if you dare to trespass on my mountain in the future, I'll do more than a punishment.
The huge palm suddenly opened, and it flicked its finger onto Snowflake's back. With an ouch, Snowflake flew out more than 10 meters, with a wronged expression and tears in its eyes. Wondering why it got the hit, well, it was Jacob who had tried to break into the mountain. However, knowing they couldn't stay here any longer, Snowflake bore the pain in its back and flew swiftly with colorful lights on its paws. Before they could rush out of the boundary of Red Mountain, the huge palm suddenly caught up and blocked Snowflake. With 4 paws swimming frantically in the sky, Snowflake just couldn't get out. "Why did you come to the Red Mountain?" the voice in the depth of the mountain suddenly asked. "We came to look for core lotuses," Jacob said. The voice was silent for a few seconds. "I don't have any core lotus. The last one was given to the Dragon God Palace dozens of years ago." He continued, "You are both in luck, since I just came out of seclusion this month. Girl, what do you want?" "I want," Kathy thought for a while, "black herb, green wood, iron essence flowers, soul grass, golden hammer, daphne, and bronze drum skin. If you have a 7-color snow lotus, it'd be great. All the herbs should be 10,000 years old." Well, I got a toothache. I wonder why old Irene took such a greedy disciple. You want 8 out of the 10 best elixir-making materials in the world. I have lots of disciples, but don't have many herbs. Okay, I'll give you 3 kinds. 3 boxes suddenly flew from the center of the mountain. Sitting on Snowflake's back, Kathy immediately caught them. When she opened the boxes, she saw 10 pieces of 10,000-year-old colorful snow lotuses, 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old green wood, and 5 blocks of 10,000-year-old daphne. Having some knowledge about spiritual herbs, Kathy was happy to see these herbs. "I hope these gifts will stop you from telling your master tales about my hurting you with my pinch. If you dare to venture into Red Mountain in the future, I won't be so merciful." The pale silver palm turned into a strong wind, which sent Snowflake flying for 1,000 meters. Snowflake tumbled several times while Jacob and Kathy had to clutch tightly on its fur to stay on its back. When they looked back, there was no trace of the Red Mountain. The cultivator living there was obviously a peer of Irene, and thus was someone Jacob and Kathy couldn't mess with. However, he seemed to fear Kathy's master. Otherwise, he could have kicked them out without giving Kathy spiritual herbs, on the condition that she wouldn't tell Irene about this incident. "We got unexpected gifts, but we can't go to Red Mountain anymore." Placing the 3 boxes into her bracelet, she said to Jacob. From her perspective, the final warning of the Soul Formation Realm cultivator was very harsh, and they shouldn't take such risks again. Jacob nodded, agreeing with her. They were simple-minded, and didn't know that the old eccentric Soul Formation Realm cultivator in the Red Mountain spoke those last vicious words to prevent them from blackmailing him in the future, after receiving gifts from him. Irene was quite notorious for her fierceness in the circle of Soul Formation Realm cultivators. Irene's life-death notes were powerful, and any sane cultivators of Soul Formation Realm didn't dare to fight her head-on. She was also known for her overprotectiveness over her disciples, and anyone that messed with her disciples would receive great retaliation. "Let's head back." Jacob lightly rubbed his sore shoulder and steered Snowflake towards the direction of their university. Upon returning, Jacob dropped Kathy off, put Snowflake back into his necklace, and went to Sophie's place on his own. Sophie was indeed very smart, but Jacob was still worried about her schoolwork. After all, she needed to be successful in order to live a normal mortal life. It looked like Helen and Draken didn't plan on keeping her in the Dragon Palace. They wished to let her grow up on land. Sophie didn't enjoy staying at the Dragon Palace anyways, and she had always considered herself a normal girl. Jacob arrived at the stop after half an hour on the bumpy bus. Then he walked to Sophie's house. He pushed open the iron gate and knocked on Sophie's home door. "You're here, Jacob!" Helen opened the door with a bright smile. "Hi, Helen." Jacob smiled cheerfully, and he carried his bag inside. "Hey!" Sophie waved from the living room when she saw Jacob coming in. Draken was busy as usual in his study room, flipping through documents. General Arthur was in his Hawaiian t-shirt, and he stood beside Draken's desk in the study room, reporting some matters. Kenith had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and he sat on the couch with a stern face, watching a TV show. "Time for dinner!" shouted as she walked out of the kitchen with dishes in her hands. Sophie quickly ran over since she was starving. Jacob saw Draken coming out of the study room, so he went over to the dinner table and sat beside Sophie. Kenith turned off the TV and sat down opposite Jacob, and his serious look pressured Jacob. Draken walked beside the dinner table calmly and sat in his usual seat. General Arthur walked out of the study room with his back hunched. He didn't know if he should stay or leave, since the Dragon King's family was having dinner together. "Come and eat with us, General Arthur," Helen said. How could I?" General Arthur immediately shook his head. He had been the general of the Dragon Palace for hundreds of years, so he knew exactly the difference between him and the king's family. "Come and join us," Draken said calmly. General Arthur slowly walked over at Draken's command. After picking the furthest seat from the king, he sat down. "Would you like some pasta?" Helen asked. "Oh, I shouldn't." General Arthur waved immediately. It was a great honor to sit with the Dragon King. How could he imagine dining with them? "Forget about all the rules now that we are on land, General. I think you should have some pasta," Draken said to General Arthur. Yes, my lord." General Arthur nodded with reverence and awe. Helen got a bowl of pasta for him, but General Arthur was too shocked to take the bowl when he saw Helen handing it to him herself. "Okay, let's eat," Draken waved. Sophie picked up a piece of bread, then she put it in General Arthur's pasta. "General, have some bread." Thank you, Princess." General Arthur was too touched to talk. "Have some more, Jacob," Helen said to Jacob. "Sure," Jacob nodded. Kenith was busy eating the big bowl of spaghetti. Jacob thought to himself, although this is the family of the Dragon King of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, they're still lovely and intimate. "Why are you crying, General Arthur?" Sophie asked all of a sudden. Jacob turned over and found General Arthur crying his eyes out, with the bowl of pasta in his hands. "What's the matter, General?" Helen asked. General Arthur put the bowl on the table and wiped the tears off. "The old Dragon King helped me with cultivation, and Your Majesty thinks highly of me. I will do whatever it takes to serve you. I wouldn't say a word if I need to go through fire and blades for you." "Why are you saying this suddenly?" Helen looked at General Arthur and said, "Come on land whenever you have time. Also, don't always wear Elder Liam's outfits. Ask him to take you shopping for some suitable clothes." "Oh, thank you, Dragon Queen." General Arthur wiped the tears off the corner of his eyes. He was too moved to say a word. Sophie smiled at him gently and put more bread in General Arthur's bowl. She may come off as spoiled to outsiders, but she had a kind heart. She didn't remember much, but she knew that General Arthur watched her grow up. The general wasn't able to say anything at the moment. "Enjoy your meal. You might need to come over to report to me in the future, so you'll have to stay for dinner a lot," Draken said. General Arthur nodded, and he finally suppressed his emotions and started eating. Darius used to trust him a lot, but the old Dragon King was never this kind to General Arthur. After having served 2 generations of Dragon Kings, General Arthur was very grateful. Jacob smiled as he thought to himself. Darius, at the peak 8th level, convinced people with his strength, but Draken won people by virtue. They each had their advantages. Jacob wouldn't have survived a day if Darius knew Sophie lost her dragon core to Jacob. However, if Darius oversaw the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, the South Atlantic Dragon Clan wouldn't have been so aggressive. "Jacob," Draken looked up and said, "Kenith said that he would try his best to teach you for a while, in order to thank you for the core lotus." "Oh?" Jacob stopped moving his fork and looked at Kenith. Kenith snorted as he took a huge bite and carried on eating. Draken continued as he looked at Jacob. Don't doubt it. Kenith mentioned it himself. He will teach you for a month and leave to cultivate afterwards. Is Uncle leaving again? Jacob thought as he looked at Kenith in surprise. Although Kenith was only at the 5th level, he used to be a peak 8th level master. He was only one step away from the Heavenly Dragon realm. More importantly, Kenith was cultivating the Sword Shadow Scroll as well, and he must have a more profound understanding of it. Since he reached the 5th level in such a short time, he must have transferred all his previous cultivation experience into this technique. If he could devote his heart to teaching Jacob, Jacob could cultivate more smoothly and make a huge improvement. For lower level cultivators, instructions from a higher level cultivator were way more valuable than any elixir pills or techniques. However, most high level cultivators would be busy cultivating and wouldn't have the time to tutor a low level cultivator. This was a first for Kenith to give up an entire month to teach Jacob. I will also teach Soph, Kenith said abruptly. Ooh, thank you, Uncle. Sophie smiled at him gratefully. She wasn't fond of cultivating in the past, so she skipped it whenever Kenith offered to teach her. But after entering 5th heaven, she felt the need and motivation to work harder. She needed some guidance from a master. Kenith was a peak 8th level master, and the cultivation of humans and dragons was essentially the same. Therefore, it was indeed easy for Kenith to instruct Sophia in cultivation. Helen was surprised to see Sophie's sudden eagerness for cultivation. After dinner, General Arthur opened his umbrella as he was about to head back to the Dragon Palace. Sophie waved to him at the door and said, "Come here for dinner again, General Arthur." Yes. General Arthur kept nodding. He thanked Draken and Helen again before he walked onto the road under the umbrella. He had always abided by the rules. Therefore, in weather like this, he would never fly into the sky. "Go ahead with tutoring, you guys," Helen said to Jacob and Sophie. "Okay." Sophie immediately headed to her room, as if she was just waiting to be told. Jacob grabbed his bag from the living room and followed Sophie upstairs. Her room was a bit messy, but compared to the slight drizzle outside, the room had a warm, refreshing smell. A hand suddenly appeared between the door and the door frame when Jacob was about to close the door. Kenith pushed the door open and entered the room. Sophie looked at him, confused. Just here to check," Kenith smiled with his mouth open. "You don't know any of these anyways, Uncle." Sophie looked at him with suspicion, trying to gauge what he was up to. Just checking." Kenith sat himself down in a little chair despite Sophie's stare. "Let's begin." Jacob moved a chair to the desk and took the papers out of his bag. Sophie dragged over her swivel chair, pulled her feet up, and sat in with her legs crossed. Then she took out a notebook and pen and started working on the mock exam Jacob prepared for her. She rested her head on one hand and wrote with the other. Jacob looked at her while she solved the problems. Kenith coughed twice by the window. Jacob looked at him before turning back to Sophie. Sophie read the question carefully, bit her lips, and frowned from time to time. Her facial expressions were very interesting. "Here, all done." Sophie looked carefully at the notebook before she handed it over to Jacob. Jacob took the notebook and read through it carefully. Their tutoring sessions had been pretty effective lately. Sophie was able to finish 70 to 80% of the questions that she didn't know how to solve before. She could even use her own ways to answer some of the questions. Kenith's hip was a little sore from sitting. Therefore, he stood up and came over to take a look. He was glad to see Jacob's check marks on most of the questions. As an uncle, he had no idea what this schoolwork was about. However, it didn't stop him from caring about Soph's grades. "You made a mistake on this one. This is what you should have done." Jacob pointed at the first mistake she made and started showing her the right answer. Sophie moved her chair closer to Jacob. She rested her arms and upper body on the desk and listened carefully. Jacob picked up the pen and said, And this one. Let me show you how to solve it. Sophie moved a bit closer, and her head was almost on Jacob's shoulder. See, this is a linear question here. Jacob wrote quickly in the notebook. Sophie lay comfortably in Jacob's arms, with her head right under his chin, and she looked closely at Jacob's problem-solving procedures. Kenith couldn't help but cough twice. Sophie looked up at Kenith and complained, "We're working on a question, Uncle." See here? You need to use this method." Jacob was very focused. Sophie nodded immediately. She decided to ignore Kenith completely. This. Kenneth's eyes opened wide. He didn't think it was a good idea to leave Jacob and Sophie alone in the room, so he had come to check on them. See, this is how we got the answer. Jacob held onto Sophie's shoulders and said, "Oh, I see." Sophie nodded again. "Soph!" Kenneth shouted. "Quiet, Uncle. I'm trying to think." Sophie rested her chin on her palms as she stared at Jacob's solution. "Stop yelling, Kenith!" Helen suddenly appeared at the door. "No, but..." Kenith didn't know what to say. He pointed at Jacob and Sophie, who were sitting together by the desk. "Come out and stop interfering." Helen rolled her eyes at him. But... Kenith walked out in surprise. "Get some rest after tutoring, Soph, and don't stay up too late," Helen said to Sophie before she closed the door behind her. "Okay, Mom." Sophie leaned back, relaxing back into her chair, and laughed at her uncle's antics. She then looked at the paper and asked, "And the next question?" After going through the paper, Jacob's legs were a little sore from sitting in one position. "Anything else you don't understand?" He turned to her and asked. "No." She shrugged and sat back. "Okay, then. Well, let's wrap up for the day," Jacob said and started packing up. Once everything was back in place, he turned to Sophie, who was still looking at her notebook, and asked, "You've been studying so hard lately. You haven't gone out with that friend of yours, Rose, right?" She has a boyfriend now," Sophie answered absent-mindedly, as she noted down the answers Jacob just gave her. Where's he from?" Jacob asked casually. "He's from our school only. He's very good at basketball." Sophie tilted her head as she wrote the answers down. "Have there been any love letters from boys in your school lately?" Jacob continued to ask. "Who would waste their time? They all know that I have a boyfriend now." Sophie scanned the paper with her eyes and said casually. She suddenly looked up at Jacob and said with a shrug, "Roy from my English class is quite cute. And he's the captain of the soccer team." She stuck out her tongue at him. "I used to be on the soccer team too," said Jacob. "Really?" Sophie raised her eyebrows. "Yeah, I was the goalkeeper," nodded Jacob. Sophie finally put her notebook aside as she laughed at Jacob's eagerness to show off to her. "Rio from my art class comes to school on his motorcycle every day. There are a lot of girls who like him." Sophie kept on telling Jacob about the gossip at school. Jacob listened to her as she went on, but he quite liked listening to her talk and didn't interrupt her. "Rio invited me to his party this weekend," Sophie continued. "You can't go," Jacob shouted out without thinking. He was suddenly reminded of the stuff Sophie told him about this popular guy. Sophie turned to him. "Why not?" Because... Jacob didn't know what to say. "It's great to relax after the finals. Rose wants to go to the movies with her boyfriend, and I don't want to be the third wheel," Sophie said. "I'll take you if you want to go out," Jacob said. "It's not a big deal. He's invited everyone in our class." Sophie waved him off. Jacob didn't know what else to say. "I'm going to go to sleep now, so you should head back." Sophie stood up with a yawn. She put the notebook in her backpack. She probably would work more on it during school the day after. Sophie walked to her bed and slid under the covers, knowing that Jacob would switch the light off on his way out. "Good night," she wished him. "Good night." Jacob sighed and wished back. He then switched the lights off and opened the door to her balcony. He headed towards the university on his sword energy. After reaching the campus, he headed straight to a common study room. He needed to study for his own finals, too. "Master!" Jade and Julia appeared as soon as Jacob stepped inside the room. They had thick books and notes in their hands. Apparently, they were here to study as well. Jacob had let Snowflake out again after he reached the university, knowing that it wouldn't be a problem so late at night. Snowflake wiggled its tails and ran in front of the twins. After Jacob stopped controlling it, Snowflake had gotten very familiar with all the buildings in the university. Sometimes it went to the girls' dorm to see the twins or Kathy, and sometimes it went to the front of the library to get food from the students. Most girls were familiar with this puppy that ran around the campus now, and they would always keep some food in their bags in case they ran into Snowflake. The campus's gardener had been quite busy lately because some of the bushes had been growing like crazy. He even wondered if these bushes were mutated. Since it was close to finals, the study rooms were crowded and all the seats were full. Let's go somewhere else," Jacob said. "Where?" Jade looked up. Jacob smiled. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the ethereal summit on Fifth Heaven. Snowflake went into its doghouse to enjoy the comfort of its personal cave. Jacob went to the entrance of the valley and noticed that the three sects already left their names on the wooden bulletin board that he had made. It meant that the three sects had taken up the mission. 100 Level 4 Foundation Establishment Pills was a tremendous reward. Although Level 6 spiritual herbs were very precious, they were useless in the hands of cultivators who didn't know how to make elixirs. Foundation Establishment Pills, on the other hand, could increase the chances for Chi Refinement Realm cultivators to get to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Also, 100 Level 4 Foundation Establishment Pills would take even a large sect on Fifth Heaven years to make. So this enticed all the three small sects around the valley to look for Level 6 spirit herbs. With a satisfied smile, Jacob flew to his own cave and set up 3 chairs around the stone table for the 3 of them to start studying. He had already gotten copies of the important notes from Kathy, which made his life much easier. Jade and Julia were a bit jealous when they saw how well prepared Jacob's noted. They regretted listening to Liam and entering the film-making major. It was less stressful, but if they had the same major as Jacob, they could have taken advantage of Kathy's old notes as well. "You guys can ask me if you have any questions. I'm not sure if I'll be able to help, but I definitely try," Jacob said to them. "Thank you, Master." They both nodded. Jade and Julia adored this ordinary life. They had never had such an experience in their hundreds of years, so they cherished even the smallest things. In the meantime, a young girl sat on a hay-covered stone bed in her light yellow silk dress. She was in the back mountain of the Sky Mound sect on Sixth Heaven, and she kept stabbing the 2 scarecrows in her hand with a small knife. "I will cut you both up when I get out of here." She gritted her teeth as she stabbed. "How dare you take my gem away? How dare you take my gem away?" There was a layer of white light over her cave entrance. It was the array formation of the Sky Mountain site. She would get shocked as soon as she laid her finger on it, let alone go through it. At this time, Sophie had the beautiful and smooth gem from Elena around her neck. She was in a deep sleep. She had taken 2 of them from Elena after knocking her own, but dropped one while fighting off the guards at the Scroll Pavilion. She didn't know that those 2 gems were a pair, and Elena could locate her with the one she had left. In the next few days, Sophie, Jacob, Kathy, and the twins were all busy studying. The relaxing university life suddenly became intense. Jacob made sure to attend the classes for each subject during the last week. Then he would head to Sophie's house in the afternoon for her tutoring session. In the evening, he would either go up to Fifth Heaven or to the common room to review with the twins. Kathy would find time to get some instruction from Susan in her office. Her grades were excellent, so she wasn't worried about the exams at all. The cultivation instructions Susan gave, on the other hand, were more important to her. "This is the last review class." Susan scanned the classroom as she put her folders on the podium. Ryan held tightly onto Jacob's arm. He was almost crying. "I can't believe that I won't be able to see Susan anymore." This was her last class of the year. Jacob rolled his eyes at his friends overreacting. She's still gonna be here next year. Stop with the drama. He somehow got his arm out of the harsh grip. There is a lot of content, so we will skip the break, Susan said coldly as she opened up her notes. First of all, 2 hours passed quickly. Susan closed her folder up and said, "This is the end of this semester." She fixed some loose hair behind her ear and looked around the classroom once again. This charming yet straightforward move stunned all the guys. When everyone was waiting for her to wish them good luck on the exam, she said lightly, "Jacob, come with me." Everyone could hear the clock ticking. Oh. Jacob stood up and walked around the desk to the door. And just like that, Susan and Jacob walked out of the classroom. The guys growled in the classroom. Kathy, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but laugh. "What's the matter?" Jacob asked Susan when they exited the classroom. "You went to the Red Mountain," Susan asked as she headed for the stairs. Jacob looked at her timidly and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Susan looked back at Jacob and said, "A Soul Formation Realm cultivator appeared in the Dragon God Shrine yesterday and injured a dozen inspectors. He announced that no inspector is allowed to enter into the Red Mountain ever again." Jacob's heart sank after hearing about this. That Soul Formation Realm cultivator must have been pissed when an inspector ran into his territory after he came out of seclusion cultivation. Most importantly, Kathy injured a dozen of his patrolling disciples. Since he couldn't do anything to Kathy, he decided to get back at the Dragon God Shrine. As a Soul Formation Realm cultivator, he could do whatever he wanted. This cultivator from the Red Mountain had a blast at the Dragon God Shrine since he was in a bad mood. The Dragon God Shrine wants to look into this issue. "So I wondered if you had gone to the Red Mountain," Susan continued. "Me? Why would I do that?" Jacob said immediately. He looked so serious that it seemed like he was genuinely mad at that inspector as well. Susan reached the turning point of the stairs. She turned to Jacob. "Stop pretending. I know it was you." Jacob was at a loss for words. His acting skills weren't good enough to fool Susan. "You're pretty bold to barge into the Red Mountain," Susan continued, walking down the stairs. "I was kicked out before I got in," Jacob answered. "The Dragon God Shrine has an agreement with the Red Mountain. Regular dragon cultivators are not allowed even near that place. Those who go in without permission will be killed immediately. The inspectors can pass by the mountain in case of an emergency. However, they may stay in First Heaven when they pass. In the meantime, cultivators from Red Mountain cannot leave the mountain randomly and can't kill inspectors," Susan said. "The manual didn't mention that," Jacob said. "The Dragon God Shrine won't mention the Red Mountain in public, but inspectors are not allowed near that area. You are just a 4th level cultivator, and you barged in there as an inspector. No wonder that Soul Formation Realm cultivator got so mad and put so much pressure on the Dragon God Shrine," Susan said lightly as she walked out of the building. Jacob thought, "There's more to it. He must be furious since he also had to give 3 kinds of spiritual herbs to Kathy." "I'll pretend that I don't know anything about you going there. But in the future," Susan turned to Jacob and said, "take me with you." "Okay," Jacob agreed, confused. Susan looked aloof, but she covered for Jacob on a lot of things. She wasn't a timid person, and she had some interest in the Red Mountain as well. Furthermore, she was more interested in the 9-Dragon Palace in comparison. Jacob promised to go there with her, and she never forgot about that painful strike from Thomas. "That's all. You may go now." Susan waved casually and headed towards her office. Jacob stood at the door, watching Susan as she walked away. He realized that it was tough to figure out what she was thinking about. She's gone and you are still looking. Sam suddenly wrapped his arm around Jacob's neck from behind. Sam was quite jealous of Jacob as well. Jacob seemed to be an ordinary guy, yet many pretty girls were suddenly fond of him. Did all this luck suddenly arrive? Sam thought. Jacob removed Sam's thick arm and said, Are you going to be okay on the exams? Not a problem. I made a copy of Kathy's notes. Sam pressed on Jacob's back like a rock. Jacob grabbed Sam's right hand and pushed him playfully. Sam landed steadily and hit Jacob's chest. The championship is on the 20th. You should come and watch. Okay. Jacob was going for sure. Even if he became an 8th level master in the future, he wouldn't forget a good buddy like Sam. I will pull an all-nighter with you guys tonight. Jacob missed the times when they studied together in the dorm. Ooh, finally being a human, eh? Sam knocked on Jacob's shoulder. On the other side, after the long exam, Sophie exhaled deeply after her teacher took her chemistry paper away. Then she put her stuff back in her bag. She wanted to talk to Rose about some of the questions, but Rose already ran to the class next door to see her boyfriend. Inhumane, Sophie murmured. She picked up her backpack and walked to the school gate. A silver motorcycle passed by Sophie and blocked her way all of a sudden. The driver took off his helmet and smiled charmingly. He pointed to the back seat with his thumb and said, Hop on. Rio, the popular guy in her art class, was after Sophie. A vehicle suddenly stopped outside of the high school. Jacob sat in the convertible Ferrari in the black and white shirt that he specifically picked out. He looked at Sophie and smiled. Get in.
Just when Sophie was about to go around the silver motorcycle in annoyance, she saw Jacob. She was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. She swung on her backpack and walked around the motorcycle. Then she opened the door of the Ferrari and got in. The student on the motorcycle was shocked. His modified motorcycle was worth thousands, and it was something he could use to show off at the school. However, it was nothing compared to a Ferrari. The guy tried to maintain his cool composure on the motorcycle, but he could only quietly watch Sophie fly to the Ferrari like a chirpy bird. Every student at the gate, regardless of their year, witnessed how Jacob picked up Sophie in a Ferrari. That's Sophie's boyfriend. How rich. A spoiled rich kid, but he's actually pretty handsome. It's my first time seeing this. I heard that they kissed in front of the school. Gossip quickly spread at the school's front gate. As the engine of the car roared, Jacob started the Ferrari and drove away. Sophie looked as happy as a blooming flower. She hugged her backpack and leaned against the car seat. How was your exam? Jacob asked her. It was okay, Sophie responded lightly. Since she finished all her exams, she didn't want to think about it anymore. She had done enough studying for at least a few months. She closed her eyes and relaxed as the wind blew against her face. Hey, Sophie suddenly opened her closed eyes and turned to ask Jacob, why did you suddenly come to pick me up? Your mom told me to pick you up, Jacob answered. Sophie suddenly frowned at him unhappily. I'm just joking. Jacob looked at her expression and couldn't help but laugh. I'm picking you up because I want to. Sophie raised her eyebrows at him, now doubting his words, and was about to say something when her phone suddenly rang in her bag. It was her mom calling. Where are you? I don't see you at the front gate, Helen said through the phone. Mom, Jacob already picked me up, Sophie responded. Oh, I was wondering why you disappeared. I thought you went out with your friends again. Then I'm just going to go home. Ask Jacob to come over for dinner tonight. Helen sighed and hung up. She knew that Sophie finished her exams today, so she came to pick her up from school. She never thought that Jacob would be one step ahead of her. Sophie put her phone back in her bag. Then she turned to Jacob and finally smiled again. Jacob not only washed his car, but he also cleaned himself up nicely. He was wearing a black and white shirt, which made him look very classy.
and his hair that was a little messy looked shiny. There was one word that could be used to describe Jacob today, and that was handsome. She didn't care if Jacob caused an uproar when he appeared. Exams were now over. Summer had started. No one would remember this 2 months later. "Where should we go?" Jacob asked while driving. "Let's go to the arcade," Sophie said as her eyes lit up. "Okay," Jacob answered immediately. He still had a couple of papers left, but right now their shared love for video games took precedence. Jacob parked on the road across the arcade. Then getting out of the car and walking towards the building attracted much attention. The Ferrari was very eye-catching. Also, Sophie was wearing a school uniform, so it naturally attracted attention as well. Sophie was looking to relax after her exams, so she pulled Jacob towards the basement of the huge arcade. Since it was Friday evening, there were quite a lot of young people there. Jacob got $40 worth of tokens and gave half to Sophie. Sophie wasn't interested in the drumming and dancing games. Instead, she liked fighting games. She went straight over to Street Fighter and inserted multiple tokens. The man who was playing the game lazily saw the new challenger next to him. He pounded on the keys with his right hand and chose 3 characters. Sophie stared at the screen for a while and chose 3 female characters. Then she stared at the screen with intense focus and decided on the order of her characters for the fight. Ready, go. Sophie held the controller with the right hand and moved it swiftly, and her left hand was on the keys. Her fingers moved quicker than if she were playing the piano. The man who was sitting relaxed before now leaned extremely close to the machine and tried his best. You win. Sophie easily beat the opponent. The man turned around and looked at Sophie only to find out that the person who beat him was a girl in a school dress. Jacob, want to play? Sophie asked as she turned and looked at Jacob. Jacob shook his head as he stood behind her with a proud smile. He had no idea that Sophie was so good at street fighting games. It didn't fit her personality, but still somehow made sense. From how smooth she was with the controls, one could tell that she came here often. Sophie had actually played all the games in this arcade. Only a few who were really masters could beat her. Otherwise, she beat them all. Hey, why are you just watching me? You should also play. Sophie won another fight and looked at Jacob with a look of curiosity. That's because I can't beat you, Jacob said. Jacob had no shame in admitting that Sophie was far superior with him in these arcade games. If his friends knew this, they would probably want to drop him and ask Sophie to be their friend instead. Okay then, let's play something else, Sophie said happily as she dragged Jacob to another row of machines. This row was made up of vertical shooter games. Jacob was better at these, so he sat down at one of them. Sophie put a token in the machine and chose a plane. Jacob chose another plane, and the 2 planes that they chose appeared on the screen. I'm for sure better than you at this, Jacob said. He used to go and play these games with his friends in high school, so he was confident that his method of avoiding bullets was superior. However, as the game progressed, he realized that wasn't the case. Dummy, I have to go in and save you. Sophie dodged the raining bullets easily and then went to help Jacob fight off the enemy in front of him. Dummy, use the bomb. Sophie was controlling her own plane but couldn't help but reach over to Jacob's controls. Jacob was flustered when he saw a screen full of bullets, but Sophie was in a zone and kept calling him dummy. It was the sound of the last giant-sized boss plane exploding, and Sophie had carried Jacob and successfully beaten the game. Sophie smiled with joy. She then got bored with this game and took Jacob towards another row of games by grabbing his wrist. Jacob was no match for her, but they coordinated well. Playing with you is too much pressure. I'll just go buy us some drinks. Jacob wiped off the sweat in his palms and walked over to the service desk to buy some drinks. Just when Jacob brought back 2 milkshakes, he saw an older man who was sitting next to Sophie and trying to talk to her. Drinks? Jacob put the 2 drinks on the control station of the arcade machine. The guy stared at Jacob viciously. He was just about to stand up when Jacob put his right hand on the former's shoulder, forcing him to sit down. Sophie gave Jacob a look and he simply stepped back. I told you to leave me alone. Sophie rolled her eyes at this man, and she also knocked on his head with her fist. Then she kicked the man's chair, and the chair slid half a meter away, causing him to fall onto the ice-cold floor. Seeing how swift Sophie's movements were, Jacob knew it wasn't a good idea to get on her bad side. Seeing the commotion, a few other people came over, surrounding them. Jacob held up fists and released an invisible pressure, scaring them off. Then Sophie stood up like nothing had happened and left that area with Jacob. Before Sophie had lost her dragon core, she was at the 3rd level. Therefore, she was not even a bit scared of these bullies. Outside that area were multiplayer machines, and there were many games designed for couples. Jacob looked at the plenty of tokens he and Sophie had left and asked, "Do you want to?" "Who would play these childish games?" Sophie responded distractedly. Jacob almost felt like pouting. He actually wanted to play, but Sophie had now called them childish. Sophie then suddenly grabbed the tokens from Jacob and gave both her and Jacob tokens to a little girl who looked nice. "Here you go." The girl held the 2 piles of gaming tokens as she was incredibly confused. Sophie took Jacob into the arcade but then dragged him out. The upper floors of the building had many retail stores, so Jacob thought for a bit and asked, "Why don't I buy you some clothes?" Sophie tiredly looked at Jacob and said, "I don't want clothes. I'm hungry, and I want to go home and eat dinner." Jacob let out a little sigh and pulled her out of the building. He led Sophie over to the car and dashed out of the parking spot. Sophie exhaled deeply as she relaxed and put her bag on her lap again. Jacob looked at her and was quite happy when he thought about their gaming experience just now. They had played a full hour on vertical plane shooting game, and all the little things such as how Sophie complained and how she smiled made it interesting. When they stopped at a red light, Jacob turned over to look at the left side of Sophie's face. There was a loose red string near her neck. "What is hanging around your neck?" he asked curiously. Sophie looked down and pulled the red string out. At the bottom of the string hung a beautiful pendant. Jacob reached for the pendant and looked closely. He felt how smooth it was on one side and saw the lion head carving on the other. The carving was very delicate and well done, and it was also filled with nature essence. This pendant was the one that Sophie got from Elena. If one wore this pendant while cultivating, it could help with both the concentration and the cultivation speed. The car behind them honked. Jacob saw that the red light in front of them had turned green, so he stepped on the gas pedal and dashed across the intersection. Just when Jacob was going to park on the street in front of Sophie's house, he noticed that it was already full, with at least 10 Mercedes, with another state's number plates, parked there. There were a few other families around Sophie's home, but the cars were all parked around Sophie's home. They were obviously her family's guests. Who are these people? Both Jacob and Sophie were confused. Jacob parked the car on the side and hurried in to see what was happening. There was probably no one who was brave enough to pick a fight at the North Atlantic Dragon King's home on land, since the city was under Jacob and Susan's jurisdiction. "Mom, I'm home!" Sophie was a bit worried, so she shouted out loud when she opened the main gates. "Come in," Helen said from inside. Sophie was relieved, and she took out her keys to open the door. However, she was smart with her actions so that she'd be able to act if anything was wrong and give Jacob some time to prepare for battle. The house was filled with strangers. There were some old people as well as some middle-aged people, and there were also heavy boxes on the living room floor. "This is my daughter, Princess Sophie, and this is the prince consort of our clan, Jacob." Draken introduced him to everyone else. "He looks brilliant and full of potential. They're a perfect match." Many praises flooded the room. Jacob recognized the person who stood beside Draken. He was the Wood Elemental Elder from the Southeast Mountain who appeared at the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, and the person next to him was the Wood Elemental Cultivators who got severely wounded and had been helped by Kathy's elixir pill. The cultivator looked much better after resting, but was still a bit pale. It looked like the first elder hurried here to thank the North Atlantic Dragon Clan for everything as soon as his disciple was almost fully healed. "Jacob, let me introduce everyone to you." Draken stood in front of Jacob and pointed to an elder whose face was full of wrinkles as he said, "This is the Southeast Mountain Dragon's Palace, Dragon King, King Charles. This is the first elder, Elder Jack, and this is Elder Jack's first disciple, Cole. Jacob gave them a slight bow. Nice to meet you, Dragon King. The dragon tribe was split into 5 big clans according to their elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since there were a large number of water elemental dragons, and they were scattered around the world, they were further split into 4 groups: stream, river, lake, and ocean. Therefore, according to the categorization, the 4 ocean dragon palaces were only higher ranked than the stream, river, and lake dragon clans and managed all the water elemental dragons, but they were equal in ranking compared to the other elemental dragon clans. It meant that the Wood Dragon Palace at Southeast Mountain was on the same level as the North Atlantic Dragon Palace in theory. The North Atlantic could assert pressure on a Lake Dragon clan, but it couldn't issue commands to any of the Wood Elemental Dragons. Those Stream, River, and Lake Dragon clans under the North Atlantic jurisdiction would come to pay tribute at the North Atlantic Dragon clan once a year, and those Dragon Kings would also come to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace's annual celebrations. However, the Wood Elemental Dragon Kings wouldn't visit unless they were friends with the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, or they received grand invitations. Therefore, how Southeast Mountain sent not only the First Elder, as well as the Dragon King himself, to pay a visit to Draken was something very special. The scale of the visit was rather significant. There's no need to be so courteous. Dragon King Charles lightly touched Jacob's shoulder and told him that he did not need to bow. This is King George from the Wood Dragon Palace at the Enchanted Lake, and this is Elder Pete. Draken slowly introduced everyone to Jacob. Jacob quickly gave another bow. This is King Fester from the Earth Dragon Palace at the Silver Mountain, and this is the first Elder, Elder Donald. Jacob immediately bowed and greeted them. The rest of them were the followers of the 3 Dragon Kings and the Elders, so Draken didn't introduce them individually. Jacob held his hands together, walked around, and bowed to greet them to show his respect. Soph, you should also greet them, Helen lightly said when she saw Sophie holding her backpack and looking perplexed. Hello, nice to meet you all, Sophie said in a crisp voice. The 3 Dragon Kings and Elders saw how confident Sophie was and smiled. Definitely a princess. Kings, please, sit down, Draken said as he held his hands out to show the way to the couch. From the looks of it, Jacob knew that they had just arrived and hadn't gotten the chance to sit down yet. The 3 Dragon Kings sat on the couch, and Draken, Helen, and Sophie joined them there. None of the remaining elders and disciples dared to sit down, and Jacob looked around and didn't sit down as well. I've come from so far away this time to thank the North Atlantic Dragon Palace for saving Cole, the first disciple of Southeast Mountain. King Charles faced Draken and said slowly. The Dragon King looked the oldest. The 5 elemental dragon clans come from the same root, and we should help each other often, Draken said politely. Draken was also a bit shocked when the 3 kings suddenly appeared at his door. Draken had been dealing with some business matters at the MTX group. If it weren't for the intelligence network of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, he wouldn't have known that the 3 Dragon Kings and the Elders had entered the city. We were planning to visit the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, but we're afraid that you would throw a huge banquet for us. After some discussion, we decided to visit your home. King Charles looked at the other 2 Dragon Kings and said, King George and Fester are old friends of mine, so I invited them to join me. It's such a great honor for us to have you all gather at the North Atlantic. We should all take advantage of this opportunity and communicate well, Draken said with a big smile on his face. He wasn't as old as the other 3 Dragon Kings, but his communication skills were on par with them. The 3 Dragon Kings had come all the way here with so many people. It could be either a good sign or a bad sign, so Draken didn't speak too fast or too direct. Southeast Mountain was the most influential dragon clan in the southeastern territories, although one couldn't really say that Enchanted Lake and Silver Mountain relied on Southeast Mountain. They did follow Southeast Mountain since their interests were aligned. In reality, Enchanted Lake and Silver Mountain were quite influential in the southeastern region themselves. They each had thousands of cultivators. there was little water in the southeastern region, so it was basically controlled by wood elemental and earth elemental dragons. Therefore, they could not be underestimated. That was also why Draken was cautious with his words. King Charles saw that Draken was still reserved, so he waved his hands. The disciples standing behind the couch immediately started to open all the boxes on the floor. One box was full of 10,000-year-old agarwood. One box was full of purple gold sand. One box was full of black truffles. And the last box contained an ancient tree stem that was saturated with strong nature essence. "These are just small gifts from us to thank the North Atlantic for helping us," King Charles said as he stroked his beard. "We have put in a lot of effort in training Cole these few hundred years, and he's extremely valuable to us. If he were to lose his life at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, our clan would have suffered a tremendous loss." Before, Draken didn't know what was in these boxes, so he was still on the lookout. Now, seeing that they were all valuable gifts, he was relieved. He now knew that King Charles came with the other two dragon kings to thank him, so he said immediately, "These gifts are too valuable. We cannot accept them." Agarwood and purple gold sand were great materials for making treasures and elixir pills, especially 10,000-year-old agarwood, because it cannot be penetrated by fire or water. Even a small piece would be made into a pendant. If one carved an array formation in it, it would become a strong defense treasure. Now, there was a full box of agarwood. The black truffles were also a great material for making elixir pills. However, even if it weren't used for elixirs, one could put it in hot water and drink it. It had positive effects such as improving energy flow and strength. They were very useful things to cultivators, and it was very generous for King Charles to give them a whole box. That ancient tree stem was for sure something valuable. Sophie quietly went to Jacob's side. She turned to him, and he could see her eyes filled with excitement. She had never experienced something like this. 3 dragon kings came to her home just to thank them. The tributes that the Stream, River, and Lake Dragon clans gifted to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace were usually given to them by generals of the Dragon Palaces or elders. The kings would normally not visit in person, so it was extremely rare for not one, but 3 kings to visit. In reality, Helen and Draken had never experienced such an event as well. Both the valuable gifts and the appearance of the 3 dragon kings were strong signs that these 3 dragon clans wanted to establish friendships with the North Atlantic. The North Atlantic Dragon Clan was on the rise. "This is just a small gift, King Draken. You don't need to be so polite." King Charles looked up and saw Jacob behind Draken. "Your prince consort is really a talented person. He is very good." It was obvious they were impressed by Jacob's performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams. They probably also knew that Jacob had been promoted to a level 3 inspector. Draken smiled pleasantly as he turned around and looked at Jacob. The look on his face was filled with more affection and fatherly love. "I still have another request, but I don't know if you will accept it," King Charles asked. "Please, do say," Draken said very directly. "I want to see the elixir master at the North Atlantic. That was such a valuable pill, so I wanted to return a small gift in person," King Charles said sincerely. Draken hesitated for a bit. "Jacob, call Kathy over if she's free," Helen said as she turned her head over and looked at Jacob. "Okay," Jacob said without any hesitation. He walked over to the door that connected to the back garden and called Kathy. He then also let Snowflake out of his necklace to move about. The first elder of Southeast Mountain had seen Jacob Snow Lion at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, so he wasn't surprised at all. However, the other elders and the 3 dragon kings were a bit shocked when Jacob let out a demon beast. The North Atlantic Dragon Palace is indeed strong enough to have the resources to train demon beasts. The 3 dragon kings thought as they ate some of the snacks that Helen was now offering them. Kathy took a moment to pick up the call. Hey, Jacob, is everything right? Soph's mom wants you to come over for a bit. The cultivator whom you saved last time came over with his dragon clan to thank you. However, it's okay if you don't want to come. Jacob immediately got to the point, knowing that he couldn't waste much time. It's okay. I'll come check it out, Kathy answered, and he heard her move around her room. Okay, I'll see you then, Jacob said and hung up. He went back inside and informed Helen that Kathy would be here in a little while. It took about 30 minutes for Kathy to get to Sophie's house. She had probably taken a cab to get there faster. All the eyes in the room suddenly turned to her when she walked into the house. Hello, Mrs. and Mr. Richards. Kathy greeted Draken and Helen as she shook in the crowd in the huge living room. Come over here, Kathy. Hallie stood up and led Kathy over to the center of the living room. She then introduced her to the 3 Dragon Kings. These 3 Dragon Kings, as well as their elders and disciples, couldn't suppress their astonishment when they saw how young the North Atlantic Dragon Palace's elixir master was. They all thought that an elixir master who could make level 4 elixir pills would at least be a few hundred years old. The first elder of Southeast Mountain had seen Kathy before, but he didn't expect that such a young girl would be the well-respected elixir master of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. They were all shocked and were weighing Kathy's abilities. She was pretty without dispute, but she did not give out any aura from her dragon core. Could she be on the 7th or the 8th level already? The 3 Dragon Kings smiled as they secretly passed messages to each other with their eyes. She probably isn't a dragon cultivator, King Fester from Silver Mountain said lightly. The other 2 kings were both slightly surprised. They realized how great the strategy of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan was. They had taken in an elixir master who wasn't even a dragon cultivator. When Helen saw them passing looks around, she reminded them of their presence by saying, King Charles? Oh, right. King Charles reacted quickly. He took out a box from his ring while smiling kindly at Kathy. Southeast Mountain is a poor area. We don't have anything special. Here are 6 blood ginsengs as a symbol of our gratitude. Kathy took the box from King Charles stiffly. Then she carefully opened it. There were 6 well-organized red ginsengs, and they looked extremely potent. Draken was secretly shocked, since the value of the 6 blood ginsengs far exceeded the treasure boxes. King Charles said he was from a poor area, but that was just to be polite. Southeast Mountain had rich lands and many spiritual herbs. The North Atlantic Dragon Palace was in a water-rich area. It had many corals and shells. The Southeast Mountain controlled over a few surrounding canyons, so it too had many rare things. Agarwood was one of Southeast Mountain's special local products, and the blood ginsengs were extremely unique. The blood ginseng's importance to Southeast Mountain was like the mystic ice to the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. King Charles was underplaying the value of these gifts. The crystal clear blood ginsengs were invaluable, as it would take at least 1,000 years to grow into that quality. Kathy held the box, but didn't know what to do with it. Kathy, you should accept the gift, since it is from King himself, Helen said. Thank you, Dragon King. Kathy smiled sweetly and put the box in her ring. She had spent a lot of time recently reading about spiritual herbs, but the red-colored ginseng was nothing she had seen before. Therefore, she couldn't estimate the value of them. These blood ginsengs were actually ranked right below the level 6 spiritual herbs, which were the best elixir-making materials. The blood ginsengs were level 5 spiritual herbs, and they were almost extinct. That was why the encyclopedia Noah gave her didn't record it. If Kathy showed Draken the 3 ingredients she got from Red Mountain, he would for sure be in greater shock. There weren't many level 6 spiritual herbs in the world, and the Sky Mountain sect's capability of growing 7 colored lotus, which helped them secure a powerful position on 6th heaven, was already evidence of how valuable level 6 spirit herbs were. I still have another request. King Charles hesitated for a few seconds and said in a respectful tone, a level 4 elixir master might just be an honorable guest at the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, but he or she would be very important to smaller forces. Even though Southeast Mountain was wealthy as well, their powers were still no match for the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Please, tell me. Kathy also respected him. The two Dragon Kings beside King Charles also looked more earnest. Helen also looked serious now. She knew that was impossible for the three kings to come to the North Atlantic to only greet them. Draken also realized that, so he was careful with his words and behavior in front of them. Of course, the North Atlantic Dragon Palace had helped one of the Southeast Mountains wood elemental cultivators, thus leading up to them showing gratitude. However, that wasn't enough for King Charles to come here himself and bring along two other Dragon Kings. Our wood elemental dragon clan has deep bonds with spiritual herbs, and therefore we know a bit of elixir making. However, we focus on cultivation, so we still need to work on our elixir making skills, King Charles slowly said as he looked at Kathy. Now that our Southeast Mountain wood elemental dragon clan is becoming friends with the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, would you be willing to make one pill for us? Helen was secretly relieved after finding out King Charles' real intention. The value of the boxes of treasures and 6 blood ginsengs were not lower than the life fortune pill that Kathy had given them. However, the life fortune pill was incredibly rare, and no one was willing to sell it. Kathy didn't know what to do in such a situation. The pills she made were consumed by herself or stored away for her friends, and she had never come across a very important guest who came all the way over to ask her to make a pill for him. It was also a king, so she couldn't just accept his request since it was a political situation. She looked over at Jacob. Jacob looked at Helen, and Helen looked at Draken. Kathy technically belonged to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, and Draken should decide whether she should make the pill for these guests from afar. King Charles looked a bit embarrassed. He gifted a few boxes of treasure to thank the North Atlantic Dragon Palace for their help, while also hoping that he could get a recommendation so that the Elixir Master could help him. He didn't expect the Elixir Master to belong to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace wholeheartedly, and the final call was in Draken's hands. On the other hand, he was also further impressed by the strength of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. "What pill are you looking for, King Charles?" Draken asked. His voice sounded especially composed. To King Charles, Draken's voice also represented the mighty strength of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. "It's a level 4 rejuvenation pill. I prepared all the materials and only hoped this lady could help me make it," King Charles said. Since the Elixir Master couldn't be hired as he had expected, he couldn't directly ask the Elixir Master himself. Therefore, he had to open up with Draken. "Kathy, what do you think?" Draken turned over to ask Kathy gently. "Level 4? I can give it a try," Kathy nodded and said. "Thank you." King Charles was ecstatic. He took out a palm-sized golden box from his ring and handed it over to Kathy carefully. A level 4 rejuvenation pill was famous on First Heaven for its ability to prolong one's life. As long as the quality of the ingredients were good, the pill could extend one's life by 100 years. For some older dragon cultivators, these 100 years may be their most critical. Southeast Mountain was well respected in the southeastern region, but King Charles was already more than 600 years old. Since he was at the 6th level, he was reaching the end of his life. His eldest son was only about 300 years old, but he was still charging at the 6th level. He still lacked credibility and power to lead the clan. However, if King Charles were able to prolong his life for another 100 years, things would be different. Even if he couldn't break through, he could buy time for his son to reach higher levels in cultivation, better preparing him to take over the clan. Therefore, this rejuvenation pill was a key for the Southeast Mountain Dragon Clan to stabilize its internal affairs. "I'll revisit the North Atlantic Dragon Palace in 1 month, and I hope you can finish the pill by then," King Charles said to Kathy with a big smile on his face. He had high hopes for her. Just when Kathy moved her lips as she wanted to say something, King Charles took out a sun-sized copper furnace from his ring quickly because he thought she was going to go back on her words. He uttered a spell, and the furnace that originally looked like a toy slowly became bigger and bigger in his palm. King Charles put the furnace down on the floor, and it turned bigger until he was barely able to hold it up by 2 arms. This is the Herb King Furnace, and it's one of the Southeast Mountains' most valued treasures. You can use this copper furnace to make the pill, and the process should be more efficient, King Charles said. Kathy looked down at the furnace, and then at King Charles again. She still had things to say. King Charles suddenly waved his hands at Draken. We will forever remember how you helped us. If the North Atlantic Dragon Palace needs help in the future, Southeast Mountain will for sure try our best to help. Making a level 4 pill was not a simple task. King Charles was scared that Kathy would rescind her offer, so he didn't bother with manners and turned away. He was ready to leave. Seeing that King Charles was about to step out of the door, Kathy finally said, Dragon King, I won't take a month to make the pill. If you can wait for about an hour, I'll have the pill for you.
An hour? King Charles, who already stepped 1 foot out the door, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Kathy, wondering if something was wrong with his ears. The other 2 kings who came along with King Charles also stared at Kathy in astonishment. Yes, it should only take an hour. At most 2 hours? You can enjoy your tea while I go make the pill for you. Kathy looked at him and said sincerely. Draken, who was walking the 3 Dragon Kings to the door, remained calm. He said, There's no hurry. Please, stay and enjoy some refreshments. The 3 kings looked at each other and walked back to the living before sitting down. Kathy looked at Jacob, conveying that she needed his help. Jacob nodded his head in understanding. He lifted the copper furnace with 1 hand and threw it into his necklace. Then he walked out to the garden with Kathy and Snowflake. Although this seemed normal to Jacob, it looked extremely shocking to the 3 kings. The copper furnace was quite large, and it had been shrunken with the spell. However, Jacob was able to lift it easily and then store it in his storage space. The size of his storage space must be enormous, they thought. The storage treasures of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace are extraordinary as well. Amongst the 5 elemental dragons, the metal elemental dragons were best at cultivation. The wood elemental dragons mastered elixir making. The fire elemental dragons were good at making treasures. The earth elemental dragons specialized in array formations, and the water elemental dragons were the most ordinary. But they just outnumbered the other clans, and were geographically dispersed, forming a strong force. Of course, compared to the human cultivators, the dragon cultivators had dragon cores, longevity, and faster cultivation. The dragon cultivators could easily reach the 3rd level, which was equivalent to the core formation realm. However, after a few hundred years, if they knew they couldn't reach the 6th level, they would start using their clan's resources on studying elixir making, treasure making, or array formations. The human cultivators, on the other hand, could figure out whether they could reach the core formation realm in a few decades. If they were able to reach the foundation establishment realm, but had no hopes of entering the core formation realm, they would spend the next 100 or 200 years focusing on other things. That was why the cultivation sects on and above 5th heaven were much better than the dragon cultivators in everything other than cultivation. In theory, water elemental dragons shouldn't be good at any of these subjects. However, the level 4 elixir master and Jacob's necklace did not align with traditional stereotypes and surprised the 3 dragon kings. The North Atlantic Dragon Palace not only has a level 4 elixir master, but also a strong treasure master? This treasure master could create enormous storage treasures, they thought. At this moment, Jacob was taking Kathy up towards 5th heaven. Since Kathy wanted to make elixirs, she couldn't do it at Sophie's home. 5th heaven was the best place to do it. They first opened the array formation before going into Kathy's elixir-making room. Kathy took out the spiritual herbs from the golden box by order. Then she found the recipe for the rejuvenation pill from the stack of recipes that Noah gave her. Recipes were essential. For many pills, just having the materials wasn't enough, since the proportion of materials greatly influenced the quality of pills. However, Kathy had the support of Noah, who was a grand master in this field. Noah had so many rare recipes that he could give to Kathy as if they were just white paper. There was nothing to worry about. Jacob put the copper furnace in the center of the elixir-making room. There were initially 2 elixir furnaces in Kathy's elixir-making room, but the 2 furnaces had been heated by Snowflake's demon fire too many times. Since Snowflake was already a level 3 demon beast, its demon fire was much more powerful. Therefore, one of the elixir furnaces was no longer usable, and the other one seemed like it couldn't be used for much longer either. "Jacob, help me guard this place," Kathy said to Jacob as she stood in front of the copper furnace. "Okay." Jacob gave her a firm nod. In this concealed ethereal summit, Kathy wouldn't usually be disturbed, but this was the first time that she had been given such an important task, and she was nervous. Elixir making was something that required incredible focus for the pills not to be damaged. If this process was disturbed, the nature essence in the elixir furnace might cause a backlash against the elixir master, so they had to have their own elixir making room. Kathy knew what to do after she looked at the recipe. She pointed with her fingers, and a golden note flew out, collecting one material from the stone desk and putting it into the copper furnace. "Snowflake!" Kathy exclaimed lightly. Snowflake spit out its demon fire. It wasn't Snowflake's first time helping Kathy in making elixirs, so the 2 of them already had some excellent coordination. Kathy's fingers kept moving, and the ingredients that was wrapped in the golden note flew into the copper furnace. Making elixirs was a type of training for Snowflake. After reaching level 2, there was a small demon core formed inside its body. As it continued to spit out the fire, the demon core was also being tempered to a certain extent. There was no lid on the copper furnace, so white smoke came out as Snowflake's demon fire continued to heat it up. Kathy's gold and silver notes turned into gold and silver lights, dancing on top of the copper furnace, forming a small tornado. Snowflake used all its energy to spit out the fire, and it sniffed with its nose hard, sucking in the white smoke. The smoke from cooking spiritual herbs had some nature essence in it. It contained too many impurities for cultivators, but it was great for demon beasts. Kathy used another 4 natal notes. The copper furnace that was originally sitting on the floor steadily started to spin in the air. Snowflake had just taken a deep breath and sucked in some of that white smoke. It wiggled its tail and spat out stronger demon fire. The heavy copper furnace spun faster in the air under the burning flames. Kathy picked up the last few ingredients lightly with her right hand and threw them into the furnace with a smooth trajectory. Snowflake was breathing heavily, sticking out its tongue but continuing to spit out demon fire. It was tired from all the fire breathing. They knew that using demon fire to make elixir pills usually required the demon beast to be at least level 4 or level 5. For Snowflake, the purity of the demon fire wasn't a problem, but it wasn't as powerful. However, all the elixir pills that Kathy fed Snowflake weren't wasted. Any other level 3 demon beast would not be able to withstand Snowflake's fire. "It's done, Snowflake," Kathy exclaimed. Snowflake immediately took a step back and lay on the floor exhausted. Kathy threw 3 essence replenishment pills and 3 energy fusion pills at it. Snowflake stuck out its tongue and devoured the 6 pills without even chewing. The copper furnace landed again on the floor. Kathy hit it with 3 life death notes, and it rang 3 times. Then 3 pills bounced out of the copper furnace. Almost simultaneously, Kathy took out a white bottle from her bracelet. She raised it high up and caught the 3 pills accurately. The pills rolled into the bottom of the bottle. She used a piece of red cloth to close the bottom. Then she let out a long sigh of relief, turned to Jacob, who was standing at the entrance guarding the room. She had really improved. She no longer was the girl who needed the life death notes to make elixirs. She now had the skill of her own to do it. Although Kathy could only use a few life death notes at once now, she might be able to handle hundreds or even thousands of them in the future. That scene would be incredible. Jacob had witnessed the power of life-death notes before. The life-death notes could be small or big, powerful or weak. The powerful ones could collapse a mountain to the ground, while the smaller ones could slip into one's body and lock acupoints. It was a technique even more domineering than the sword shadow scroll. Therefore, it was understandable why the soul formation realm cultivator from the Red Mountain was scared of Irene. However, after Kathy read the techniques, she realized that she wouldn't be able to practice and cultivate the life-death notes if Irene didn't plant the origin notes in her body. It meant that even if Jacob wanted to, he could not be able to learn this set of techniques. Also, the origin notes were the symbols that told everyone Kathy was the disciple of Irene. As long as Kathy used the life-death note, similar level opponents wouldn't be able to defeat her, and the more powerful cultivators would have to keep some distance from her. Irene pretty much gave Kathy the ability to never lose.
When Jacob and Kathy returned to Sophie's home, the tea in the teacups of the three kings was still warm. "Sorry for making you wait." Kathy walked into the room and went straight to King Charles. King Charles was just talking about the situation of his region with Draken when he saw Kathy coming, and he was shocked at how fast she was. It was much faster than he had expected. "Your pills are done. Please take a look." Kathy took out the white bottle and put it on the tea table. King Charles picked up the bottle. He paused for half a second before taking out the red cloth that sealed the bottle. Normally speaking, if he trusted the North Atlantic Dragon Palace enough, he should just put the bottle away without inspection. However, these pills were too important for both him and Southeast Mountain, so he couldn't help but take a look. The 3 red pills rolled out from the bottle at once. King Charles' eyes opened wide. "I thought there was sufficient ingredients, so I made more. You could give the other 2 to those 2 kings." "I hope you don't mind," Kathy explained. The 2 kings who were beside King Charles were both shocked and delighted when they heard what Kathy said. They accepted King Charles' invitation to visit the North Atlantic Dragon Palace together. They thought it would be an excellent opportunity to build relationships with the North Atlantic, as well as support King Charles. However, they never thought that coming here would get them each a rejuvenation pill. "Of course, I don't mind." King Charles' wrinkled face brightened. The Earth Elemental Dragons were the best in making elixirs amongst the 5 elemental dragons. Although King Charles couldn't make any elixirs himself, he was still good at distinguishing the level of pills. These 3 pills were the real deal. Level 4 rejuvenation pills. 1 pill could increase their life expectancy by 100 years. Of course, one could only take 1 pill, since the second pill wouldn't have the same effect. However, 100 years was enough for King Charles. "Thanks to King Charles, we've got it too." King George and King Fester stood up and thanked Kathy. Even though they weren't as desperate for the rejuvenation pills as King Charles, a level 4 elixir pill could be stored, and it could be extremely useful in the future. "We will forever remember the favor that North Atlantic has done for Southeast Mountain. There are still a lot of things to deal with in the mountains. Once I'm done, I'll visit again with more gifts." King Charles put the white bottle in his ring and stood up straight. He bowed at Draken gratefully. King George and King Fester also stood up and said, "We will also help out if North Atlantic Dragon Clan needs any help in the future." Enchanted Lake and Silver Mountain were 2 medium-sized clans in the southeastern region. Since there weren't large clans like the North Atlantic in that region, together with King Charles, they represented the majority of power in the area. Of course, Draken was ecstatic. He never thought that Kathy's 3 elixir pills would lead to an alliance between the North Atlantic and 3 southeastern dragon clans. Geographically speaking, the southeastern region was closer to the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. However, the South Atlantic was more arrogant, so other non-water elemental dragon clans didn't have a good relationship with them. Now that the North Atlantic had bonded with the 3 southeastern dragon kings, it was a bigger threat to the South Atlantic. Therefore, the South Atlantic would not dare to make a move so easily. Thank you for the pills, Elixir Master. If there's a chance, please, come and visit our southeast mountain, King Charles said to Cathy politely. He only knew the North Atlantic Dragon clan had a level 4 Elixir Master before, but now he knew that it wasn't simple. Their wood elemental dragon clans also had experience with making elixirs, but they would have to pay close attention for at least a week to make level 4 pills. Moreover, if they counted the time required to get ready as well, it would take at least half a month. That was why he gave Cathy a month, just in case other events took place. King Charles had indeed given Cathy more ingredients, but that was taking failures and leakage from the elixir-making process into consideration. He never expected that the elixir master of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace would use some materials of her own to create 3 rejuvenation pills. From all aspects, King Charles thought that this elixir master's real power far exceeded that of a regular level 4 elixir master. Regardless of which dragon clan she belonged to, it was worth building a good relationship with her. Sure, if we ever have the chance to visit the Southeast Mountain, I'll bring her along with me. Helen lightly took hold of Cathy's hand and said to King Charles gently. She knew what King Charles was thinking about very clearly. After all, an elixir master like Cathy would be beneficial to any power, and they would want to win her over using any method. What Helen just did showed North Atlantic's close relationship with Cathy, signaling to King Charles that it would be a waste of time and effort for Southeast Mountain to try to win Cathy over. Congratulations to you, Dragon Queen. For having such a talented master, I'm very jealous. King Charles laughed energetically to relieve the awkwardness. After some thought, King Charles realized that the North Atlantic Dragon Clan would for sure keep such a talented elixir master close. On the other hand, since such a talented elixir master was willing to help the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, it only meant that they had good relationships. Helen responded with an elegant smile and no further explanations. Thanks for the help today. I'll come again next time to show my gratitude officially, King Charles said, and gave a slight bow. As he did that, he stared at Jacob, thinking, this young prince of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan is strong. Although I didn't see his performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams, all the elders who went told me great things about him. This young man is respectful, humble, not greedy, and patient. Rumor had it that he's also the commanding general of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Befriending the North Atlantic Dragon Clan seems like a good step to take. This furnace. Jacob took out the big copper furnace from his storage space. With all the thoughts in his mind, King Charles almost forgot about the copper furnace, which was one of the most precious treasures of the Southeast Mountain Dragon Clan. King Charles smiled kindly and cast a spell to turn the copper furnace smaller. Then he put the small copper furnace into his storage ring. What a virtuous young man, he praised Jacob secretly. The copper furnace was a great treasure. After King Charles received the 3 rejuvenation pills, he was so thrilled that he forgot about it. If he left without asking for it back, he might not have been able to get it back in the future. However, Jacob had no intention of keeping it for himself and gave it back voluntarily. King Charles had lived for 600 years, and he looked at Jacob and thought, this young man will reach great heights in the future. The 3 kings, the elders, and the disciples walked towards the door. Dragon, Helen, Jacob, Sophie, and Cathy all went out to see them off. Since Southeast Mountain didn't need to wait a month to come back to get the pills, it didn't mean that they couldn't come back. Instead, they would come back for sure, with even more valuable gifts. The 2 other dragon kings who came along with King Charles would also send gifts to the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, since they got rejuvenation pills as well. The conversation between the 4 clans was quite smooth, and it seemed like they could become great allies. The Mercedes drove away slowly, and Draken was delighted and let out a long, relieved breath. North Atlantic had destroyed the South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Then, they destroyed the South Atlantic troops. On land, the MTX Group had acquired the Conquerors Group's subsidiaries, pushing the Conqueror group into a dangerous position. All these things would make the North Atlantic Dragon Palace look dominating and pressing. King Charles of Southeast Mountain was well respected amongst the Wood Elemental Dragon clans because he was fair and mild. Even the Earth Elemental Dragon clans respected him. Both the Wood Elemental and Earth Elemental clans were deep in the Force, so they were often neighbors with close relationships. It also meant that they were somewhat distant from the Water Elemental clans. Unlike the retired Dragon Kings, King Charles was in charge of Southeast Mountain, and his words could influence the perspectives other Wood Elemental and Earth Elemental clans had towards the North Atlantic. With King Charles' good impression of the North Atlantic Dragon clan, there should be more and more clans that be willing to establish relationships with the North Atlantic Dragon clan, allowing North Atlantic to have a better reputation and access to more resources. "Let's go have dinner," Draken said happily as he watched the cars disappear. Then he turned around and walked into the house.
The relationships that the North Atlantic Dragon Clan had with other dragon clans were those from past generations. Some were Helen's father's friends, while some were elders that lived in the deep woods around the city and were willing to say good things for the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. However, since they were distanced from the core power now, their words were not convincing. The North Atlantic could not visit other elemental dragon clans due to their high status, and those other elemental dragon clans also didn't like visiting North Atlantic since they were far away. Now, Southeast Mountain had come to visit on their own, and this solved a huge headache for Draken. Helen knew what was going on inside Draken's mind, so she smiled happily. Southeast Mountain King Charles was a fair person. After he gets back, he would for sure help the North Atlantic bond with the other clans. From the looks of it, the North Atlantic Dragon Palace would become much livelier in the future, and General Arthur, who had nothing to do at the moment, would be so busy that he wouldn't have time to rest. When Helen went back inside the house, she felt extremely relieved. Dinner was already cooked, but it was postponed since King Charles came over. She told everyone to gather around the dinner table for the meal. "Mrs. Richards, I already had dinner," Kathy said as she saw Helen bring out the dishes from the kitchen. "It's okay. Come and eat a few bites," Helen said as she put the last dish on the table. She was too grateful to Kathy to send her back empty-handed. "Okay, thank you, Miss Richards." Kathy couldn't reject Helen's enthusiastic invitation, so she smiled and sat down. "Soph, go get the rice," Helen told Sophie. Sophie frowned and stood up to fetch the rice in the kitchen. Jacob smiled. He understood that Sophie was feeling. When Mila and Walter paid more attention to Kathy than him, he felt a bit jealous as well. "It's not the first time you've been over, Kathy. Make yourself at home." Helen smiled when she talked to Kathy. Kathy nodded, but she felt a bit out of place. "Eat some salad." Helen picked up the salad bowl and put some in Kathy's bowl. Since Kathy wasn't actually a part of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, she didn't need to make pills for the Dragon Kings, especially not level 4 pills. Regardless of how long it took, making level 4 elixir pills were extremely energy consuming. Helen's kind acts were to show her gratefulness. Dinner went by slowly, with Helen completely doting on Kathy and completely ignoring Sophie and Jacob. After dinner, Kathy volunteered to help tidy up, and Helen didn't decline her offer. "Thank you for having me over today." Kathy cleaned the table. She said and smiled at Helen. "We're really happy to have you over. I haven't even thanked you for the youth pill from last time," Helen said. It's no big deal." Kathy smiled sweetly. "Go home and rest early today. You have your exams next week, so you should study well." Helen looked at the clock and said. Then she shouted out, "Jacob, you should go back earlier too." Jacob nodded and stood up, knowing that he'll have to stay up late after spending most of the day out. "Mom, I want..." Sophie stood up and mumbled. Helen had raised Sophie for years. She knew very clearly what Sophie was planning in her head. She smiled and said, "You can go to Jacob's place. Go along now. Exams are over anyway. When Sophie heard this, she ran over to the door happily. After all, Helen cared about her a lot. Jacob said goodnight to Helen and Draken, and headed towards the door as well. He would have to drive the three of them to his house. The Ferrari was still parked across the street. This limited edition Ferrari now exposed one of its biggest weak spots. It could only fit 2 people at once. "I can ride Snowflake back," Kathy said. She made an energy sphere. Snowflake, who was by her feet, turned into a snow lion form immediately. Kathy rode on Snowflake, and they soared through the air. Normal cultivators couldn't fly in the first heaven, but it was the district under the surveillance of Jacob and Susan. Kathy was also a disciple of a Soul Formation Realm cultivator, so she was able to have special permission to soar through the city skies. Without another word, Jacob started the Ferrari, and it turned into a beam of light. Sophie was tired after the long exam, and then the day at the arcade, so she almost fell asleep in the silence of the car. When they reached home, Kathy had already climbed back into her room through her window. "Grandma!" Sophie walked in and greeted happily. "Soph, are you staying here today?" Grandma stood up to hug her and asked. "Yeah, my exams are over, so I thought I'd stay here," Sophie smiled at her. Helen was a little hard on Sophie sometimes, but she knew that Jacob's grandma would never be. Sometimes it felt like she loved Sophie even more than Jacob. Snowflake had returned to its puppy form and was rolling around on the living room floor, eating a piece of apple from Grandma's hand. Grandma was extremely happy. "Jacob!" Jade and Julia suddenly appeared, startling Jacob. "Their grandpa is out doing work, and they didn't have a place to eat." Grandma hugged Snowflake and said to Jacob. Jade and Julia made innocent faces together. Jacob didn't have a chance but to let them stay, though he didn't know whether Liam was in the city or not. However, Liam didn't know how to cook, so the twins did not have much to eat at his house either way. "Grandma, I'll take Snowflake." Jacob held Snowflake as he walked toward the stairs with Sophie. This little beast discovered that the food Grandma fed it had the elixirs Kathy secretly put in, so it was nice to Grandma. "Master!" Jade and Julia raced up the stairs. Kathy's room door was open, and all of them walked inside directly. Apparently, Snowflake's feces could act as a catalyst for the spirit herbs. "We could try it today," Jacob said as he walked towards the balcony in the room. "Okay." Kathy's eyes brightened. She also wanted to confirm whether the writings on the rare techniques were true or not. However, she was so busy studying recently that she didn't have time to try. Jacob grabbed a pot of cactus and made Snowflake stand directly over it. He knelt to observe Snowflake. Sophie was blinking her big eyes, curiously. She also knelt and stared at Snowflake. Jade and Julia also knelt with their elbows on their knees and their hands holding their chins. They surrounded Snowflake. Kathy knelt next to them. She stared anxiously at Snowflake. It was very important to her, as an elixir master, to know whether Snowflake's feces was as potent as it's said to be. Snowflake's eyes turned watery, as if it were going to cry. Its back legs were on the edges of the pot, and its front legs were firmly on the ground. It let out light groaning sounds. "Snowflake, you can do it!" Sophie clenched both hands and couldn't help but say. Snowflake looked at Sophie innocently, and it continued to frown. This was something that should not be forced, and Snowflake had never experienced such pressure. There were so many people surrounding it, staring at it anxiously as it tried to go. "It doesn't seem to be working. Let's feed Snowflake." Kathy got 3 energy fusion pills from her bracelet and put them in front of Snowflake. Once it saw the elixir pills, Snowflake instantly brightened up. It stuck out its tongue and devoured the pills in Kathy's hands. As soon as the pills were eaten, Snowflake felt an urge. "Why isn't it stinky at all?" Sophie asked curiously. Currently, there was no change to the cactus. Jacob put the flower pot back onto the balcony. Then he lifted Snowflake, who was exhausted, and took it to the bathroom to clean up properly before putting it back on the floor. Snowflake regained its energy again and started jumping up and down towards Sophie. Sophie rushed to dodge, as she didn't want to hug Snowflake right now. Then Snowflake jumped towards Kathy, and the latter opened her eyes wide and rushed to dodge as well. Snowflake saw that they both didn't want to hug it, so it jumped towards Jade and Julia. The twins were incredibly clean people, so they shrieked and blocked Snowflake. Snowflake didn't give up just yet. It shook its head and jumped at them once again. Very soon the four girls were running out of Kathy's room, with Snowflake chasing after them. They scattered in four different directions. Snowflake essentially was a snow lion, but it didn't have a lion's mindset. It loved to play. Therefore, the more they ran, the more it wanted to catch them. The house was instantly turned into a wild playground. Grandma sat still on the couch, watching the girls running around in the living room. She smiled, thinking that they were playing with the puppy.
It was very late in the night. While the girls settled down again, Jacob carried and put the cactus in his own room, so he'd be able to monitor it closely. He was sitting on his bed, quietly circulating his nature essence according to his sword shadow scroll. Ever since he ate the elixir pill that Irene gave him, his cultivation speed hadn't been as fast as it used to be. Of course, Jacob knew that it was because the meridians inside his body were now secured. If he had followed the way he used to train, striving to only charge at higher levels, there would be more and more hidden injuries inside his body. If his body collapsed because of his reckless training, even a level 9 golden pill wouldn't be able to save him. Jacob was busy with his usual mortal life, but he wouldn't slack off his training because it was not only for himself, but also for the safety of Sophie in the future. Irene enabled Sophie to cultivate human cultivator techniques, but that only made her body stronger. Fundamentally, as a dragon, the problem of losing her dragon core hadn't been fixed. His nature essence was slowly circulating as the sword energies flowed around him. Jacob's room was lit up colorfully as hundreds of sword energies, as thin as needles, floated around him like fishes. Hundreds of colorful, thin needles flew up towards the clouds through the crack of the window. Jacob closed his eyes in his room. However, he was able to feel the great sea at night. The hundreds of thin sword energies were scattered in the sky, and each of them absorbed the nature essence. Rain was starting to fall into the sea. The dark clouds were close to the sea surface, and the thunder roared. The thin floating needles were charged by the lightning as they floated in the clouds. "Break!" Jacob lightly shouted while his eyes were still closed, and he was still sitting in his room. The hundreds of golden needles formed into one large golden dragon, swirling the waves meters high. Then the waves twisted towards the clouds. The hundreds of needles dashed into the clouds again, absorbing all the lightning energies in them. All the golden needles pierced into the sea. At that moment, everything was dead silent. Two dragons array formation. Jacob was able to move the sword energies as he wished. The 320 sword energies formed two large waves as they rushed out from the bottoms of the sea. Jacob's home was next to the sea. Therefore, Jacob was able to fly the sword energies thousands of meters away and practice in the middle of the night. Two beams of strong sword energies went through the sky. Then they separated into thin needles and flew a few thousand meters to return to Jacob's room. Jacob's dragon core finally got another opening. He had absorbed the nature essence and the lightning, and it was nourishing his body. The sword shadow scroll was different than any other technique, as it could absorb lightning energy and create sword energies that could carry it back to the cultivator. Cultivating the 5 elements altogether required 5 times the nature essence, but it was also 5 times the power of a single elemental cultivator. The thin, needle-like sword energies turned into soft, light dots and floated in the room. Jacob carefully tempered the new opening, and was no longer as abrupt as he used to be. He no longer dared to be rough, and was willing to spend more time firming the realm rather than forcefully creating a new opening. If his dragon core broke, he would lose all his strength like Sophie's uncle after the heavenly tribulation, if he got lucky. If he weren't fortunate, he would die instantly. Jacob didn't have Kenith's level of talent to cultivate back to his original realm, even after his dragon core broke. He couldn't match Susan's talent as well. The most important thing was that if his dragon core broke, Sophie's life would be in danger. That was why Jacob was more careful with his training, as he was responsible for himself and, more importantly, Sophie. Dawn slowly arrived, and Jacob exhaled and finished cultivating for the night. He slowly opened his eyes after cultivating using the sword shadow scroll 72 times. The morning sunlight shined through the window. Ah! Jacob couldn't help but shout. Outside the window, the cactus had climbed up to the roof, covering Jacob's room as if it were in the Amazon. Jacob stood up and rushed to open the balcony door that was stuck shut. His balcony had been completely occupied by the cactus. The cactus on the balcony looked as if it were hundreds of years old. It was big, thick, and each of the branches stood up straight. They almost broke the balcony. Jacob didn't expect the cactus to grow so much in one night. With this crazy growth at speed, it would be less than 3 days for it to cover Jacob's home completely. The sky was brightening up. The cactus continued to grow explosively on his balcony. A part of it even fell from the balcony, reaching the first floor. Jacob quickly shot out 16 sword energies to cut the roots of the cactus. Cactuses weren't special spiritual herbs, so it was easy for blades to cut through them, let alone Jacob's sword energies. The 16 sword energies cut straight through the bottom of the cactus, and Jacob used wood elemental nature essence to protect his palms as he lifted the thorny cactus. This little cactus that used to grow in a flower pot was now 2 meters in diameter at the bottom. Jacob lifted the enormous cactus and threw it straight into the sea. If Grandma saw this enormous cactus, she would have had a heart attack. The cactus landed in the sea, creating waves over 1 meter high. The cactus was the size of the balcony, and it floated on the water. It didn't seem like it was going to sink. When Jacob saw it, he had goosebumps. He was scared that the cactus would continue growing. So he shot 16 sword energies to cut the cactus into even smaller pieces. In one night, a small cactus grew explosively into one that couldn't fit on the balcony. The small amount of feces from snowflakes had a potent effect. If this cactus was seen by Jacob's dad, he would for sure use it as a biology research project. Jacob's 16 sword energies once again started to stir in the cactus, cutting even the floating pieces on the surface of the ocean into tiny bits. Then, he relaxed and went back to his balcony. The other flower pots and flowers on the balcony were crushed. Jacob looked at the concrete fence, and there were cracks on it. The growing power of the cactus was indeed shocking. A knocking noise sounded on Jacob's door. Jacob opened the door and saw Sophie in her pajamas. "I was having breakfast with Grandma, and I suddenly remembered the cactus from yesterday. How is it doing?" she asked with a faint smile. She rushed through Jacob's room to go to the balcony. "Where's the cactus?" Sophie asked Jacob hastily when she didn't see the cactus. "Look on the floor," Jacob said. She looked down and saw cactus thorns all over the ground. The thorns were as long as human fingers, and she was able to picture how big the cactus had become. She picked up a random yellow thorn and tried to break it with her fingers, but she couldn't even bend it. These cactus thorns were even thicker and stronger than the thickest sewing needle at home. "Where's the cactus?" Sophie couldn't help and asked as she turned her head around. She blinked with curiosity and anticipation, which was adorable. "How can I leave it here when it was bigger than the balcony?" Jacob said. Sophie gaped a little, and her eyes were wide open with shock. She suddenly understood how large the cactus had become. "It was too big, and I was scared that it would frighten Grandma. Therefore, I threw it into the sea and cut it into bits before I could tell you to come over and see," Jacob said. "Oh, okay," Sophie understood, and her eyes began to shine. "The experiment was successful then?" Jacob didn't know how to respond. Of course, the experiment was successful, but the image of running around Snowflake trying to pick up its feces was making his stomach knot. He sighed and let go of those thoughts for now. Sophie kept chatting with him as they both reached the living room so she could finish the breakfast she left. "Kathy!" Grandma called for Kathy's attention, who was also sitting there having her breakfast. "Yes, Grandma?" Kathy looked up from her cereal and asked. "What tea did you give me last night? I slept really well and feel very energized today." Grandma looked very healthy and asked as she held a teacup. "Oh, it's herbs that I got from someone. I don't even know the name, but it's used to make tea. It's pretty good," Kathy answered easily. Jacob was curious and looked over, and he saw something red in Grandma's teacup. The blood ginseng from Southeast Mountain. Jacob guessed that Kathy cut off a small part from one of the 6 blood ginsengs. The Southeast Mountain gave 6 blood ginsengs to Kathy as a sign of appreciation. They were invaluable. If it were in ancient times, even the emperors couldn't get their hands on them. However, Grandma was able to drink the tea made from it to improve her health. Jacob was right. Foundation establishment round cultivators, and even core formation round cultivators, would kill for these blood ginsengs, since they could increase nature essence. "It tastes quite good." Grandma gave out a satisfied smile and had another sip. "Grandma, you don't even know that you're even more precious than an emperor," Jacob secretly thought. "I still have a few. This one should last for a week. When you finish it, I'll cut you another section," Kathy said with a smile. "Okay." Grandma held her teacup and nodded a few times. These blood ginsengs wouldn't last a few months at Grandma's rate of consumption. If the cultivators on Fifth Heaven knew how a mortal used up these 6 blood ginsengs, they would feel like it was such a waste. If King Charles found out, he'd be so shocked that he might spit out blood. However, Kathy didn't feel like she was wasting it. She asked Noah already, and he said that the blood ginsengs could be used for tea for mortals. However, their effect would be reduced more than 100 times on normal people. "You guys have exams next week. Oh, don't waste your time and go study. I'll make you guys food," Grandma said. "Okay," Kathy smiled and went to her room to study. Soon after, Jade and Julia came downstairs from their room yawning. Walter and Mila were away for a conference, so they weren't home this weekend. Therefore, their room was available for Jade and Julia to stay in. Jacob thought a bit and believed that they came over to spend time with Grandma, with the additional benefit of getting free food. They had come over prepared. Not only did they bring their pajamas, they also brought their books to study. At that moment, the rain started to pour outside. In this kind of rain, there was no signs of melancholy. Rather, the house was filled with a warm atmosphere. The 4 sat around a small square-shaped table. On the other side of the glass wall was the beach. It was an extremely pretty scene as the rain connected heaven and the sea. Sophie, whose finals had already ended, decided to try and help Jacob's grandma with lunch. She went to the kitchen and silently picked up an apron, making both Grandma and Jacob smile. All sorts of notes, papers, and textbooks were laid out on the table, making it seem like a good studying environment. Noah walked out of his room and stretched lazily at noon. The elementary school finals were a piece of cake to him. Snowflake followed Noah out and jumped up and down. It didn't have final exams. Even without Jacob's parents, the house by the sea was still very lively and warm this weekend. The final exams week in the university would be taking place during the monsoon season. Jacob was well prepared, so he was not scared at all. "Jacob, you're like a god of exams," Ryan said as he followed Jacob out of the last exam. Jacob finished all the exams in half the time. Ryan chose all his classes according to Jacob's schedule, so he could cheat by peeking at Jacob's answers. Jacob would move half a shoulder when Jacob poked him, so that the latter could see. But it was up to Ryan whether or not he could see clearly. Jacob was godlike during exams, gaining Ryan's respect. They walked down out of the building together, and the weather was sunny now. Susan was waiting for Jacob outside. "Let's go." Susan stared at Jacob and said with almost no emotions. "Okay." Jacob didn't think much and walked to Susan. Susan turned around swiftly and walked towards the main gate. Ryan stood at the building, looking astonished. Sam came out from the same examination room. He was standing on the little staircase outside the building and shouted, "Where's Jacob? Let's go eat together before vacation starts." Ryan finally reacted, and he pointed to the school's front gate and shouted, "He left with Susan." At that moment, Jacob walked with Susan out of the campus and into a deserted crossing. When Susan told him to come with her, he didn't think much. He knew it was because of work. Since it was almost summer vacation, some of the students who finished their exams early had gone home. The area surrounding the campus no longer had as many students as it usually would. Susan created a red energy sphere. The white longsword grew longer under her foot, and she grabbed Jacob as they flew up into the sky. "I told you that I needed to take you to the Dragon God Shrine to report," Susan said with a cold voice. "Ah, okay." Jacob let out 2 sword energies under his feet. He adjusted his body and stood on the back of Susan's sword. It was very uncomfortable to be lifted by the collar like how Susan was doing to him now. But it was still easier to stand on her sword as it saved him energy. As an 8th level master, her white longsword had no problem carrying another person. Susan turned around and rolled her eyes at him, but didn't say anything. The sword moved so fast that a white flash followed behind it. Back at the college, Michael was just about to go home in his Mercedes. He suddenly saw a little white puppy rolling around in the grass behind the library. Its fur was white, and its claws were golden. "Isn't that Jacob's dog?" Michael thought. The dog has come to a college a few times now, and it's slowly becoming the favorite animal of the girls. Snowflake was getting more and more famous to the extent that Michael knew about it. He parked his car by the grass. Snowflake was rolling on the grass and biting a stick. It paused for half a second and looked at Michael, but continued to play around with the stick. Michael slowly walked over, but Snowflake didn't mind him and just continued playing with its stick. Superb. Michael looked around and didn't see any other students around. Most of the exams at the university had ended this morning, so the majority of students had already gone home. The girls who usually went behind the library to feed Snowflake were no longer in sight. Michael had been training at Frank's Martial Arts Academy, so he was more agile than before. He swooped over to catch the rolling puppy. Jacob's pet dog. Even though I can't do anything to Jacob, I can take away his dog. Michael smiled evilly. He was about to take Snowflake to his car, but Snowflake struggled hard. You useless little puppy. You want to escape? Michael couldn't help but be full of himself. He had failed because of Jacob a few times. However, since Jacob came from a better background than him, he couldn't have his vengeance, so he was furious. The little dog was just the right thing for him to vent his anger on. Especially since Jacob is always around this little dog. Yeah, he must love this dog very much. If he loses it, he must feel very sad. Michael opened his car door and was about to throw Snowflake inside. Snowflake was only the size of a palm. Suddenly, turned into a fierce white lion. This snow white lion was bigger than Michael's car. Michael's eyes widened in utter shock, and his legs fell weak. He sat helplessly on the concrete floor. Monster! His head was blank. The harder he thought, the emptier it was. When he quickly rubbed his eye, he saw the little puppy again. This little dog left him as it ran away, wriggling its tail. It jumped right towards a girl who was walking by the library and bit that girl's fingers lightly to get her attention. Must be that my head is too blank after the exams. I must have had a hallucination. Michael rushed to get up from the ground and into his car. He started the engine, but he discovered that there was a dent in the shape of a large paw print on top of the engine cover. It was a Mercedes. That was very expensive. When he saw the dog happily racing across the front of the library, he no longer could tell what it was. The dent in the front of the car might have been from a student who doesn't like me, and he hit my car with a rock when I fainted momentarily. Snowflake played on the university campus freely.
Jacob and Susan reached the Dragon God Shrine. The enormous round platform that was supporting the Dragon God Shrine let out a mysterious light. This was the most complex array formation on First Heaven. It far exceeded the Four Ocean Dragon Palace's protection array formation. According to the agreement made hundreds of years ago, the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators had their own territories. However, they were still cautious towards each other. If a large-scale war were to break out, the Dragon God Shrine would be the Dragon Tribe's military headquarters. This type of complex defense formation array was therefore necessary. If you don't have your token, you can't see the array formation unless you've reached the 7th level or above, or you have extraordinary spiritual senses, Susan explained to Jacob as they rode on her sword and entered the place. As they crossed the array formation, the token on Jacob's waist flashed once. This was an inspector's token. Each inspector only has one, and would need to use nature essence to activate it. It was basically a natal treasure. If the inspector died, the token would self-explode. If the inspector were seriously injured, the token would also react. There was no need to worry about other cultivators stealing an inspector's identity to try to sneak into the Dragon God Shrine. The array formation around the Dragon God Shrine would open up a few layers for the days of the general exams. However, those few days were when the Dragon God Shrine was the strongest. The inspectors who worked outside returned, and plenty of dragon cultivators were here. During this time, even if the array formation was a few layers weaker, the human cultivators would not dare to invade the Dragon God Shrine. Usually, a regular cultivator would not be able to see the Dragon God Shrine, just like how a mortal would not see the energy sphere cultivators created. The red energy spheres of dragon cultivators were extremely powerful techniques to mortals, and the Dragon God Shrine's array formation was also extraordinary to those cultivators who were below the 7th level. When they crossed the energy sphere, they saw that the rooms that were used for the exams and the buildings that were used for residence during the exams were quiet. No one could be seen. The Dragon God Shrine was open to the public once a year. That was why these places were quiet right now. Of course, if a large-scale war were to happen between the dragon cultivators and the human cultivators, the Dragon God Shrine would become the headquarters, and a lot of dragon cultivators would be able to be fit in here. There was a black wall surrounding the outer city. The battling arenas were in between the wall and the core Dragon God Shrine. After some reconstruction, the damage done during the combat exams had been restored. The East exam area that was wiped to the ground by Jacob and Kenith now was restored to its original form. It had 25 small arenas there. Jacob, who was standing on Susan's longsword, couldn't help but remember the fierce battles he had fought. Every year, talented inspectors would be chosen from the winning dragon cultivators. Jacob didn't fight until the last battle, but he had proved himself to the Dragon God Shrine. Near the main palace were a few inspectors riding on their treasures. They were flying around, but the number of inspectors was much less compared to during the exams. They landed by the east entrance of the Dragon God Shrine. Susan pulled back her white sword and turned to face Jacob. Jacob was a bit nervous when she looked at him. Strictly speaking, only official inspectors could enter the Dragon God Shrine. During this year's exams, the people from the North and South Atlantic Dragon clans had gone inside to discuss their own business, and now was the only exception. Aside from that incident, any Dragon Kings and the former Dragon Kings were not allowed inside. Jacob was a level 3 inspector, so he should be able to go in. The towering palace looked similar to the Grand Tower in the Nine Dragon Palace. In fact, the Dragon God Shrine, which was in the center of the floating platform, was based on the Nine Dragon Palace. No matter how grand the Dragon God Shrine was, it was unable to exceed the presence of the magnificent Nine Dragon Palace. If the Nine Dragon Palace were a city, then the Dragon God Shrine's platform would only be a piece of land in the city, and the Dragon God Shrine would be a skyscraper on top of that land. This palace was made of innumerable pieces of black stones. Jacob felt a shiver down his spine as soon as he stepped inside. These black stones were not an ordinary material.
Many cultivators would admire the Dragon God Shrine just by the materials that it was made from. Their power was extraordinary. These materials were used to form numerous array formations, turning the Dragon God Shrine into a large treasure. Each area inside the Dragon God Shrine has specified access levels, so you can't just go running around. Susan turned around and instructed Jacob as she walked inside. Okay, Jacob nodded, and he observed the inside of the Dragon God Shrine as he walked. The interior was all made from black stones, and it let out shivering waves of cold air. The farther in Jacob got, the colder it was. He couldn't help but shiver. Then he immediately started to use the Sword Shadow Scroll to warm himself up. From the outside, the Dragon God Shrine was a square building. Who knew that everything, including the pillars, were square-shaped, even inside the building? Actually, even in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, every zone has specified access levels. Since you're related to the king, no one would block you, Susan said. Jacob turned around and looked at Susan as she continued. In the Dragon God Shrine, no matter what royal background you come from, you're only a level 3 inspector. If you do anything wrong, the Dragon God Shrine has the power to punish you. Susan looked serious, making Jacob feel very nervous. The North Atlantic Dragon Palace valued relationships, but the Dragon God Shrine was stricter with rules. This could be shown by Tong from the Metal Elemental Dragon clan. He was arrogant, but never dared to disobey the Dragon God Shrine's rules. In Susan's case, she was an 8th level cultivator, but because of what happened in the North Atlantic, she was demoted to a level 3 inspector without exception. Inspectors having special privileges also meant that they were bound by the Dragon God Shrine. Take your token out and put it by your waist, Susan instructed next. Jacob followed her orders and took out his inspector's token from inside his body. He suddenly realized that the token had turned yellow when they came inside. The inspectors coming towards them had white tokens by their waists. These few inspectors respectfully cleared a path for them to pass through. The tokens all look similar outside the Dragon God Shrine. What's different is the number of golden dragon claws carved on it. However, when you're inside the Dragon God Shrine, the tokens will appear in different colors. White for level 1 inspectors, silver for level 2 inspectors, yellow for level 3 inspectors, and golden for level 4 inspectors. Susan continued to explain. With her personality, she didn't like speaking much. But since it was the first time Jacob entered the Dragon God Shrine, she had to explain some things to him. I recommend you put your token out when you're in the Dragon God Shrine. Different levels have different access restrictions, Susan said. When they were talking, a level 4 inspector walked by. Susan waved and said hi, but he only lightly nodded and walked by. He didn't even look at Jacob. Here, higher level inspectors can command lower level inspectors to do stuff. Normally, though, the level 4 inspectors only command level 1 and level 2 inspectors. So you probably don't need to worry about that, Susan continued to explain to Jacob as they walked. And since you're with me, I don't think any level 4 inspectors will dare make you do anything. In the whole inspector system, there weren't that many level 4 inspectors. Susan was almost the strongest amongst all the level 4 inspectors before, so all the other level 4 inspectors respected Susan. That was why even when she was demoted to a level 3 inspector, they would still pay her some respect. Susan led Jacob into a small room. Inside the room sat an old man who looked a bit like General Arthur. He had wrinkles all over his face and looked ancient. He sat in front of a huge book and looked up at them with a welcoming smile. "Greetings, Elder," Susan said as she led Jacob in. "This is..." the old cultivator said as he squinted at Jacob. "He's the new level 3 inspector. Jake, I brought him here to register," Susan said. "Oh, I remember now. He was your assisting inspector. The old cultivator nodded. Susan, you never had assisting inspectors before. This was a first. Assisting inspectors were not allowed inside the Dragon God Shrine, but were still required to be registered, which would be done by their supervising inspectors. Jacob jumping from assisting inspector to a level 3 inspector was a big change. So this old cultivator who oversaw registration knew of him. However, he never expected the new level 3 inspector to be this young. He's also now the regional inspector in the North Atlantic region, Susan said. Understood. Understood. The old cultivator handed Jacob an ink brush and pointed at the name registry. Sign here. Jacob held the brush and used nature essence on it. The tip of the ink brush turned stiff, like a fountain pen, and Jacob wrote his name using it. The old cultivator reached out to lightly touch the token by Jacob's weight. Light dots shined on the yellow token, but then disappeared immediately. You're a new inspector, so let me explain. I have not only the registry here, but also the different missions you could take. The old cultivator took out a thick book and put it in front of Jacob. Jacob flipped open the book, and on it were lines and lines of missions for the inspectors. He flipped to the recent records and saw that some had already been completed. The Spirit Mountain couldn't deal with the 100-year-old demon bees, and they requested help from the Dragon God Shrine. Level 3 Inspector Felix had taken on the mission. He killed all the bees by February 16th, 2022. 6th level Cultivator Maya had caused great disruption and deaths at the South Atlantic's Thousand Spirit Island. Level 4 Inspector Oliver took on the mission. Maya was caught and imprisoned on March 6, 2022. A spirit stone was discovered by ordinary researchers at the 1825 Art District in the North Atlantic region. Level 2 Inspector Mac took on the mission. He destroyed the spirit stone on June 3rd, 2022. Jacob's eyes brightened when he saw this. That spirit stone was the one he accidentally dropped on the roof. Didn't it end up being sent to the country's research centers? Jacob thought. It seemed like the spirit stone had been destroyed by an inspector, and the one in the research center was probably just an ordinary rock that replaced the one destroyed. No results would come out now from the research. Let's go, Jacob. Susan tapped on Jacob's shoulder. Inspectors can improve their contribution by taking on missions that were set out by the Dragon God Shrine. The inspectors would receive certain rewards for their missions, as well as gaining some experience from the job. However, Susan thought Jacob would be better off sticking to his usual training for now. The stamp has been unlocked, Susan. Bring him over, the old cultivator said. Thanks, Elder, Susan said politely, and led Jacob out of the room. What did the blinks on the token resemble? Jacob asked softly. It's your first time at the Dragon God Shrine, and your authorization will only be unlocked when you register here. Otherwise, you'll fall into many traps ahead, Susan said. Jacob was secretly shocked by how good the defense of the Dragon God Shrine was. Even the strong cultivators who were able to duplicate Inspector's token to trick the array formations and enter the Dragon God Shrine would not be able to reach deep inside. This old man acted as the first guard on the first floor lobby of the Dragon God Shrine. Any new inspectors would enter the Dragon God Shrine for the first time must go to him so that he could recognize their faces and grant them access according to their respective level. What realm is he on? I couldn't tell, Jacob asked. 8th, Susan responded calmly. Jacob gasped and thought. The Dragon God Shrine sure is powerful. Even a guard is on the 8th level. There are many powerful people here at the Dragon God Shrine. It's better not to do anything recklessly, Susan warned Jacob again, as she saw right through him. Susan led Jacob to a staircase that was made of black stone. Beside the staircase was a square pillar that had a two-clawed golden dragon mark on it. The two-clawed golden dragon mark means that we're going into the area accessible only to inspectors who were level 2 or beyond, Susan said. Jacob followed Susan up the stairs. He looked back at the lobby and thought to himself, level 1 inspectors could only stay on the first floor of the Dragon God Shrine. Except for that old man's room where inspectors could take on missions, there were only some lounges for communication and resting on the first floor. Those cultivators who risked their lives to become inspectors would typically become level 1 inspectors. With the identity of an inspector, they'd be able to enter the Dragon God Shrine and have the opportunity to get different missions. Even though it was just that, all the dragon cultivators fought day and night for these few quotas. This only went to show the difference in resources between big forces and small forces. Don't you think that there's something different about the inside compared with the outside? Susan asked as she continued walking. Different? Jacob went blank for a moment, and then started to think about it more in depth. Inside the ice-cold Dragon God Shrine, the nature essence intensity was 7 to 8 times higher than the outside. Jacob trained in 5th Heaven often, and 5th Heaven had 3 or 4 times the nature essence intensity than 1st Heaven. The ethereal summit had even higher concentrations of nature essence than other places on 5th Heaven, around 7 to 8 times more than 1st Heaven. That was why, even though Jacob felt cold, he didn't feel anything special after entering the palace. However, the Dragon God Shrine was like a cultivation heaven to many dragon cultivators since it was so dense with nature essence. As long as one became an inspector, even if it were just level 1, he or she would be able to enjoy this nature essence intensity. Since the Dragon God Shrine itself was like an essence stem, cultivating here would be more efficient. I became an inspector because I wanted to advance faster, Susan said calmly. Anything on and above 5th Heaven were the territories of the human cultivators. Those weren't the places that traditional dragon cultivators could easily access. Jacob cultivated the Sword Shadow Scroll, which required simultaneously pulling in all 5 elements, while Sophie and Kathy cultivated using human cultivation techniques. Jade and Julia weren't dragon cultivators, and Noah didn't have the aura of a dragon as well. That was why they were all able to move freely on 5th Heaven. The dragon cultivators above 3rd level, but below 7th level, did not dare to enter 5th Heaven recklessly because they couldn't guarantee that they'd be able to go back in one piece. They wouldn't dare to even go into a valley, let alone creating a cave there. Even Susan didn't dare to trespass into 5th Heaven before she reached the 7th level. The cultivation sects had deep hostility towards dragon cultivators, and they were also very sensitive to dragons' auras. 5th Heaven was the front line for the cultivation sects, and it was a key to fend off possible invading dragon cultivators. The dragon cultivators who succeeded in passing through 5th Heaven would immediately face cultivators from 6th or even 7th Heaven. These stairs are round, Jacob suddenly said as he followed Susan up the stairs. Everything in the Dragon God Shrine was in square, but this staircase was oddly in a circular design. On one side of the staircase was a gold wall. On the other side, the staircase was connected to floors full of rooms. These rooms were designed like a hotel. Some larger rooms were made with transparent glass, resembling gyms, libraries, and bars of a luxury hotel. They corresponded to training rooms, cultivation rooms, and resting areas. These rooms had a 3-clawed golden dragon or a 4-clawed golden dragon mark on their doorposts. Those resembled the access restrictions of the inspectors. The Dragon God Shrine is the place where one could improve their skills fastest. It has the best environment for cultivation, has the best cores, has the best techniques, and different opportunities where you could gain fighting experience both internally and externally, Susan said. Jacob nodded. Jacob had seen the riches in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, so he wasn't especially impressed. However, for the cultivators who came from middle to smaller-sized powers which lacked resources, the Dragon God Shrine was the highest source of agency and school they could attain. That was why they admired and longed to enter the Dragon God Shrine. The pillar beside the staircase had a 3-clawed golden dragon mark. Anywhere beyond it was restricted to level 3 inspectors or above. The higher one went, the colder it was. The colder it was, the denser the nature essence. Jacob leaned against the pillar in the center of the staircase. He didn't realize that they had already walked up so many stairs. It was probably equivalent to walking up 30 floors in a normal building. If it were an ordinary person, he or she would have been exhausted by now. The staircase was extended by a counterclockwise spiral. Jacob turned around to look at the pillar that he was leaning on and realized that this was one long pillar, starting from the bottom of the Dragon God Shrine all the way up to the golden ceiling. "Our room is above," Susan said when she saw Jacob pausing. Jacob hurried to catch up with Susan as they continued walked upward. Inside the Dragon God Shrine were strong array formations. With Jacob's ability at low tier, 4th level, he wouldn't be able to break the restriction of the array formations and fly up even if he had the authorization. They continued to climb up a few floors. Then Susan finally turned into the corridor connecting to the stairs, and Jacob rushed to follow. This swirling staircase, Dragon God Shrine, linked different floors and corridors as if it were a maze. On the two sides of the corridor were stone doors. They kept walking until they reached the door that was engraved with the words North Atlantic, indicating their region. Susan took out her token and put it in the dent on the door. The door slowly opened and a wide space appeared. This place couldn't even be described as a room. It was like a top-class presidential suite. The living room was made of black stones. Because of the black color, it looked elegant and luxurious. There were a few crystals mounted on the walls, and they acted like windows, allowing the people inside to look out. Because a giant floating platform lifted the Dragon God Shrine, and Jacob's suite was on the 34th floor, the scenery as he saw through the crystal windows was the blue sky and white clouds. This was what Jacob imagined flying in a private jet would feel like. The floors were black, and the tables and desks were also made of black stones. However, they were not rough because they had been polished smooth. Also, the nature essence inside was even denser than outside. North Atlantic is one of the largest regions that's connected with the 4 ocean dragon clans. So, the regional inspectors of the region had the best treatment compared to other regional inspectors. Susan put the token by her waist again and walked inside nonchalantly. "This is our resting place at the Dragon God Shrine." Jacob walked in and saw another room in the suite. Rather than calling it a bedroom, it was more like a cultivation room because there was a white bed instead of a regular bed. "You can go and give it a try," Susan said. Jacob walked into the room that was to the left of the door. Inside this room were other daily essentials, in addition to the square white bed that was 3 meters on each side. Jacob reached out to touch the white bed, and he cooled down immediately. Don't underestimate this bed. It's made of 10,000-year-old cold marble. Its quality isn't too different from my natal treasure. Jacob thought back to Susan's white sword. He believed that the material that made Susan's natal treasure wouldn't be bad. It was an extreme luxury to use this material as a bed if it were similar to Susan's white sword. It meant that this bed was far more expensive than a bed made from pure gold. Jacob almost wanted to run over and chip off some of it for his own use. Of course, he wouldn't do that kind of stuff. If it were Noah in his place, he might have done it. Jacob lied down on the white bed and started to use the sword shadow scroll, and it was no longer cold. Rather, he felt a warm energy embracing him. The 4 openings that were recently unlocked in his dragon core were nurtured by the warm energy. This bed could not only be used to assist with cultivation, but also for healing. Susan's words disrupted Jacob's experience. Jacob turned around and saw that Susan was standing near the door, as if waiting for her turn. he had been absorbing in cultivation for the last hour. He sat up straight immediately to make way for Susan. "For the next 2 months, I'll cultivate here in hopes of breaking through my current realm," Susan informed him. Now they were both sitting on the bed cross-legged. Since the bed was 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, there was more than enough space for both of them to sit and cultivate. "The bed," Jacob looked around. "Is this the only one?" "It's a precious treasure. How many do you think there are?" Susan asked him. Jacob was speechless. He finally understood why Susan was so against Tom being the regional inspector of the city. If she and Tom were both regional inspectors of the same region, they would have to share a room in the Dragon God Shrine. Susan then got up and reached for 2 black robes in the closet. "Change into this black robe. I'll take you to other places." Susan handed the larger robe to Jacob and walked into the bathroom to get changed herself. Jacob took off his jacket and put on the black robe. He had worn a similar robe when he participated in the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, so it was a familiar feeling. The 2 black robes each had a 3-clawed golden dragon on each shoulder, indicating that they were both level 3 inspectors. The clothes were more visible as symbols of their status than their tokens. When they left the room, the level 1 and level 2 inspectors bowed to them from afar. To reach level 3, a level 1 inspector would need to complete a large number of missions and accumulate a lot of contribution points, or they would have to increase their realms drastically. Susan ranked first place in the general exams in her year, so she started as a level 3 inspector. After she completed a few difficult missions, which involved catching evil dragon criminals, she was promoted to a level 4 inspector and became the regional inspector for an important region. Jacob became a level 3 inspector due to his spectacular performance at the Dragon God Shrine's general exams this year, as well as his pre-existing status as an assisting inspector. To be the regional inspector of the North Atlantic region, one had to be at least a level 3 inspector. The Dragon God Shrine's arrangement was mainly to fulfill Susan's wishes. "I'm going to take you to the restricted area of the Dragon God Shrine, the dungeon," Susan said calmly, as she led Jacob to an isolated corridor. The entrance of this corridor had 2 large and heavy stone gates that could be separated, and there was a 3-clawed golden dragon mark on both doors. Susan took out her token and put it onto the dent in the middle, and the door slowly opened. Unlike the corridors that they had just walked past, this one was a lot more humid and dark. It was even colder, but the nature essence was extremely thin. The prison cells started to shake violently as the prisoners saw inspectors walking in. "You, come fight me if you dare."
Let me out and I'll bite you."
Come on, kill me." There were all sorts of shouts around Susan and Jacob. Susan maintained her usual calm expression. Leading the way, she used her normal, composed tone and said, "If you see someone you want to fight, you could take on him or her in a battle. If they win, they can get 10 years taking off their sentence. But you need to remember, they don't hold back." Jacob turned around and looked at the prisoners on both sides of the dungeon. The prisoners looked at Jacob and swore even louder to try and provoke a fight. All sorts of abusive languages and mockeries were aimed at him. Every cultivator in prison in the Dragon God Shrine was extremely evil. Otherwise, the local dragon palaces would deal with them themselves, rather than letting the Dragon God Shrine do the work. The Dragon God Shrine would not kill them, but would keep them locked up for hundreds of years. Some prisoners wouldn't be able to finish their sentence before they die. "Little kid from North Atlantic. I didn't expect that a weakling like you could become an inspector. The Dragon God Shrine is getting weaker." A sharp but violent voice sounded from Jacob's left. "When I get out of here, I will kill you and that stupid girl, and also that old crone." The voice continued to shout out. "He's Reggie, a top-tier assassin from the South Atlantic Dragon Clan. He has killed mortals, dragon cultivators, and even inspectors. He'll stay here all his life. Susan looked over coldly and said. Calmly, Jacob took several steps forward. Reggie grabbed the iron bars of the cell and shook them with force. He cranked his neck and stared at Jacob through the iron bars with a distorted face. Jacob looked at him calmly and continued to walk. Reggie's right hand suddenly reached out from the cell, but he couldn't grab on to Jacob since the latter moved half a step away. Thinner than before, Reggie's eyes bulged out horribly, while the long knife scar on his face had become even more noticeable. When the South Atlantic Dragon Clan came to the Dragon God Shrine to restore their crown prince's cultivation abilities, they wanted Reggie back. But after knowing that he had lost all his cultivation strength, they gave up on him, Susan said as he stood by Jacob's side. South Atlantic Dragon Palace. South Atlantic Dragon Palace. Suddenly, Reggie yelled and reached out his hands from the cell, glaring at Jacob and Susan. I'll kill you. I'll kill you and your family. The prisoners here are divided into 4 categories according to their strengths. 4 is the strongest, while 1 is the weakest. Susan continued, ignoring Reggie. Jacob turned his gaze towards Reggie in the cell and saw the number 1 engraved on his forehead. However, among the prisoners here, he had committed the worst crimes, since he had killed mortals, dragon cultivators, and even inspectors. I want him, Jacob said mildly. He's one of the weakest prisoners. It's useless to fight him, Susan said. The inspectors could select their practice opponents from the dungeon, but they couldn't randomly choose just any one. The contribution points of the inspectors would be deducted by doing. The point deduction would be less if the inspectors chose the prisoners closer to their own strengths, and more if it was the other way around. Susan brought Jacob to the prison as part of the orientation tour, and didn't expect him to practice fighting with prisoners. I don't care, Jacob said. With a short puff, Susan picked up Jacob's token from his waist and placed it into the dent beside the cell. The cell opened automatically. Suddenly, a round platform rose in the center of the aisle. Some kind of white light lit up in the dim prison, and only a black light beam shone on the round platform. Reggie tumbled onto the round platform. Although the white lights had no effects on the inspectors who were wearing tokens, they were deadly to prisoners. Jacob took 3 steps forward and entered the round platform. Hit him! Hit him! Kill the inspector! All kinds of yells exploded instantly. The prisoners in the cells on both sides suddenly became the audience, and they shook the cells violently and created chaotic noises. Standing on the round platform, Reggie said with a distorted face, When I get out one day... A heavy punch landed onto his face suddenly. Reggie fell to the ground. Before he could get back up, Jacob gave him a vicious kick. After rolling for 5 to 6 rounds, Reggie crashed onto the edge of the ray formation of the round platform before bouncing back. Kill! Kill! The prisoners on both sides glared with red eyes and yelled with all their force. Rushing over, Jacob lifted Reggie with one hand and punched his face heavily, breaking 3 teeth. Reggie, who had been yelling arrogantly, now had blood all over his mouth. With one hand, Jacob grabbed Reggie's ragged clothes and smashed him onto the ground of the round platform heavily. Kid, you are good. Suddenly, Reggie smiled wickedly and stabbed his palm towards Jacob. His sharp fingernails cut into Jacob's black robe and left a deep scratch on his chest beneath it. Ignoring the pain in his body, Jacob grabbed Reggie with both hands and crashed him towards his knee. If you dare to touch my family, I'll kill you. Jacob put particular emphasis on the last words, while his fist slammed heavily into Reggie's chin. Reggie's jaw dislocated and shattered. Wide-eyed, he swung his hands across Jacob's chest continuously. Jacob's fist landed onto Reggie's face viciously and repeatedly. Clutching his collar with his left hand, Jacob launched his right fist forward mechanically, and each of his punches was full of rage. Gradually, Reggie lost the ability to defend, and his waving hands lost their vigor. Then the shouting prisoners slowly quieted down. They had never seen such a fight between an inspector and a prisoner like this before. "Jacob, that's enough," Susan said. Jacob finally stood up at her call. Without Jacob's support, Reggie fell listlessly, and his head hit on the ground. His whole face was distorted, and Jacob broke all his teeth. Wide-eyed, only his irregular and weak breathing showed that he was still alive. Just barely. With a wave of her hand, Susan sent Reggie flying from the round platform into a corner of his cell like a kite without a string. Then she dug out the inspector's token from the dent beside the cell and tossed it to Jacob. The cell closed automatically. The white and black lights slowly disappeared, while the round platform gradually lowered back into the ground. The prison was silent. "You'll be punished if you killed the prisoners," Susan said while she led Jacob to the entrance of the prison. The prisoners in the cell on both sides of the aisle looked at Jacob and Susan, holding their breaths. After they walked out, the massive stone gate to the prison closed again. Susan led Jacob back to their own room. "Clean yourself up. You're covered in blood and have quite a few wounds." Susan picked up a white cloth and tossed it at Jacob. Jacob took the cloth and went inside the bathroom to clean his wounds. Reggie had left dozens of wounds on Jacob's chest and belly, and some deep ones almost touched his internal organs. He might not have his cultivation strength. Reggie still had his experience and the physical abilities of a seasoned assassin. Jacob sealed his acupoints with the sword shadow scroll to stop the flow of blood before entering the bedroom and healing his wounds on the marble bed. With the automatic circulation of his nature essence according with the sword shadow scroll, the chilliness turned into warmth while his wounds healed quickly. Jacob didn't want to beat Reggie with his cultivation strength. He just wanted to hit the ladder as much as he could get away with his fists. Otherwise, Reggie wouldn't have been able to touch him. While his fatigued body recovered, his nature essence and muscles all relaxed. Jacob shivered and opened his eyes immediately after a while. Susan was sitting cross-legged by his side while cultivating. She had changed out of the black robe into her own dress. "Sorry, I fell asleep." Jacob sat up in a hurry. Susan opened her eyes a little and glanced at him. "Change into your clothes." While he got dressed, he looked down at his chest and found that all the wounds had healed without leaving behind a single scar. Even a small mark he had on the front side of his waist beforehand was turned into flawless skin. "Aren't you going to cultivate in this place for 2 months?" Jacob asked her. "Do you know the way back if I don't go with you?" Susan rolled her eyes at him. Jacob thought for a moment, and he shook his head in embarrassment. "No, I don't." Exhaling slightly, Susan rolled her eyes again and said, "You are fierce, but you're dumb as well." Without another word, Susan walked towards the stone door. Jacob hurried to follow her, afraid that he would lose his way in the maze-like dragon god shrine. They walked down the spiral staircase and reached the ground floor of the dragon god shrine. The prison was located in between the restricted area of level 3 inspectors and level 4 inspectors, and the prisoners could never escape when being surrounded by such dense array formations. Susan took Jacob to the old man on the first floor to check his contribution points. A lot of points had been deducted. The remaining points were not enough to trade for anything. "Let's go." Susan took out her longsword and pulled Jacob onto it. In fact, Susan seldom took missions from the Dragon God Shrine and didn't have too many contribution points. She focused on only one thing: cultivating hard, continuously. The Dragon God Shrine provided her the title, the regional inspector, and all kinds of privileges. It was worth it to keep such a talented 8th-level master in the system. After all, this world respected powerful people. The white sword dashed forward in the wind and quickly approached their city. However, Susan didn't drop off Jacob at his dorm. Instead, the longsword continued to fly towards the direction of his house. "You're so kind to fly me to my home," Jacob couldn't help commenting. "Didn't your grandma invite me to visit?" Susan said lightly, while the sword flew towards Jacob's home. "Well," Jacob choked. The long sword landed gracefully on the sand. While the red energy sphere broke, Susan withdrew her sword, and the two of them stood on the beach. "You're really going to my home?" Jacob looked at her hesitantly. Susan smiled a little too sweetly at him in response, and walked directly towards the house. In the past, when Jacob was only her assisting inspector, Susan had no interest in his personal life. However, now that Jacob was a level 3 inspector and her partner in the region, she felt it was necessary to know his full background. Following her closely, Jacob knew he couldn't stop her from visiting his home.
"Anna, you can't bully Noah." Grandma's voice sounded when Jacob went to the door and took out the key. Jacob opened the door and saw Noah and Anna, each having a controller in hand, sitting on the couch playing games in front of the TV screen. Gazing at the screen attentively, Noah curled his lips while his fingers moved quickly on the buttons. However, Anna looked as casual as before, while her fingers pressed the buttons at ease. In frustration, Noah threw down the controller. It was obvious that he lost again. Anna picked up a cup of juice by her side and sipped, looking calmly at Noah. "More?" Change the game! Change the game!" Noah shouted. Looking at them, Jacob suddenly remembered that they were also on summer break. "Jacob, are you back?" Hearing the door open, Grandma called out. When seeing Susan behind Jacob, she looked pleasantly surprised. "Well, Susan is here as well." Embarrassed, Jacob wished Grandma didn't address Susan by her name. She was his professor, after all. "Hello, Miss Brown. How are you?" Susan walked in with an umbrella in one hand and a fruit basket in the other. "I came to return the umbrella to you." "Thank you very much." Jacob looked at Susan in astonishment, wondering where she got those things from. "Oh, it was just an umbrella." "Well, you even brought me fruits." Grandma stood up from the couch and took the basket that Susan offered her warmly. "In the future, just come and visit me, and don't buy anything." "It's nothing," Susan smiled lightly. Jacob looked at Susan in surprise. He suddenly felt like she wasn't bad at socializing. "Walter, Mila, stop your work. We have a guest," Grandma called out in a loud voice. Her voice was so resonant that she didn't sound like an old lady over the age of 70. Mila and Walter, who had been doing their quarterly report, immediately walked down from the second floor. Jacob was even more nervous about the upheaval they would cause. "Oh, Professor Susan, it's nice to meet you again." Seeing Susan, Walter greeted her politely, remembering that she was a teacher from Jacob's university. Susan nodded slightly. "Susan is a professor?" Grandma asked. "Yes, Mum. She teaches Jacob," Walter explained to her. Grandma hadn't paid much attention to Susan when they first met, but had invited her into her house anyway. "Oh, you teach Jacob. Then you must be here to talk about him, right?" Grandma was immediately cautious. "Professor Susan, come and have a seat. Walter, hurry up and make tea for her, or would you like some coffee?" Due to her respect for teachers, Grandma called Susan Professor Susan, and her expression turned serious. "Tea is fine, thank you," Susan answered politely. "You're so kind to bring a present when you're paying us a home visit. Jacob hasn't had teachers visiting our home since he was in middle school. Please, please, take a seat," Grandma urged. Instantly, Susan got nervous, and she broke her composure. She said hurriedly, "No, I'm not here for a home visit." "Not a home visit?" Grandma relaxed. "I thought Jacob had caused some trouble at the university." Standing by Susan, Jacob's face turned red out of embarrassment. Although he indeed used to cause trouble in his elementary and middle school days, that was a long time ago. "Professor, please have some tea." Walter walked over with a cup of tea and placed it before Susan. "Thank you." Susan took the cup. "And please, call me Susan." Grandma happily sat down on the couch and started chatting with Susan. Jacob's parents also sat with them and joined the conversation. I heard that you're working on a project to find dragons. Am I right, Dr. Brown? Susan suddenly turned her head to look at Walter. Right, Walter nodded. Since Susan was their guest, he must keep her company, not to mention that they had met each other before. Mila sat beside Walter and observed Susan. With a woman's instinct, she felt like Susan had other reasons for visiting their home. Have you made any progress recently? Susan continued to ask. No progress yet. However, if the project is successful, we'll make a discovery that will shake the whole world, Walter said. Sitting on the other side of Grandma, Jacob listened to their conversation attentively. He suddenly thought about Susan's identity as an inspector, and one of the Dragon God Shrine's missions was to destroy the Spirit Stone. Is my dad one of the key targets of surveillance of the Dragon God Shrine due to his large-scale scientific project? At this moment, Susan changed the subject and casually asked Grandma, Miss Brown, do you believe that there are dragons in the world? Of course. Grandma perked up immediately. I saw one. Now, you may be doubtful, but I saw a dragon flying in the sky when I worked in the fields as a young girl. It was a summer day with great winds, and thunder cracked constantly. Some girls and I were working in the fields and saw that a storm was coming. As we hurried to find shelter, I saw a huge dragon flying in the sky. However, only I saw it, and the others were busy looking for shelter and didn't see it. When I told them, they didn't believe me at all. Grandma described the scene vividly. Walter had heard their story several times before, and hadn't believed it until he saw a white dragon himself. Since then, he had never tried to debunk his mother's story. However, Mila shook her head helplessly when she heard Grandma reporting this same old story. She didn't believe that such mythical creatures existed, since to date there was no evidence of it. Even with all the technology in the world, the photos that circulated on the internet were all proved to be fake. Anyway, she didn't object when Walter insisted on establishing a scientific project to find dragons, thinking that they might just end up finding some near-extinct creatures or even species they had never discovered before. Then, do you believe that there are dragon kings? Susan continued to ask. She looked at Grandma's teacup, and her pupil contracted a little when she saw a small piece of blood ginseng in the tea. Blood ginsengs were rare spiritual herbs, and experienced cultivators knew that they were great at replenishing essences. This type of blood ginseng only grew in Southeast Mountain under heavy guard. Grandma picked up the white teacup and sipped her tea. I do believe that there are dragon kings. The good climate in our city is due to the blessing of the North Atlantic Dragon King. Mila sighed slightly, but didn't try to change Grandma's old ideas. She had some unpleasant arguments with her mother-in-law before, and had some issues with her because of it even now. So, since you believe in dragons, do you believe in demons as well? Susan asked with a smile, looking interested in this topic. Demons? Grandma froze for a second, since she had never thought about it. She saw a dragon in her youth, but she'd never seen a demon. When she was young, she had asked the old people in the village, and they all said that dragons were indeed there, and some of them even insisted that they had seen dragons themselves. However, no one had seen demons except in stories. If there are dragon kings, I think there should be demon kings too, right? Susan looked at Grandma and asked lightly. Jacob looked from Grandma's face towards Susan, not understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. Demon kings? I don't know. It's possible, Grandma said after a moment of consideration. Why are we talking about these mythical topics? Mila smiled casually. Susan, what course do you teach?
Right now I'm teaching optical signal, Susan said.
Oh, really? Mila sounded genuinely interested. In our meteorological work, the wind directional sensors use optical signals.
You can observe natural bolts of lightning simultaneously with broadband electric field instruments and optical probes, Susan said.
I didn't know that you're an expert in this area, Susan. Mila was pleasantly surprised. Susan smiled graciously and replied, With you here, I don't think I can be called an expert, Dr. Brown. Susan answered all the questions Mila asked smoothly. Susan's purpose in going to that particular university was just to gain a reasonable identity in the city. She chose the easiest path, which was staying back as a professor. Okay. You're talking about stuff that I don't understand. Grandma lifted her head and interrupted Susan and Mila's conversation. Smiling, Mila looked at Susan in appreciation and realized that their conversation went too deep, and she didn't want it to end. She felt like Susan was right on par with her, and she really liked her. Mom, you can talk with Susan. Mila and I have some work to do, Walter stood up and said to his mother. Ever since he came back from the meeting with the provincial government officials, he had been busy with the quarterly report of the Ocean Research Institute. Since he had been doing scientific research in the past, he needed Mila's help with his report on the management of the institute. Okay, go ahead. Grandma waved her hand. Noah and Anna were still playing games, and Noah lost again. Susan stood up and walked to the window, looking out of it. In the yard, the plants were prospering. Uncle James, who had been taking care of Grandma before, recently had a grandson and needed to go back home to help his son take care of the baby. Understanding his need, Grandma gave up some money and let him go. Even without Uncle James' constant care, the plants in the small yard looked vibrant. At this moment, Kathy and the twins came into the house. Jacob! Jade and Julia called out to Jacob cheerfully, as they always did. From their looks, their exams went well. They had taken this place as their own home and thought it was natural to come back home here after exams. Susan, stay to have dinner with us, Grandma said as she looked up at the clock on the wall. No, thank you. I have another engagement for dinner, and I have to go now, Susan declined politely. Seeing Jacob's cheerful and cozy home, she felt somewhat lonely. At this moment, she suddenly understood what Jacob had been trying to protect at the cost of his life. If one wants to become immortal, he or she must become a mortal first. Jade and Julia were probably seeking this feeling. Oh, another thing. Tomorrow we're going to spend the day on the beach. Will you come as well, Susan? Grandma asked. Susan looked at Grandma and paused for 2 seconds before answering, I think I'll pass. What are your plans for the summer? Susan asked Grandma. Since Soph's mom will take Jacob along with him on a vacation, I plan to live in the countryside for 2 months. It's cooler there, and I can chat with my old friends, Grandma said. How about I drive you there? Susan subtly suggested. Will you? Grandma's eyes lit up. She wanted to go back to her friend's place for 2 months, but she didn't want Walter and Mila to leave their work and drive her there. She was pleasantly surprised after hearing Susan's offer. Yeah, I'm on vacation anyway, Susan smiled slightly. It was quick for her to drive Grandma to the countryside, and she planned to have a few words with the local dragons as an inspector and ask them to take good care of Grandma. If you're sure, then it'll be great. Grandma smiled hesitantly, not wanting to be a burden. Of course. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Then Susan turned to Jacob and said, Loan me your car. Okay. Jacob took out the car keys and handed it to Susan. Taking the key from Jacob's hand, Susan smiled at Grandma and waved at the girls before walking to the door. The next day, Sophie sat in Helen's SUV and hummed joyously. She had successfully passed in the top 3 in her class, so Helen promised to take her to the seaside. They decided to go to the big public beach. Of course, this beach was certainly not too near the city, They were going to take a private yacht to go somewhere further. The black SUV drove along the coastline and flowed smoothly into the neighborhood on the seaside and to the door of Jacob's house. "Helen!" Seeing a big black car appearing outside the door, Mila, who was in a casual t-shirt, came out to welcome the guests. "Hey, Mila." Helen rolled down the window and waved. "Are the kids ready?" "They're all up and having breakfast." Mila walked over to the car and said with a smile. "Morning, Dr. Brown." Sophie, who was in a good mood, put her head out and greeted happily. "Morning, Soph," Mila greeted back. Mila was particularly fond of her apparent future daughter-in-law, even more so than Helen. "Walter's not going?" Helen asked. "No," Mila shook her head. "He's been really busy lately. Yesterday I helped him sort out the quarterly reports, and we stayed up until midnight writing it." Helen smiled and said, "Same for Draken. He can't go because of work either." "It's fine that they don't come. The two of us will have a good time," Mila said with a smile. "Yes, let them be," Helen said as well. She was a little upset about Draken too. In this regard, Mila and Helen were still very similar. "Jacob, are you ready?" Mila turned her head and shouted to the house. "Coming." Jacob, Kathy, Jade, and Julia answered in unison and stepped out of the house. A few days ago, Helen changed to a new car, jumping from a 5-seat SUV to a 7-seat SUV. It was larger and more spacious. The main reason was that whenever she had to drive the studio staff to inspect the construction project, the big car could be more helpful. Having the bigger car, Helen thought that it would only be appropriate to invite Kathy and the twins to their vacation, well, because they all had become a part of the North Atlantic now, and they were close to Jacob. The black SUV drove towards the beach a few miles away. A little after they left, a red Ferrari came to the door of Jacob's home. "Hey, Susan!" Grandma carried a big bag and walked out of the house. She knew that Susan was driving her to the countryside today, so once she sent everyone else out of the door, she sat in the living room, waiting for Susan. "Hey, Miss Brown," Susan smiled. Grandma stood at the door, looking at Susan in the red Ferrari. Then she pulled out a big pair of sunglasses from her pocket, put it on, and got in the car confidently. Who said that Grandma wasn't fashionable? Susan started the Ferrari, drove out of the seaside community smoothly, and then entered the freeway. This smooth process made Grandma fall asleep in her sunglasses. A red energy sphere slowly surrounded the car, and the car was gradually lifted from the road, flying to the sky. Upon a closer look, there was a white long sword at the bottom of the red Ferrari. Such an overbearing act of carrying a car in the sky could only be done by an inspector like Susan.
At this time, Helen took everyone to the dock. This dock was not the terminal of freight ships. It was the dock near the tourist district. Attached to the poles on the shore, there were some speedboats for tourists to take. The owners greeted tourists with enthusiasm. Now entering summer, the beaches were welcoming the peak season of tourism. People in swimsuits could be seen everywhere. Jacob's group, who all wore short-sleeve casual clothes, became the odd ones out on the beach. Jacob and others were not wearing swimsuits because they were not going to go in the water. Also, they were all dressed beautifully, showing others that they were well off. At this moment, a white yacht not far from the dock broke through the waves and floated to the shore, precisely docking on the side of the board that extends out of the dock. Elder Frank, who was in a brown casual shirt, stood on the deck in front of the yacht and waved. The owners of the speedboats, who were hoping to do business with the group, were all dumbfounded. There were some speedboats here to attract passengers, but these people had never seen a private yacht docking here. 6 black-suited men jumped out of the deck of the yacht and stood on either side of the dock. Even though the speedboat owners had seen all kinds of characters while doing business, they had never seen this kind of arrangement and hurriedly jumped back to their speedboats. In fact, they had to. The black-suited men left no space for them on the dock anyways. Elder Frank, why call over so many people? Helen frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Elder Frank bowed at her and smiled. These are the elites of Frank's Martial Arts Academy, ensuring the safety of you all. Visitors at the beach all saw the super luxurious yacht and the black-suited men, and they all turned their eyes to them. There's no need to make a big scene. You stay. Let everyone else go, Helen instructed. Her words were calm, but emanated a majestic sensation. Elder Frank looked to the left, then to the right. All of you, go back. The 6 black-suited men bowed and walked to the beach. On the hot seaside, their black suits immediately caught the attention of many tourists. Helen put away the queen voice, smiled at Mila and said, This is the founder of Frank's Martial Arts Academy, Frank. This yacht is also borrowed from him. Hello, Mila reached out her hand. Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Brown. Elder Frank didn't dare to shake hands and nodded at her. Then he turned to make way and humbly put out his right hand. Ladies, please, board the yacht. Mila smiled softly, took Helen's arms, and stepped onto the deck of the yacht. Mila knew that Frank, who opened the chains of martial arts academies all over the country, was a rich person. However, from all aspects, she felt like he was obeying Draken and Helen, which made her speculate that the MTX group was behind Frank's Martial Arts Academy. Sophie cheered and got on the deck of the yacht. Helen took Mila that this yacht was Elder Frank's, but Sophie knew very clearly that this yacht belonged to the MTX group. Normally, Elder Frank was in charge of it. Helen was afraid that Sophie would get too proud, so she rarely took this yacht out. This time, it was summer vacation, and Sophie's performance at school was excellent, so Helen was willing to bring it out. Be careful, Jacob got on after Sophie. This is fun. Jade and Julia were not afraid at all, holding hands and jumping onto the deck playfully. Ever since they came out of the North Atlantic Dragon Palace, they had never gone on a boat, especially this very modern and luxurious yacht, which was like a small house. Kathy got on last. She was hesitant to join this vacation. Her parents had set up a successful business in the UK, so it wasn't like she was from a poor background, but she was definitely not used to this level of luxury. Now that you're all settled, I'm going to sail now, Elder Frank said heartily. Thank you, Mr. Frank, Mila said. She and Walter often went abroad, and she had taken all kinds of luxury yachts and cruises with some rich friends. Therefore, she could immediately tell that this medium-sized yacht was definitely on the more expensive side. However, since Helen said that the yacht was Frank's, Mila believed it. The fact that Helen could borrow this yacht was already quite remarkable. In their city, the number of private yachts wasn't more than 3. Mila, Helen pointed to the large ocean in front. About 50 miles ahead of us, there's a small island called Coral Island. It's supposed to become a tourist attraction redeveloped by the MTX group and the local government. It's just been redeveloped this year and is not open to the public yet. That must be very beautiful, Mila smiled. The yacht made a massive wave, rushing towards the east. Damn, they're so rich. The owners of the speedboats couldn't help but shout as the wave swayed their boats. Helen stood on the deck and looked at the expansive ocean, letting the ocean breeze blow over her face. In fact, not only the Coral Island, 50 miles away, but also thousands of miles, extending till whatever their eyes could go, was the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. All the treasures on and under the sea belonged to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. No matter how much modern science and technology improved, it just took away a small amount of wealth from the ocean. The North Atlantic Dragon Clan was as wealthy as a country, and it was no joke. Sophie looked fierce on the outside, but compared with her family background, she was already really low-key. Helen was silent as she thought. It's almost time to let Jacob, the prince and the commanding general of North Atlantic, see how wide his territory is. Sophie couldn't stand the sun outside, so she blocked her forehead with her hand and went into the glass cabin of the yacht. Jacob followed her inside. The twins also stepped inside along with Kathy, leaving Mila and Helen outside to soak in the sun. The cabin was covered with high-quality red rugs and had several antique paintings and a wooden table with a set of teacups. Every item could be described using one word: luxurious. Since Helen and Draken were very particular about Sophie's upbringing, she could never show off her family's wealth at school, and she couldn't mention that her family owned a private yacht. In fact, when she was much younger, Draken and Helen would let Elder Frank take the yacht and bring Sophie to the island to play every summer. In the past, General Arthur, Elder Kayla, and Kenith often accompanied the Dragon King's family on the trips. Although it sounded like a chill day out, it was a patrol of the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. The North Atlantic Dragon Clan controlled hundreds of islands. Even on the mortal level, there was more than a dozen islands directly owned by the MTX group. "Let's make some tea." Julia was dragged by the enthusiastic Jade to the table that had the teapot. When it came to making tea, they were masters. It was only because Jacob's family did not have good tea sets that they were never had the opportunity to perform their skills. They picked up the teapot and the teacup skillfully and brilliantly moved them. Kathy smiled to watch them perform their tea art happily. In the past, she thought the twins were very stubborn and didn't like them very much. But gradually, as they interacted more, she thought that the two of them were very cute. Sophie watched them as well. She hadn't expected so much art in making tea. When she used to come on the yacht, General Arthur also made tea, but it was nowhere near as eye-pleasing as Jade and Julia's skill. "Master, please drink tea." Jade and Julia held 2 cups of tea at the same time and sent them to Jacob. The tea was lightly golden, and a strong aroma wafted from the cup. Jacob took over the small cup from Julia's hand and tasted it. Suddenly, the fragrance spread from the tip of his tongue to his throat, and it was inexplicably moist. Julia smiled, while Jade frowned in disappointment. It turned out that Jacob took Julia's teacup, meaning that Jade lost to Julia. Seeing their vivid expressions, Jacob smiled. "It's really good," he commented while taking another sip. "Princess, please, drink some tea." Jade seemed to collect herself, and then proceeded to give the cup in her hand to Sophie instead. Meanwhile, Julia got 3 more cups for Kathy, Jade, and herself. Sophie looked at the cup and smiled. She wasn't a big tea drinker, but seeing the fascinating making process, she was excited to try it. And the tea didn't disappoint. It was so fragrant. General Arthur's tea didn't even come close. She closed her mouth tightly and savored the thick aroma and faint sweetness of the golden tea. It was also Kathy's first time tasting such good tea. While she was surprised, she was also happy. Jade and Julia saw the 3 of them immersed in the tea and grinned victoriously. Mila and Helen, who were standing on the deck in the ocean breeze, turned and saw them drinking tea in the glass cabin. They smiled at each other and walked into the cabin together. "Mom, you have to drink this tea. It's very good," Sophie told Helen at once. Helen smiled lightly as Jade and Julia immediately brought over 2 small cups to her and Mila. Helen stuck up her little finger elegantly, picking up the teacup, and took a small sip of tea. "It's great," Helen said with amazement. Mila also took a small sip. This tea was the best she ever tasted, and she couldn't help but look at Jade and Julia differently, thinking that these 2 girls were not so simple. The white yacht, riding on the waves and breaking wind, traveled on the sea at a steady speed. With the beautiful weather, the view of the ocean was even more spectacular. Mila was always busy with work and rarely took vacations. Now, she could finally relax. "It's a bit hot." Sophie could no longer see the coast from here and immediately turned to the bottom cabin. In this medium-sized luxury yacht, the cabin above the first floor was the lounge. People could watch TV, drink tea, and chat. A floor below were the bedrooms and bathrooms. Helen and Mila continued to drink tea and chat. Jacob looked fascinated by the ocean outside the cabin, and Jade and Julia surrounded Kathy as they talked about the difference in the lives they had led till now. As their destination got closer, they all went into the rooms downstairs and changed into their swimsuits. Jacob came outside, changed into his swimming trunks, went to the corner of the deck, and immediately jumped into the ocean. "Jacob!" Mila rushed to the corner when she saw Jacob jumping into the water. She saw Jacob splashing waves by the yacht and swimming in the water with agile movements, as if he were in a swimming pool. This kid. Mila was relieved. She didn't expect Jacob's swimming skills to improve so much. Jade and Julia let out a series of joyful laughter, and they plunged into the water at a graceful angle too. Elder Frank was stirring the yacht. He quickly slowed it down when he saw Jacob and the twins in the water. The boat stopped right there. "I didn't know that you all could swim so well." Mila smiled as she grabbed the railing. Jacob paddled deeper into the ocean, and Jade and Julia dived down after Jacob. Kathy looked at Jacob enviously. She couldn't swim as well as Jacob, so she didn't dare to jump recklessly into the endless ocean. Sophie could swim quite well, but was not as crazy as Jade and Julia. A minute later, Jacob popped his head out of the water. Jade and Julia laughed joyfully behind Jacob, swimming even more swiftly than him. There were a beautiful spot called Sky Lake where they used to live. They would often go bathe or play around in the water there, so this type of calm ocean was no problem for them. Jacob swam around the yacht and climbed up to a corner. After they all had gotten back on board, Elder Frank restarted the yacht's engine. Jacob went up to the top floor of the yacht. He opened a folding chair and lay down comfortably. Jade and Julia lay on the folding chairs beside Jacob as well. They were sitting under the umbrella and closed their eyes. Jacob didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy with the two sisters following around so closely. It would take another half an hour to reach Coral Island, so Kathy and Sophie also found chairs to lie down in. They were used to this temperature now, and they enjoyed their sun baths. A green island gradually appeared before their eyes. The white rocks on the edge of the island had little holes in them since the waves washed them for years. Also, most of the trees were over 100 years old. The tree roots wrapped around the rocks, and the tree branches hung over the ocean. From afar, it looked as if there were trees were making the island float in midair. Not far ahead was a pier with a 3-leveled white cruise ship docked. Elder Frank took the yacht over, and staff, who wore colorful shirts, immediately came over to help with the anchoring and secure the boat. The sky was blue, the sand was soft, and the trees were green. It was 100 times prettier than the beach in the city. It was the first time Kathy saw such a beautiful island. It was unbelievable to her, especially since this beautiful island was only 50 miles away from the city. Jade and Julia jumped off the yacht and onto the beach. Mila and Helen came out of the cabin. They had already changed into their swimsuits. "Miss Richards!" At this moment, all the staff bowed as they saw Helen. This Coral Island was redeveloped by the MTX group. In a sense, Helen was the owner of this resort island. These employees, who were all well paid, knew who she was. "Are the rooms ready?" Helen asked. "We've got everything ready, ma'am," one of the staff members responded. "Frank, are you not coming?" Helen turned her head around and asked Elder Frank, who steered the boat. I don't like sunbathing, so I'll just relax on the yacht," Elder Frank responded. Helen nodded. Just when she was about to lead them to the resort, a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the yacht. Snowflake wagged its tail. It jumped onto the sand and curled its fluffy body by Sophie's legs. Then it jumped right into her arms. Elder Frank, who was still on the yacht, was a bit shocked to see Snowflake. Even he did not know when this demon beast had sneaked in. Its meticulous planning proved its high intelligence. By swimming on the surface of the ocean, it had long reached the deck of the yacht and was quietly hiding behind the lifesavers, all the way until they arrived on the island. This way, when it finally came out, Jacob couldn't send it back. "Let's go. We can drop off our things at the resort first," Helen suggested casually. Sticking up its tail, Snowflake dashed forward in excitement. Close to the beach, there was a 5-star resort. With its unique design, it allowed most of the rooms to have access to ocean views from various angles. Following behind her, Jacob could tell from Helen's confident strides that all the structures on the island must have been designed by Helen herself. He had been studying architecture under Helen for some time now. The more he learned, the more he realized that Helen's design philosophy was incredibly profound and unfathomable. Even if she weren't the queen of the North Atlantic Dragon clan, she would still become one of the top architects in the world. Behind the resort, there are 52 single-story villas. The small villas can be rented, but they're not for sale. Their construction is not yet completed, so we'll be staying at the resort today. But in the future, this will become a great destination, Helen explained as she walked. Nodding her head, Mila admired Helen even more now. Even though she could see how gentle but career-driven Helen was, Mila had no way of knowing that such elegance was a result of a few hundred years of cultivation. In actuality, Helen thought even more highly of Mila. The decoration of the 5-star resort was grand and luxurious. The suites that Helen had reserved were only the best ones, and they had the most splendid view of all. The girls can stay with us. Jacob, you can stay in a suite on your own, Helen said to Jacob as they arrived at the top floor. When she was talking to Jacob, she pointed at a suite beside the big presidential suite. Sure, Jacob nodded. Snowflake is staying with me, Sophie demanded loudly. I know. Jacob laughed a little, as he was well aware of Sophie and Snowflake's attachment to each other. Wagging its tail, Snowflake looked back at Jacob with a little proud expression as it blinked its big, watery eyes. Soon, Helen and the others brought their stuff into the presidential suite, while Jacob entered his suite after acquiring the key card from Helen. Since his suite was right next to a presidential suite, the furnishing of his room was also of outstanding quality. Still, it was a lot smaller in size, since it was only meant for 2 people at most. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling window, the boundless ocean was magnificent. The island appeared like a piece of round-shaped emerald, ornamented on the silky blue ocean. Also, from the view, the small villas that were in their last stage of construction were like white seashells popping up one by one, very beautifully allocated. Since the others hadn't come out of the presidential suite yet, Jacob went downstairs by himself to explore a bit. He saw a little gift shop in the lobby and decided to check it out. If it isn't my fellow classmate, Mr. Brown. A seemingly familiar voice came from the resort lobby, right behind Jacob. As Jacob turned around and looked out from the glass door of the shop, he saw Michael standing outside of the door in his sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt. Jacob was slightly surprised to see him here. However, he thought back to the cruise ship by the pier and understood that the island was open, but in its testing phase. It hadn't been broadly promoted yet. Considering the fact that Michael was the son of the deputy mayor who was in charge of the city's economy, it wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an excursion ticket to Coral Island. Hence, it wasn't all that strange for him to appear here. What are you getting? I'll pay for it, Michael offered quite sincerely as he walked in. Jacob ignored him. He continued browsing through the shelves for a moment and said, Can I have this candle, please? Sure, the young sales clerk took out the scented candle and handed it to Jacob to check out. Suddenly, Jacob realized that he was only wearing his swim trunks and shirt, and forgot to bring his wallet with him. How much is it? It's on me. Taking out his wallet from the Hawaiian shirt, Michael offered again. If only Jacob didn't know about Michael's true nature, he would honestly believe that Michael was not a bad person. Nonetheless, he knew that Michael was merely trying to please him. At college, Michael was unable to put his pride aside. But now that there were no other students here, he desperately wanted to be close to Jacob, trying hard to heal their relationship. This was all because Jacob was the son of Walter and Mila, and Michael's father wanted to please them. No. Jacob turned to the sales clerk and asked, Can I put it on my room's account? Just as the sales clerk was about to refuse, he saw the golden key card Jacob was fiddling with in his hands and immediately agreed. Oh, yes, sir. You can use your key card and pay for all of your purchases at the end of your stay. Great. Jacob picked up the candle while handing over his key card for the sales clerk to keep on file. Michael, who are you talking to? At this moment, a distinctly sharp voice echoed through the lobby outside of the shop. Jacob turned and saw Lisa, the self-proclaimed popular girl from his department, walking towards the entrance of the shop. Lisa seemed confused for a second as she saw Jacob standing behind Michael. Then she said in a slightly upset tone, "Why are you talking to this pauper? The room is ready, let's go." Lisa's dad was a businessman who worked in the clothing industry. He owned a big factory and had associations with some of the officials in the local government. This time, Lisa was able to get excursion tickets through her dad's connections. As they were on summer vacation, she was ecstatic to be able to get Michael to come with her. Although she was initially shocked to see Jacob here, she immediately came to the conclusion that Jacob must be here for a summer job. No matter what type of reputation Jacob has been racking up in college these days, he's a child from an ordinary family after all. Maybe he does have a rich relative who comes to pick him up sometimes and even lends him their Ferrari. It's definitely not his own money. Jacob might have some fun while riding in luxury cars, but he's still just a commoner, she thought. "I want this mug." Just as Lisa was walking over to Michael and blocking off Jacob's view, a clear and resonant voice came around from another corner of the shop. Jacob's glance traveled through the small gap between the shoulders of Michael and Lisa and landed on Sophie. Standing in the section of souvenirs, she was looking at the hand-painted mugs and picked one out. Standing in front of Jacob, Lisa noticed Jacob's gaze and took 2 steps back. She thought that he was looking at her. After all, she was the most popular girl in their college and was used to holding the attention of a lot of the male population of their department. "What are you smiling at?" Lisa took a few more steps back as Jacob suddenly started smiling. "Michael, why aren't you saying anything to him?" Lisa was even angrier at Michael for being so slow. After their finals, she had finally gotten Michael to agree to be her boyfriend and to go on this trip to Coral Island, which was not officially open to the public. As her boyfriend, Michael should already have punched this guy for staring and smiling at his girlfriend. At this moment, Michael followed Jacob's gaze and turned to look at the girl shopping on the other side. He had seen her before with her parents, and even with Jacob at the boat race. She was looking beautiful. While waiting for the sales clerk to bring out the mug she selected, Sophie suddenly felt the stares at her and turned around. She first met eyes with Jacob and was about to say something, but then she noticed Michael looking at her weirdly. Instantly, she raised an eyebrow at him and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Here's the money." After throwing a few dollar bills onto the counter, Sophie picked up the paper bag that her mug was now placed in and walked out of the shop without another word. Still staring at Sophie's back, Michael was blanking out. He completely forgot that he was standing right next to his supposed girlfriend. "Jacob, here you are. What happened to Sophie?" Outside of the glass door of the shop, Kathy said it as she started walking over while still looking back at Sophie. Upon hearing Kathy's voice, both Michael and Lisa turned their heads around. Seeing the two, Kathy paused her steps for a bit. "Ah, I was just browsing. Let's go." Jacob walked out and started walking with Kathy in the direction where Sophie had rushed off to. Meanwhile, Lisa was left standing there in disbelief. How did these people get in here? Ugh, such moochers, she thought. It was breezy on the beach, and the beach umbrellas looked like mushrooms growing out of the sand. The coconut trees swayed in the breeze, adding a tropical feel to the scene. "You can sit down here, and I'll go see where Soph is," Jacob said to Kathy. "Okay." Kathy nodded and started looking for a comfortable spot to read the book that she was carrying. She was about to sit down on one of the chairs when Michael walked out of the resort and smiled. "Hey, Kathy, why are you ignoring us?" After knowing Jacob's background, Michael knew he was no match for him. Since Jacob ignored him, he tried to find a breakthrough with Kathy. He and Kathy had little contact in the past, when they met at the various student body meetings. But Kathy had stopped attending them ever since she gave up her position as the class president. Not to mention that she completely stopped interacting with him after he started picking constant fights with Jacob. Walking beside Michael, Lisa's face turned dark. After all, Kathy recently turned too beautiful all of a sudden. The students started paying more attention to her, and her popularity in the university seemed to have surpassed Lisa's. However, despite her beauty, Kathy was only an ordinary person, not in the same circle as Lisa, whose family was worth millions of dollars. What did Michael mean by talking to such an ordinary girl instead of keeping her company? She liked Michael, but her family was no less powerful than his. Well, you have fun. Kathy nodded slightly and gave them a strange answer before walking to a chair that was further away from them. What are you so arrogant about? Lisa yelled in resentment. Without bothering to turn around, Kathy settled down on her chair and opened the book that she had been meaning to read. Seeing her nonchalant behavior, Lisa got even more infuriated and stopped her feet before stomping back inside, leaving Michael to helplessly follow her. Since Coral Island was still in its testing phase, only top-tier elites in the city were allowed here, which explained the smaller number of people on the island compared with the other beaches in the city. By then, the twins also came downstairs with Mila and Helen. They all joined Kathy inside the umbrella and relaxed in the shade. Where are Jacob and So? Helen settled down and looked around before asking. I suppose they'll come out soon. Kathy looked up at her and answered. On the other hand, Jacob looked for Sophie everywhere on the beach. But when he didn't find her there, he decided to check her room once, in case she'd gone back inside. When he got there, he tried the handle of the door and found it unlocked. He contemplated going inside, but then remembered that Sophie wasn't the only one staying in this suite. So he knocked and waited. But nobody answered. It was only after knocking 3 times that the door opened. It was Sophie. She frowned and asked him, Why are you knocking? The door was unlocked. Has everyone else left? Jacob asked back instead of answering her. Yes, they've already gone when I got here. Sophie moved away from the door to let Jacob inside. Then why are you here? Jacob stepped inside and asked. I was just exploring a bit and then got bored. Sophie looked away from him and answered. Jacob already knew that that wasn't the truth. Instead of asking more questions, he suddenly held up the paper bag in his hand. Here, I bought this for you. He handed the bag to her. For me? Sophie looked inside the bag and took out the pretty-looking candle. A scented candle? Yeah, I was in the gift shop and thought that this would look nice in your room, Jacob answered with a smile. I don't like that guy you were talking to, Sophie suddenly blurted out. Jacob thought back to the scene in the shop when she had been about to greet him, but then left abruptly after seeing Michael. Michael? Well, I don't like him either, Jacob shrugged. He was looking at me so weirdly. And I remember him from some parties that Dad took me to. Always looked so arrogant, full of himself, Sophie said with disgust. That he definitely is. I wasn't even talking to him. He just walked up to me and started speaking. Jacob told her about how he was trying to get on his good side after being his rival for so long. Wait, is he going to cause some problems for us here? Sophie asked after a moment of thinking. Absolutely not. I promise you, he won't bother you at all. If he does, then just tell me, and I'll deal with him, Jacob assured her. Sophie looked at Jacob skeptically, but then trusted his word. She looked at the candle in her hand again and smiled a little. Thank you for this. I would have given you the mug I bought, but I already told my friend that I got it for her. Jacob laughed at that and replied, It's okay. You don't have to get me anything. I felt like getting this for you just like that. Now that you're not sulking about Michael anymore, should we head out? Hey, I wasn't sulking about him. I was just putting that mug away, Sophie said stubbornly. Whatever you say. Now please, keep the candle inside as well, so we can get to the beach already. Jacob literally pushed her towards her room. Okay, give me a second. Sophie went inside and came back out in a record time, seeing Jacob's eagerness to go to the beach. "Don't you live right next to a beach?" she teased him. "That's different, you know it. Now let's go. I haven't had a vacation in so long." He held Sophie's hand and led her outside the suite. They both quickly exited the resort to join their friends and mothers for a day full of relaxation and fun. Sophie and Jacob approached the umbrella that the rest of their group was sitting under. "There you are. Where have you both been?" asked Helen as she saw them. "We brought a couple of souvenirs from the gift shop, so we went to our rooms to put them away," Jacob answered for both of them, without giving away any more details. With a smile, Helen said to Jacob, "Oh, it's nice that you guys got something. Your mom and I will sit here and relax. You guys have fun." "Jacob, go and buy some drinks," Mila added. As the only guy in the group, Jacob was naturally the one to run errands. "Okay." Nodding, Jacob walked towards the nearby shop. However, after Jacob walked for 10 steps, Jade and Julia went after him, saying simultaneously, "We'll go with Jacob." Of course, they wanted to help him in carrying the drinks. Jacob realized that the twins took pride in helping him out at every little chance they got, and felt like they were fulfilling their duty as his maids, so he never said no to their help. Meanwhile, Michael had finished the registration at the front desk and was walking out of the door. He was stupefied when he saw Jade and Julia walking next to him on the beach. Michael had tried to pursue them, but he didn't have any chance to get close. After knowing they were the granddaughters of Liam, the vice principal, he didn't dare to make a move. Standing by Michael, Lisa was burning with jealousy, and she bumped Michael's arm with hers. She was surprised to see Jade and Julia here, and more so when she saw that they were also here with Jacob. However, she thought, "What's the use of beauty? My family is rich and does big business." As she was angry, she suddenly spotted a beautiful woman on the beach and immediately ran towards her while pulling Michael behind her. As Helen and Mila were happily chatting, they saw a young girl rushing to their side while pulling a boy behind her. "Miss Richards," Lisa greeted Helen with a too sweet smile. "You are?" Lying on the beach chair, Helen looked at Lisa in bafflement. "Oh, I'm Seth Adams' daughter. I just saw you and came to say hello. We've met once before. Do you remember me?" Lisa kept her awkward smile and said, "Oh." Helen didn't quite remember her, but she pretended to recognize her out of politeness. "You are here for vacation as well?" She had some impression of Seth Adams. Last month, when MTX Group signed a $20 million contract with an apparel distributor named Seth Adams, she was there to see the signing. Such deals looked big in the eyes of ordinary people, but it was a tiny one for MTX Group. Helen wouldn't have attended the event if she weren't bored. "Yes, and this is my boyfriend Michael," Lisa introduced happily. Helen looked up at Michael and nodded calmly. "We've met." Seeing Helen's lack of interest, Lisa forced another smile and said, "I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go hang out with him." "Okay. Enjoy yourselves." Helen waved her hand. "Thank you. It was good to see you, Miss Richards," Lisa answered both with a soft tone before walking away with Michael. After taking a few steps, she whispered to Michael excitedly, "Did you see that? The woman is the wife of the MTX Group CEO and my father's business partner. I know her, and she knows me." Undoubtedly, Draken, the CEO of MTX Group, was the wealthiest man in the city. From Lisa's perspective, the fact that Helen knew her was compelling proof of her status in the upper class. In her mind, people like Kathy, Jade, and Julia were beneath her. As the son of a deputy mayor, Michael should ignore the ordinary girls and stay with her, a privileged girl. Lying on the beach chair, Helen's sharp ears picked up Lisa's words that made her frown with displeasure. She pretended that she knew Lisa out of politeness, and she didn't expect the girl to show off with it. Michael exhaled deeply. "What's wrong?" Lisa lifted her head proudly. She thought Michael had been holding his breath due to his nervousness about seeing Helen. What on earth are you thinking? Impatient, Michael glared at Lisa and said. He felt like Lisa might be the dumbest person he had ever met. He had been feeling low with Jacob's sudden emergence this term, and he reluctantly agreed to be her boyfriend because she was good-looking and had been pursuing him with passion. However, he didn't think she was this stupid. You can find someone else. This is the end of our relationship. Frustrated, Michael threw off Lisa's hand and said to her viciously, Michael, what's wrong with you? Lisa asked in bafflement. Meanwhile, Jacob walked back with their drinks in the company of Jade and Julia. As he placed the drinks and ice creams on the square table between them, Helen sat up immediately and helped him put down the items with a pleased smile. At this sight, Lisa froze, as if she had been struck by a lightning bolt. She was pleased when Helen said that she knew her, but to her surprise, Jacob was invited here by Helen. From the looks of it, Jacob and Helen were not just acquaintances, but close, like a family. A family? Lisa shivered, wondering if Jacob's wealthy relative was the CEO of MTX Group. Great, we have ice cream. Sophie, who had been picking shells on the beach, came over happily at the sight of Jacob's return. At the boat race, Jacob's family and Draken's family had been together. And this time, too, Jacob came along with Draken's family. This all showed that the relationship between the two families was a very close one. How did he? Lisa looked towards them in bafflement. You are such a dumb girl. Michael looked at her with displeasure. No matter if it was intelligence, looks, or personality, Lisa was no match for any of the girls around Jacob. Suddenly, Michael regretted coming here and hated Lisa, who invited him. He silently sat down on the nearest chair, leaving Jacob and his group alone to enjoy their mini vacation. After a fun swim in the ocean, Snowflake got back to the beach before racing towards Jacob. Snowflake, come here, I'll feed you. Sophie bent down and placed one of the ice cream cones in front of Snowflake. Snowflake stuck out its tongue and licked the ice cream happily. Jacob looked at the animal with slight displeasure. Snowflake was becoming more Sophie's pet than his lately. After swallowing the ice cream in a few bites, Snowflake shook its body. The water on its fur was instantly gone, and it looked smooth, bright again. However, Jacob, who was standing beside it, looked disheveled, wet with the seawater Snowflake had shaken off. Looking up at Jacob with its round black eyes, Snowflake knew it would grab it and immediately run into the distance. Not far from them, Michael, who had been watching them, saw Snowflake running in his direction. He suddenly remembered the incident a few days ago and immediately turned to run. Snowflake let out a loud bark and showed its fangs. The little animal, that was the size of a palm, had extremely sharp white teeth, and Michael sprinted and fled into the resort, afraid it would bite his ankle. Snowflake put on its cute face again and wiggled its tail enthusiastically after. Wow, such a cute puppy. Some girls who were walking out from the door of the resort saw Snowflake and picked it up. Snowflake behaved even cuter and barked rhythmically, making the girls fight to hold it. Always so shameless. Seeing Snowflake's antics, Jacob scolded it silently. However, since Noah had gone to visit Anna and didn't come to the beach, Snowflake was indeed bored with no one playing with it. Okay, you guys go and have fun in the water. Helen waved her hand. Okay. Sophie spread her arms and ran into the ocean barefoot. At this moment, a big wave rose. Alarmed, Sophie immediately turned and ran back. The merciless wave pushed her down. As he laughed at her misfortune, Jacob ran over to pull her up before jumping into the ocean. While the sun rose gradually, the wind around them also picked up. The waves got bigger. However, Jacob jumped in and swam with ease, as if the waves didn't bother him at all. As the princess of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, Sophie excelled in swimming, although she couldn't control the waves without her dragon core or treasures. Seeing Jacob swimming so freely, she jumped in immediately. Hand in hand, Jade and Julia walked into the water. The warm water pushed against them and nurtured their skin. They felt it was more comfortable than the icy sky lake where they used to go at the above realm. Kathy got into the ocean, slowly testing the water. She was then quickly pushed back by the waves and decided to stay in the shallow water area of the beach, allowing the waves to brush her legs gently. Another big wave crashed over. Many bold young people were pushed back to the beach by the waves. Only Jacob, Jade, Julia, and Sophie were still floating around, able to stand the pressure of the waves, and actually having fun with it.
Suddenly, a kid no older than 10 who was surfing was smashed off his board by the huge wave. A lifeguard standing on the beach immediately swam towards him. Jacob, who was closer to the kid, quickly swam over and pushed him towards the beach, following the force of the waves. Seeing the surfboard that was washed to his side by the waves, Jacob was struck with an idea and stepped onto the surfboard. When another wave came, he followed the force of the wave and surfed on it. "Is that Jacob?" Mila, who was talking with Helen about skincare, looked into the distance and exclaimed in surprise. She didn't think that Jacob's swimming skills would be so great. More astonishingly, she didn't expect Jacob to know how to surf. She had been away from him for 1 year while she was abroad, doing climate research, and he had learned so many skills. A big wave came after the small wave, and Jacob maneuvered the surfboard and rode on the surging tide, surfing in the center of the vortex formed by the big waves. Wow! The crowd on the beach gasped. The kid who was surfing a few moments ago only rode a few meters on the small waves. This young man is surfing like magic, they thought. Even Lisa, who stayed on the beach, was dumbfounded. Riding on the last of the waves, Jacob returned to the beach with the surfboard. He lifted one foot and tilted the surfboard, returning it to the kid. Amazed, the kid took the surfboard from Jacob and stared at him with admiration. Jacob smiled gently and walked back into the water to continue his swim. After all, he cultivated the Sword Shadow Scroll, which allowed him to fly in the sky on sword energies. It was a piece of cake for him to surf on the waves. His great skills earned the silent admiration of the young men from the rich and powerful families on the beach, while the girls looked at him with adoration. Sophie stopped swimming to watch Jacob surf and smiled joyously at his behavior, liking his true self. In the eyes of other people, Jacob was like the boy next door, shy, ordinary, with a bit of talent, kind and cautious. He was never proud or rude, but he would stand up when someone messed with him or the people around him. The day filled with happiness passed gradually while the sun slowly moved from the east to the west. When the water turned cold, Coral Island was dyed a faint golden color by the beautiful setting sun. The people on vacation all changed out of swimsuits into shirts or dresses, walking on the beach to watch the sunset. A truly beautiful place could present several different types of gorgeous views, and Coral Island was one such place. Helen and the others were also walking on the beach. She and Mila took the lead while talking adamantly with each other, and Snowflake ran around them energetically. Jacob and Sophie walked behind them, enjoying the beautiful view of the sunset, and Kathy, Jade, and Julia whispered to each other. Jacob's sandals left shallow marks in the sand while he walked with Sophie shoulder to shoulder, silently watching their shadows move in parallel under the setting sun. Walking in the front of the group, Mila and Helen were still talking. An entire day hadn't exhausted their topics. "Jacob!" Helen suddenly turned her head and called Jacob. Jacob stopped immediately and looked at her in surprise. Subconsciously, Sophie also stopped and stood beside Jacob. "Let's talk for a bit." Helen looked at Jacob from 5 to 6 meters away and said. Mila also nodded at Jacob. "Okay." Feeling uneasy, Jacob walked forward. Meanwhile, Mila lightly took Sophie's hand and said, "The rest of us should head back to the resort and rest." Obviously, she wanted to leave Jacob and Helen the space to talk privately. Curiosity mixed with a little worry appeared on Sophie's face, but she followed Mila back to the resort. Standing on the beach with her hands crossed behind her back, Helen looked at the group, while Mila took the girls back to the resort. Then she turned around and said, "I need to say something to you in private." "Okay," Jacob was suddenly nervous.
Despite her gentleness and subtleness, Helen had a strong mind as the Dragon Queen of the North Atlantic. Jacob knew that Helen was someone with her own ideas. On some occasions, she was even more assertive than Draken. Helen resumed her slow walk in the breeze. "Did you have fun today?" Yeah, of course." Jacob adjusted his steps to Helen's slow pace and walked with her. "Thank you so much for helping Soph with her studies. I'm really happy that she scored so well," Helen said. "It was her own hard work," Jacob said. "Not all her," Helen corrected him gently. "I know you are cultivating hard and doing your best in everything." Jacob remained silent as he walked with her. "I only have a small request, which is that you have to keep treating Soph well in the future as well. I like the impact you've had on her." Helen suddenly turned her head and stared at Jacob. Jacob got nervous under her stare. I'll be good to Soph." Helen smiled. "I'm happy to hear that. But that's not why I asked you to stay back." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up the sand, making the people on the beach close their eyes. Helen lifted her right hand casually, and a red energy sphere was created while the river mountain painting appeared under her feet, taking her and Jacob towards the ocean rapidly. "Helen, what's happening?" Jacob was surprised. "As the commanding general of our North Atlantic Dragon Clan, you should know the boundaries of our territory, right?" Helen smiled slightly, while the river mountain painting swept up a long wave. On the surface of the ocean appeared sporadic islands. Some islands emitted red auras, naturally protected by array formations and undetectable by mortals. With the great speed of the river mountain painting, they soon arrived deep into the ocean, which couldn't be reached by mortals. "Greetings to Dragon Queen!" The shouts rose around them when a group of soldiers emerged from the sea. Nodding slightly at them, Helen steered the river mountain painting and flew over them. Controlled by the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, these islands act as scout stations. The soldiers guarding this area could organize counterattacks upon seeing enemies, Helen explained. The North Atlantic Dragon Clan controlled a vast region. It didn't mean that no one guarded the places far from the palace. In fact, their whole territory was guarded by hidden soldiers from the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, and any outside cultivators would be detected immediately as soon as they entered. While the river mountain painting flew at a great speed, Jacob released his spiritual senses and found that there was indeed troops hiding under the surging waves of the ocean. Judging from the vast territory, he could imagine the number of soldiers the North Atlantic had. Whenever the river mountain painting went, the North Atlantic soldiers who were hiding in the ocean would come out in lines and greet Helen. Each summer, Helen would do her routine inspection while Sophie was on summer vacation. The size of the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan was greater than Jacob had imagined, and they still hadn't reached the boundary after flying for half an hour at the great speed of the river mountain painting. "Jacob, you need to be aware that you're not only responsible for Soph's happiness, but also for the livelihood of the millions of members of the North Atlantic." Jacob suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier. In the future, he would take over not only the elders and senior generals of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, but also the low-ranked soldiers who were guarding the territory with their lives. "The end of the North Atlantic territory is in front of us," Helen said. Jacob stretched his neck and looked hard into the distance. He looked in the direction that Helen pointed, but he could see nothing like a physical barrier. The river mountain painting beneath them slowed down gradually and finally hovered above the ocean surface. Around them, everything was quiet, without any soldiers coming out to greet them. "This is the east border of the North Atlantic." Helen pointed at a small island before them and said, "With the immortal Spirit Island as the boundary. Anything to the west of the island belongs to the North Atlantic Dragon Clan, while the area in the east is Demon Sea." Helen put special emphasis on the two words, Demon Sea. Demon Sea. Jacob found the name familiar, as if he had heard it from somewhere.
The area of the Demon Sea is the combined territories controlled by the four Ocean Dragon clans. Situated in the center of the four Ocean Dragon clans, it's a forbidden area for both the dragon cultivators and human cultivators, Helen explained slowly. Demon beasts? Jacob asked tentatively. Helen nodded. Millions of demon beasts live in the Demon Sea, and it has lots of rival forces. Unlike Snowflake, many of them are transformed, already with strength at least equivalent to the nascent soul realm. Jacob thought for a while, and vaguely remembered that Noah came from the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea is at peace with our North Atlantic Dragon clan, right? Jacob asked. Helen smiled helplessly. The biggest reason that the four Ocean Dragon clans formed a close alliance is to guard against the Demon Sea. Most of the demon beasts in the Demon Sea are very powerful, and the four Ocean Dragon clans have reached an agreement to guard against the Demon Sea with joint forces, preventing them from breaking out of their own territory and threatening the safety of the four Ocean Dragon clans. Demon Kings. Are there such things? Jacob suddenly remembered something and asked. Once a demon beast could transform, it could rule one piece of territory and call itself a king. There are thousands of demon kings, big and small, Helen said. There are just too many of them. They couldn't be that powerful, Jacob thought. The top 10 demon kings rule the 10 most powerful forces. It's said that each of them has a strength equivalent to or greater than that of the soul formation realm, and they could never die or be killed, Helen said. More powerful than the soul formation realm. Jacob immediately corrected his previous impression. He had witnessed the great power of Irene and experienced the strength of the old man living in the Red Mountain. Now, he wondered about the power of the 10 strongest demon kings in the Demon Sea. Of course, we got the information from some small demon kings. In the territory of our North Atlantic Dragon Palace, there are dozens of demon kings. They have small forces, and they were squeezed out of the Demon Sea. They had nowhere to go and sought shelter in our clan, Helen said slowly. While they were talking, huge waves suddenly rose from the peaceful ocean. Hundreds of North Atlantic soldiers with long spears stepped on the waves and stabbed toward the surface of the ocean. Suddenly, a dozen or so black monsters that looked like huge, brutal bulls charged up, and they shot a black light towards the soldiers of North Atlantic. The soldiers fought the monsters fiercely, but couldn't gain the upper hand. One soldier wearing white armor was stabbed by the hard horn of a brutal bull. Meanwhile, these monsters ran wild on the sea surface and scattered the formation of the North Atlantic soldiers. They had been fighting at the bottom of the ocean, which gave the illusion of peace on the surface. As the battle escalated, they rushed out to have more area. With a wave of his right hand, Jacob shot out dozens of sword energies towards the bulls. The bulls turned to Jacob with a red light flashing in their eyes. If Jacob had been immortal instead of a 4th-level cultivator, he would be terrified. Sword energies hit the horns of the brutal bulls, and some of them were bounced off. Also, some sword energies pierced their bodies, but couldn't cut them into pieces, making them even fiercer. They all rushed towards Jacob. Jacob was surprised that his 4th-level sword energies, which were equivalent to that of the top-tier core formation realm, couldn't kill these demon beasts. Heaven-Earth Array, initiate. 320 sword energies suddenly formed 3 loops and connected, crashing towards the bulls. With the 5 elemental sword energies connecting, the sword array's power significantly increased. With the explosion of 5 colored light, the arrays cut down all the monsters. The corpses of the brutal bulls dropped into the ocean. Thank you, Dragon Queen, for saving us! Hundreds of soldiers yelled in the direction of the River Mountain painting. It wasn't me, Helen waved her hand. It's the North Atlantic's commanding general who saved you. Hearing her words, the soldiers all looked at Jacob in surprise. They had been guarding the boundary of the North Atlantic and had little information from back home. They didn't get to attend the dinner banquet during the Dragon God Festival,
but knew from sources back home that Kenith was no longer the commanding general, and the person who took his place was the young prince, who was also very powerful. Seeing Jacob and hearing the words from Helen, they knew that this young man who helped them was indeed the new commanding general of North Atlantic. "I have an elixir pill. Take it immediately." After taking out a detox pill from his necklace, Jacob handed it to the soldier whose belly had been opened by a demon beast. The soldier was a tough guy who was still alive despite the big wound in his belly. Pale-faced, this soldier thought he couldn't make it, but the commanding general handed an elixir pill to him. Although he didn't know how to make elixir pills, he smelled the intense nature essence from the pill and knew it was not a low-level one. "Take it," Jacob urged him when he saw the hesitation on the soldier's face. "Thank you, commanding general." The soldier looked at Jacob gratefully and swallowed the elixir pill. The moment the pill entered his stomach, the wound began to heal visibly. Looking at the young and powerful commanding general, the soldier suddenly burst into tears. "Chief Mason, he..." The surrounding soldiers all looked sad. After looking around, Jacob saw no chief among them, and knew the demon beast must have killed their chief. Guarding the boundary between the North Atlantic and the Demon Sea was the most dangerous task that was shared by the soldiers of the North Atlantic in turns. Despite all this, some of them would die in conflicts each year. The fierce demon beasts in the Demon Sea would launch sneak attacks on the patrolling North Atlantic soldiers. The soldiers couldn't back off since a retreat would mean dozens of meters of expansion of the Demon Sea's territory. It was fortunate that the mighty demon beasts lived in the center of the Demon Sea, while the demon beasts living near the boundary were comparatively low-leveled ones. After a moment of consideration, Jacob took out a bottle of elixir pills. "These are some essence replenishing pills that are beneficial to both cultivations and wound healing. You guys use them according to your needs." He placed the bottle to the hand of the soldiers who just got wounded, and it was meant for the whole team to share. Essence replenishment pills. The soldiers looked at each other in shock. The people who excelled in cultivation would try to become an elder of the Dragon Clan, and the ones who were less talented but still stronger were at least military chiefs. However, the ordinary soldiers couldn't get more powerful than the third level due to their lack of talent, and they couldn't get many resources. That was why they had only heard about the essence replenishment pills, but had never seen one before, not to mention taking them. After a few seconds of pause, hundreds of soldiers all bowed before Jacob and said, "Thank you for giving us the pills, commanding general. We swear, we'll protect the North Atlantic with our lives." The uniform chant resonated in the area. Not able to face such a great show of respect, Jacob immediately returned to Helen's side and waved at them. Under the gaze of the hundreds of North Atlantic soldiers, Jacob and Helen headed back on the River Mountain painting. It would actually take them more than one day to circle around the North Atlantic's territory, even on the fast River Mountain painting. By taking Jacob to the Immortal Spirit Island on the east boundary, Helen showed him the vast ocean area that was under their control, giving him an idea of the actual territory. After the human cultivators went on and above Fifth Heaven, the land fell to the hands of the dragon cultivators. But even without the newly gained land, the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan was still huge. Even ancient emperors didn't have more territory than that. "Can we build array formations around Immortal Spirit Island?" Jacob asked Helen as they stood on the River Mountain painting. "It's useless," Helen shook her head. "The boundary between the Demon Sea and our clan is very long, and no array formation is big enough to engulf the whole area. Besides, even array formations can't withstand the attacks of the demon beasts." After a moment of consideration, she continued, "In fact, the 4 ocean dragon palaces have discussed this idea before, but sealing up the entire Demon Sea would be like turning it into a huge prison, and it's hard to predict the reactions of the top 10 demon kings who pretty much control the Demon Sea." Jacob froze for a moment and knew that his solution was too simple. The top 10 demon kings are always fighting with each other. They have no time to deal with the situation of the surrounding areas, and we want to keep it that way.
In fact, the area around the Demon Sea is a battlefield where we train the soldiers. Under the watch of the Dragon God Shrine, the dragon cultivators are only allowed to battle each other and can't really get that life and death experience. And the hundreds of years of peace on First Heaven has weakened the combat ability of the Dragon Tribe. However, as the core combat forces of the Dragon Tribe, the four ocean dragon palaces must maintain their fierce combat abilities. The Demon Sea was a place that could let the soldiers experience life and death situations, Helen said calmly. After hearing Helen's explanation, Jacob froze for a moment and then realized that this setup was the best for North Atlantic. It may be a good idea to build array formations to solve the problem permanently, with the least casualties. But the troops of the North Atlantic would gradually lose combat power without enough real battles. If enemies invaded them one day, how would the troops of the North Atlantic defend against them? He suddenly remembered that in Kenith's heavenly tribulation, thousands of soldiers withstood the heavenly lightning with such great courage that could only be obtained from life and death experience. When Kenith was the commanding general, he spent most of his time blocking the demon beast's attacks and suppressing rebellions. We don't worry about the more powerful demon beasts, but some small demon kings would try to invade and occupy a portion of our territory every now and then, with hundreds and sometimes even thousands of demon beasts. Kenith's job was to beat them hard and push them back to the Demon Sea. Then, Helen turned to look at Jacob. One day, you will go into battles and kill enemies. Kenith was a master at peak 8th level, so he had the power to suppress the demon kings who lived at the edge of the Demon Sea, and those who had surrendered to the North Atlantic Dragon clan. However, Jacob's current strength. Recently, the Demon Sea has been quiet, and the area around it has seen no conflicts in the past 5 to 6 years, probably a result of internal fights in the Demon Sea. It was due to this recent peace that the South Atlantic had the energy and military force to mess with us. Helen looked angry. After all, among the 4 ocean dragon palaces, the South Atlantic Dragon Palace under Grandmaster Hank's control was the most aggressive one, and the moment the Demon Sea quieted down, he began to make moves against the North Atlantic Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Jacob thought of something else. Helen, is the Red Mountain equivalent to the 9 Dragon Palace on First Heaven? Jacob asked. The Red Mountain? After some thinking, Helen answered. The Red Mountain is the holy land of the cultivation sects. When the human cultivators moved to 5th Heaven, only the Red Mountain was left on First Heaven as a result of negotiations. Seeing the bafflement on Jacob's face, she continued. Strictly speaking, the dragon cultivators occupy the majority of the land and ocean, but there are some other forces around, such as the Red Mountain, the Demon Sea, and the remote Immortal Mountain. As the birthplace of human cultivation, the Red Mountain has always been the forbidden area for dragon cultivators and ordinary human cultivators. It's said that only the Soul Formation Realm cultivators are qualified to enter that mountain. The Demon Sea is a territory of the demon beasts, and many high-level demon beasts live there. The demon beasts, which can transform into human forms, are also called demon cultivators, and the most powerful ones who occupy territories in the deep ocean are demon kings. The remote Immortal Mountains are the immortal islands on the Demon Sea. Despite their origin from the Red Mountain, the people on the islands are far away from the land, and they have almost no connection with the cultivation sects. As a result, they weren't involved in the Great War between the 5 elemental dragon cultivators and human cultivation sects. They're on their own and referred to as hermit cultivators. Soul Formation Realm cultivators, demon cultivators, and hermit cultivators. After Helen's explanation, Jacob had a clear understanding of their relationship. According to this classification, Noah could be called a demon cultivator. However, he had just transformed into the human form, and his realm was between 1st level and 2nd level. Therefore, he was a very weak demon cultivator. The demon beasts who reached level 10 needed to pass the heavenly tribulation before they could transform into humans. Then they must pass another heavenly tribulation when they reach the equivalent of peak 8th level or an ascent soul realm. As the blessed creatures of heaven, dragon cultivators were born with dragon cores to help them cultivate. However, the demon beasts could only cultivate on their own. They had to first obtain intelligence and pass the heavenly tribulation before cultivating again. It was much more difficult for them to reach peak 8th level compared with dragon cultivators. How mighty are the top 10 demon kings who were dominating the demon sea? Don't worry. The demon beasts and demon kings in the demon sea have no interest in the land, because the nature essence intensity in the demon sea is much greater than the land. They must stay in the demon sea to progress faster, Helen said with a smile when she saw the surprised look on Jacob's face. Jacob smiled and thought about Snowflake, who knew nothing but following the girls. It would probably die from a slap if it was tossed into the demon sea. Helen turned her fingers slightly, and the river mountain painting lowered while a red energy sphere appears automatically, allowing them to dive to the bottom of the ocean. Greetings to Dragon Queen! Uniformed chants sounded immediately. Helen put away the river mountain painting and stood on a rock at the bottom of the ocean. Jacob looked around and found that they were in front of a big military base, where over 80 giant military tents were set up. This is the newly appointed Commanding General Jacob. Helen glanced at Jacob by her side and said, Greetings to the Commanding General! Thousands of soldiers, dozens of chiefs bowed in front of them. Thank you for your hard work. After a moment of consideration, Jacob yelled back. The soldiers and chiefs stood up as one. Compared with the soldiers who attended the banquet in the North Atlantic Dragon Palace during the Dragon Boat Festival, these soldiers and chiefs stationed at the frontier looked sharper. Each soldier was tightly dressed, and the weapons in their hands were very sharp, while the archers kept the bows and arrows with them. Jacob looked at them in silent admiration. As to the chiefs, some wore white armor, and some wore golden armor. Each of them looked serious. From the looks of it, Jacob knew that they didn't just put on the armors hastily for this little visit. This base was one of the many military bases around the territory of the North Atlantic Dragon Clan. The moment Helen entered the sea, they all stood in lines to greet her, showing that they'd been observing the situation above the sea surface all the time. From this military camp alone, Jacob could tell that the other military bases were similar, and they must have strict discipline. Seeing this scene, Jacob couldn't help but admire Kenith's strict management of the troops. Let's go, Helen said. The river mountain paintings spread out again, carrying Jacob and Helen up to the surface of the ocean. Farewell, Dragon Queen! Farewell, Commanding General! Helen turned the painting to its fastest speed, and it took them only half an hour to return to Coral Island. 1 hour had passed, and the sky was completely dark now. In the vague night scene of Coral Island, the resort was brightly lit like a conch in the dark night. Helen didn't say anything else to Jacob, since she believed Jacob understood what she wanted to tell him. When they reached inside, Mila was drinking wine with the girls in the presidential suite, and she was in a good mood. It looked like Sophie had already called it a day, as she wasn't in the living room with the rest of the girls. Helen, are you back? Seeing Helen's return, Mila asked with a smile. Yes, Helen smiled slightly. Why didn't you invite me to drink with you? Here, Miss Richards, cheers! Jade immediately picked up a glass and placed it before Helen. They were all a bit drunk, but they were in a good mood. Jacob, have a good night. Helen turned back and said to Jacob, who stood at the entrance. Oh, okay. Looking at the scene with amusement, Jacob shook his head and walked back to his empty suite. The door to the presidential suite closed, and the sound of laughter ceased with it. After reaching inside, Jacob opened the window to let in the fresh air of the island. He sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. He comprehended a lot of things while patrolling the territory of the North Atlantic with Helen today. Although the North Atlantic Dragon Clan seemed peaceful, strong enemies were waiting for a chance to attack them. And the situation was far more complicated than he expected. In power and resources, the North Atlantic could be called the head of the 4 ocean dragon clans. If a war were to break out, the North Atlantic would be the first to bear the burn. With great power comes great responsibility. Pure nature essence entered Jacob's body and exited from his acupoints.
The cultivation of the 5 elemental essences were required to practice the Sword Shadow Scroll, and it led to slow cultivation progress. Jacob cultivated non-stop every night. In comparison, he was almost as hard-working as Susan. The sun rose slowly from the east side of the ocean. Jacob, who sat in the same position all night to cultivate it, took a moment to watch the sunrise and appreciate the beauty and calm of the early morning. The suites, located on the top floor of the resort, had the best view. If one saw such a beautiful sunrise from the suite, it would definitely be worth remembering the rest of their life. After a while, Jacob got up and let out a long sigh. A whole night of cultivation did not open any new openings in his dragon core. "Jacob, time for breakfast." Mila knocked on the door and called out. "I'm coming." Jacob rubbed his eyes intentionally and pretended to have just woken up. Then he put on a jacket and opened the door. Helen, Mila, and the 4 girls all looked ready to start the day. "Let's go," Helen smiled at Jacob. Snowflake was standing by Kathy, and it jumped up and down excitedly as it finally remembered Jacob's existence. Jacob smacked its head lightly and followed the girls to the restaurant on the first floor. "Did you sleep well last night?" At the buffet area, Sophie stood in front of Jacob and asked. "Not bad. What about you?" Jacob asked her. "Yeah, I had a good night. Everyone else was drinking for a bit, but I was too tired to hang out anymore," Sophie answered. She continued, "Did everything go well with Mum last night?" Jacob knew that this was her way of asking what Helen had said to him without actually asking him directly. "Yeah, of course. It was nothing serious. Just some things about the palace and my duties as the commanding general." Jacob conveniently opted out from telling her about the Demon Sea visit and the attack from the beasts. Sophie seemed to accept his answer. Her parents never really discussed the palace issues with her, adamant about letting her live as normally as possible, so she didn't ask him any follow-up questions about it. They both were the first to settle down with their full plates, followed by Jade and Julia, who sat opposite to them. "Good morning, Master." The twins wished him in unison as always. "Good morning. Did you guys have fun yesterday?" Jacob asked. "Yes, we had a lot of fun," Jade answered. "Yes, Master. But both you and the princess went to bed early. You both missed all the fun after we started drinking wine," Julia softly complained to both of them. "Sorry about that. How about tonight we—" Sophie leaned forward and started saying. "What are you talking about? We're leaving today." Helen came by and lightly slapped Sophie's head. Sophie covered her head with her hands immediately and pretended to be in extreme pain. Her dramatic reaction made her look extremely cute. "We are leaving today?" Jade and Julia were a bit surprised as well. They were having so much fun on this vacation. They did not expect that they would only stay on this beautiful island for one night. "Yeah. Do you guys want to stay for a few more days?" Helen asked with a smile. Jade and Julia had nothing to say in reply. They did want to stay. But of course, they couldn't make the others stay just for them. The scenery at Coral Island was absolutely gorgeous. Jacob was certain that after a little more redevelopment, the island would become a popular vacation spot. After breakfast, it seemed like Mila and Helen had a lot to talk about. They walked along the coast and chatted at the same time. On the other hand, Sophie and the rest went to the diving area at the back of Coral Island. Coral Island, just like its name said, had many corals around it. Although the diving area wasn't open to the public, they were allowed to enter because of Helen. "Master, you should try the water first." Jade suddenly pushed Jacob from behind. Jacob was caught off guard and fell into the water. Jade and Julia stood on the shore and giggled. When Sophie saw Jacob being embarrassed, she couldn't help but laugh as well. This area behind the island was like a super clear swimming pool away from the energetic ocean waves. "Hey!" Sophie jumped into the water like a cannonball and created a 2-meter high wave. Like a pro swimmer, Sophie swam to Jacob in an instant and pushed him back once more. This time, Jacob was more prepared, so he grabbed Sophie's arm for balance, but ended up pulling her with him. With the extra momentum in the water, they both ended up falling down and getting fully submerged in the water before coming back up. The twins jumped into the water as well, They lined up together and swam quickly towards Jacob and Sophie. Kathy tested the water temperature with her toes and hesitantly slid down the rocks into the water. She couldn't swim, so she slowly made her way towards the group. Then Jacob inhaled and dived into the water, and Sophie smiled and followed. Jade and Julia swam away as well. Kathy, on the other hand, activated the life death notes and pushed herself into the water as well. Because of the refraction, everything under the ocean water seemed exceptionally beautiful. The water temperature was supposed to get colder as they dived deeper. Perhaps it was because of the sword shadow scroll, but Jacob felt that the water wasn't as cold as before. In fact, it was very warm. A field of natural corals appeared in front of their eyes. There were corals in various colors such as blue, black, white, and yellow. Of course, the red corals were the most beautiful. Kathy was the most surprised, since it was her first time seeing real corals. She reached out and carefully touched these different colored and shaped corals. Since Sophie visited the North Atlantic Dragon Palace pretty often, she had seen countless corals before. She had even seen many corals that were over 10,000 years old. However, because of the beautiful scenery on this island, it felt different to see these corals that were unexplored before. Jade and Julia hadn't seen many flashy treasures before, but swimming between the corals and the ocean made it feel particularly interesting. Corals and pearls were different great treasures, and they had very high medicinal and collection values. Jade and Julia circled at the bottom of the sea and swam forward. On the other hand, Kathy swam between the corals. Sophie swam a little forward as well, and knowing the nature of the ocean and its creatures well, she was so gentle that fishes laid down their guards and swam around her. A few beautiful fishes swam past her fingers as she lifted her hands, and some fishes even deliberately stayed on her palm. Jacob swam toward the girls and gently grabbed Sophie's palm. Sophie glanced at Jacob once and held onto his palm. Her hand was very comfortable to hold. Jacob suddenly released two sword energies under his feet, and they were moving very fast, like a jet under the water. Due to the enormous impulse force, Sophie was pushed against Jacob. However, she was extremely excited since they were dashing under the sea. It was thrilling, to say the least. A white wave appeared on the sea surface as Jacob took Sophie around the entire coast, flying into the sky. Holding Sophie's hand, Jacob spun around one more time and began briskly skimming over the surface of the ocean. Snowflake, who was enjoying himself as it chased after some fishes, also dashed out of the ocean. Soon it saw what Jacob was doing, wanted to join in. After looking up and letting out a long howl, it jumped out onto the surface while returning to its snow lion form and going after Jacob. Jacob laughed as he used his sword shadow scroll even more skillfully and indulged Snowflake in the chase. He created multiple big waves around him, letting Snowflake crash right into the waves and leaving it baffled. "Hey, what is that?" At the top of the hill in the island, a young man pointed at the surface of the ocean while asking his companion. Far away, a sheet of white waves shot up forcefully. It seemed like something was flying among the waves. Probably a speedboat," the other young man answered with some hesitation. The surface of the ocean was several centimeters below Jacob and Sophie, and the enormous waves created by their speed moved to their sides, acting as shields. After creating a big arc, Jacob abruptly dived into the ocean again. Blindly charging ahead, it took Snowflake a few seconds to realize that Jacob and Sophie were now underwater. As it immediately tried to break on the surface of the ocean, it ended up causing huge, sky-high waves. It looked around in confusion. Then, with a rumble, it went back into its small puppy form again. Utilizing its stubby legs, it dived into the ocean as well. The two young men on the hilltop were stunned. Whoa, what kind of sea creature would stir up such high waves? They tried to think. The moment the waves dissipated, there was nothing to be spotted anymore. Still being held by Jacob, Sophie now returned to the bottom of the ocean. What just happened was so intense
that she found it even more exciting than riding on a roller coaster. Jacob laughed lightheartedly as he let go of her palm. Crawling in the water, Snowflake came over and began watching Jacob with a wronged and hurt expression on its face. It wanted to fly together with Jacob, yet Jacob left it far behind. Not only that, it further attacked it with waves stirred up by his sword energies, causing it to be blocked. "Master, we want to try that too." Jade and Julia swam over excitedly. Jacob gently gave each of them a pat on the head before swimming towards the bay where they first dived into the ocean. Frowning, the twins looked unwilling as they followed Jacob closely. Lightly laughing, Sophie began swimming and went after Jacob. Once again, attracted to her, many lovely and exquisite-looking fishes swam to her side. She slowly reached out her right hand, and a small fish swam into her palm and lingered there. Sophie laughed with delight. This could never get old. Paddling its 4 legs, Snowflake opened its mouth and instantly sucked the fish into its mouth and swallowed it at once. Sophie was left in shock for a moment. Quickly, her eyes widened, and her voice was filled with anger. "Snowflake!" Without any acknowledgement, Snowflake promptly accelerated and instantly swam far away. Coming out of the bay, Jacob returned to the shore while trying to shake off the water on his body. Behind him, Snowflake jumped out from the water and raced over to do its usual business in a nearby meadow. Sophie was about to chase after Snowflake after she got out of the water, and she saw Snowflake in the shrubs, so she stopped her forward motion and sought shelter by Jacob's side instead. The pendant on her neck was emitting radiance in the sun. "This is heavenly mystic amber. Ooh, very precious and rare." While Sophie was brushing her hair with her head tilted up, Jade and Julia walked over and commented. "Princess, your pendant is quite unique," Jade said. In fact, they noticed Sophie's pendant yesterday. They did not take a close look then, but now they realized that this was no ordinary pendant. Heavenly mystic amber was the most precious of all ambers. A piece that was the size of one knuckle could cost more than 10,000 spirit stones, let alone this pendant, which was the size of 2 fingers put together. "Oh, what's its history?" Sophie's eyes widened with curiosity as she asked the sisters. She felt a little guilty since the pendant was taken from Elena of 6th Heaven. "Heavenly mystic amber has a very soft texture, and therefore can't be made into treasures. However, it is the best medium for connecting with nature essence and can increase your cultivation speed," Jade explained. Julia nodded in agreement. She held up the pendant and examined it closely. "Moreover, Princess, your pendant has a special shape. It's so dominating that it can devour the natural essence in the area. Princess, you should take good care of it and not lose it." After hearing them, Sophie thought, "This pendant is amazing. Too bad I lost one of them. I should try to find a way to get it back in the future." Just then, Kathy popped up to the surface of the water. She was the worst at swimming, so she was the last to come up. "We're heading back. Let's go," Jacob announced after they all finally dried off a bit. They all went back to their room, changed, and packed up to check out the resort. Chatting over their coffee, Mila and Helen had already changed back into their casual outfits and were seated comfortably on the couch in the lobby on the main floor. Following Helen's lead, they returned to the yacht that was docked by the pier. Elder Frank had been waiting for the group for a long time. As soon as he saw Helen and the group return, he immediately started the engine. Thinking that Elder Frank had to spend the night on the yacht, Mila couldn't help but feel sorry for him. However, Jacob knew that Elder Frank must have returned to the North Atlantic Dragon Palace for a good rest last night. On their way back, the excitement had died down in comparison to when they were on their way here. This time, Jacob, Sophie, and the others were relaxing in the sun and the ocean breeze on the upper deck of the yacht. The yacht did not end up stopping at the pier by the beach near Jacob's house, but at a small pier closer to Sophie's house. Under Elder Frank's command, Helen's SUV had been shipped to the pier. Since Elder Frank was running martial arts academies, he was never short of staff to carry out tasks for him. Helen was in a great mood. After they got back from Coral Island, she drove the group to the most famous restaurant in the city for lunch. At the dining table, the atmosphere was harmonious, as Sophie and the others chatted away at once. "Jacob, would you like to go to the UK with Helen next month?" During their meal, Mila asked Jacob. "UK?" Jacob was surprised. "Well, Kathy's going to London to visit her parents, and your dad wants to take the chance to catch up with his friend. As it happens, Helen and Soph are going there as well to see Soph's second uncle, who's also in London. So, if you want to go with them, Helen can help us in getting your visa and booking your tickets all together," Mila explained. Jacob turned to Helen thoughtfully. It was true that Sophie's uncle Edward lived in the UK, and it was nothing strange about Helen wanting to take Sophie there to visit her uncle's family while on summer break. "Since we're all going to London, we might as well go together. Don't worry about the visa. I can get that sorted for you easily," Helen said with a grin on her face. Kathy missed her parents dearly and planned to go to the UK after they got back from Coral Island. However, she did not expect Helen to be so thoughtful and had already prepared the trip on her behalf. When Helen looked at Jacob again, he replied, "Of course, I'd love to go. Thanks, Helen." Upon learning about the trip, Jade and Julia looked around the table with disappointment. They wanted to visit another country as well, but even they knew that asking Jacob to take them with him would be too much. "Is Noah going too?" Jacob asked. "He has no interest in traveling that much. Since your grandma's at her friend's house, you and your father are going abroad, and I'll be busy with work. We won't be able to look after him. Therefore, he'll be staying at Anna's house temporarily," Mila clarified. "So he's staying in Anna's home? That means he gets to spend time with a girl he likes. He must be overjoyed. Kids these days." After lunch, Mila had to go finish up some work at her workplace and accepted a ride from Helen. After spending 2 days together, the relationship between the two mums had grown even stronger. There was nothing they couldn't or wouldn't say to each other now. Mila couldn't join the rest of them on the next part of their vacation because, through their trip to Coral Island, Mila found the island, which was 50 miles away from the city shoreline, to be a great location for marine observation. As a result, she had been consulting with Helen about building a small-scale weather station on Coral Island. Unsurprisingly, Helen concurred with the suggestion readily. Hence, Mila was now going to the Weather Bureau to dispatch personnel, hoping to get this project started and finish it as soon as possible. The two successful and sophisticated women generally recognized and appreciated each other so much, almost as if they regretted not having met each other earlier. After giving Mila a ride to the Weather Bureau, Helen took Jacob and the others to his villa by the beach. As Sophie insisted on staying at Jacob's house, Helen could only agree after failing to convince her daughter otherwise. "Tomorrow, Elder Frank will come and pick you up, and we'll meet for the visa paperwork." After dropping them off, Helen further reminded Jacob. "Oh, okay," Jacob nodded. He suddenly remembered that Kyle, Kathy's cousin, should be on summer break right now, and wondered how he was doing. Jacob made a call to his grandma and found that she had arrived at the village safe and sound. She was still staying in the same courtyard, as it was situated right against the mountains. It wasn't hot at all. Over the phone, Grandma couldn't stop praising Susan, that she was attentive, considerate, and kind, and showed she was such a reliable driver that they arrived at the village in a blink of an eye. After finishing the phone call with Grandma, Jacob tried to call Susan, but it was evident that Susan did not bring her cell phone with her, since his call went unanswered. Even though the inspector token allowed communication with inspectors nearby, for Susan, who was not in the city, it was outside of the token's communication range. Consequently, Jacob did not have the opportunity to express his gratitude to Susan. Tonight, since Mila and Walter were each working overtime in their respective department, the villa was occupied by the Youngers only. Kathy cooked for them with the help of Jade and Julia. Jacob was in charge of the washing up. Sophie was responsible for clearing the table, and Snowflake was sprinting around aimlessly. It was messy, but fun. "Jacob, why are you not up yet? We're going to miss our flight." Walter looked at Jacob and said to him in dissatisfaction. They were flying to London today. Jacob rubbed his eyes and said groggily, "Good morning to you too, Dad." "Hurry up." Walter opened Jacob's closet and chose some random clothes before throwing them at him.
Walter usually never cared to bother Jacob like this. But since they needed to catch their flight, Walter had to rush him today. "Dad?" Jacob picked up clothes and shouted. He slowly got up from the bed and moved at the speed of a snail. He didn't sleep much anyway. But when he did, he needed a minute to wake up, which his dad wasn't giving him. "Hurry up! Don't be so slow!" Walter dragged Jacob to the bathroom door and slapped him on the back of his head to wake him up. After getting dressed, Jacob came back into the room to find Walter still there. Then Walter wordlessly took his arm and dragged him downstairs. Kathy and Sophie were waiting in the living room. They were all dressed up and ready to leave. Sophie had stayed over at their place again. Kathy had the biggest suitcase with her, and she had packed quite a lot of clothes because she was going to spend the whole summer with her family. Elder Frank's car was parked in front of the house. It was a stretched black Lincoln, which looked incredibly stunning. It felt like they weren't just going to the airport to catch a flight. Instead, they were going to a red carpet event. Jacob opened his eyes wider in an attempt to be more awake and aware of his surroundings. "Why is your hair still so messy?" Sophie looked at Jacob with amusement and touched his hair as if she was going to fix it, but messed it up even more. Between the two of them, generally, she was the lazy one who had trouble waking up, so seeing Jacob in this state was very funny to her. They all got their luggage and settled inside Elder Frank's car, and the vehicle arrived at the airport in only 1 hour. Helen was waiting for them there, and she had a pile of photo IDs in her hand. "Mom!" Sophie breezed across the street and hugged Helen, as if she hadn't seen her in ages. "Hey, Walter!" Helen smiled at Walter, while Sophie was still in her arms. "Helen, thank you so much for taking care of everything." Walter shook Helen's hand lightly. "No worries, we're family. It's my pleasure." Helen smiled gently as she led them to the VIP lounge. Helen booked business class tickets for everyone. Since the flight to London took almost 10 hours, she didn't want them to suffer. The business class cabin was filled with large and comfortable seats. Sophie wanted to sit with her mom, but also with Jacob. She hesitated for a moment and ended up choosing the seat next to Jacob. The plane took off, and their journey started. If Jacob and Sophie were riding on Snowflake, they would have arrived much faster. However, they wouldn't be able to explain how they got there to others. Jacob had taken Kathy to the UK like this once, since she missed her parents too much. But she had only watched them and hadn't been able to interact with them directly. Now that she was going there legally, she would be able to see them officially. She was filled with excitement. Most passengers were sleeping through the long flight, but Jacob quietly cultivated his sword shadow scroll. He could not risk getting complacent. He turned over to look at Sophie, who was sitting next to him, and he saw that she was sound asleep. She even had her mouth wide open, and she looked very carefree. The cabin lights signaled that they were going to land soon. Jacob looked out the window and saw the vibrant London under the thin layer of fluffy white clouds. The plane hovered for a while before finally landing at Heathrow Airport. "Mom, we're here!" Sophie was too excited. Sophie had been to the UK before, but back then, Helen took her using the River Mountain painting. Outside the airport, 2 luxury cars with MTX Group's logo were waiting for them. "Uncle Ed!" Sophie ran towards a thin and tall middle-aged man. "So, long time no see." The man embraced his niece lovingly. Jacob took this opportunity and started observing Edward. He was skinny, and his body wasn't as well built as Kenith's. He had on a pair of gold-framed glasses and looked even more elegant than Draken. Edward's 2 sons were beside him. One looked like he was in his late 20s, and the other was around Sophie's age. The older one wore a pair of silver-framed glasses, and he looked refined. He was probably working now. The younger one was in a t-shirt, shorts, and a very fancy-looking sneakers, and he also looked like he was well educated. Jacob looked more carefully and realized that Edward still had his light blue dragon essence. However, his sons showed no cultivation strength. Since he was an inspector now, and had his inspector's token with him, he was able to see others' cultivation strength accurately. It seemed like Edward's sons had lost their dragon bloodline, and they were living as mortals. These 2 people who were cousins of Sophie probably didn't even know that their father was a dragon cultivator. "Hey, Edward!" Helen walked over and hugged her brother-in-law as well. Then she looked around and said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Dr. Walter Brown, a renowned biology scientist. This is Jacob, Walter's son. And this is Kathy, Jacob's friend." "I've heard a lot about you." Edward shook Walter's hand sincerely. He had heard all about Walter, but never had the chance to meet him. 2 years ago, Walter had featured in Forbes magazine. "Kathy!" A crisp and familiar voice came from behind them. Kathy turned her head and saw her mom running towards her. She forgot that she was still greeting Edward and ran towards her mom. "Mom!" Kathy hugged her mom tightly, and her voice shook as her eyes filled up. She slowly let go of her mom and saw how her mom had aged a bit. Tears started falling down her face. "Oh, my sweetheart, please don't cry." Kathy's mom cared a lot about her, and she hurried to get out a tissue to wipe off Kathy's tears. No, these are happy tears," Kathy cried, but she gave a bright smile. She used the back of her hand to wipe off her tears and caressed her mom's face with love. "Do you like it there, Kay?" Kathy's mother looked at her daughter and asked seriously. "Yes," Kathy continued to wipe off her tears. "Dr. Brown's family is really kind to me." She then looked at her dad, who was standing behind her mom, and hugged him tightly as well. Walter, who was chatting with Edward, noticed Kathy's parents and hurried over to where they were. He greeted both his friends very happily and called Jacob over to meet them as well. "Hello, it's so nice to meet you guys again." Jacob went over and greeted Kathy's parents. "Jacob, you've grown so much." Kathy's mom looked at Jacob with surprise. She carefully looked at him and said, "You've grown taller, stronger, and even more handsome." "Yeah, he looks sturdier than the last time I saw him at his university." Kathy's father patted Jacob's shoulders and said with a smile, "I think Soph and her mom are going to catch up with Edward. Since we're splitting here, we can go now," Walter said open-heartedly. Jacob knew that Helen and Edward must have invited Walter as well, but his dad chose to catch up with old friends and must have rejected them. Not far away, Sophie waved at Jacob before she got into the car with her mom and Edward's family. He waved back, knowing that they'll catch up later. "I've told you so many times to visit, but you guys always kept delaying it," Ray complained to his friend playfully. "We were too busy. Only recently do we have more free time. Since Kathy was coming over for the summer, I thought it was a good opportunity for me to tag along with her," Walter said with a smile. Although he had accomplished much more than Ray, he would not forget his old friend who helped him when he was at the lowest moment of his life. "Alice, how's everything these years? Has Ray been troubling you?" Walter asked Kathy's mom with a smile. "Everything's just the usual. You'll know he'll always keep troubling me," Alice responded jokingly. Ray and his wife had a relatively successful business in the UK, and they're able to make a name for themselves here. They opened 2 factories and were much better off compared to when they lived back home. Kathy's eyes were still a bit watery, but she couldn't help but smile when she saw the 3 enjoying themselves in a friendly conversation. "Kathy, guess who came to pick you up?" Ray asked Kathy. "Who?" Kathy looked around. Just then, a white van stopped in front of them and honked to greet them. "Kyle?" Kathy's eyes brightened up. Kyle was sitting in the car. As soon as he stepped out, Kathy jumped into his arms for a tight hug. She used to live with Kyle's family before they moved away as well, and Kyle was the person who she looked up to in school and life. They shared a deep bond, and she viewed him as her actual sibling. Kyle also treated his little cousin like his own. If someone were to trouble Kathy, he would be the first to rush over and destroy that person. Even Jacob felt warm and had a sense of familiarity when he saw Kyle. "He's also here on summer vacation. He's going to help me out in the factory these 2 months, and he can get some work experience," Ray smiled and said. "Why are we all still standing here? Let's go and find a place to eat," Alice reminded Ray. "Yes, get in the car, everyone, let's go." Ray quickly walked towards the van. "This car is used to carry some sample products around. We can't fit everyone in our car, so we drove this car over. I hope you don't mind." Ray got in the car, and he sounded a little bit embarrassed. "Of course, we don't mind," Walter said with a big smile. Kyle drove smoothly and made a turn into the main road. He seemed familiar with the way around the airport.
Since Kyle was able to drive around so smoothly in such a foreign environment, Jacob believed that he was quite well versed with the roads in London. Kyle had obtained a full scholarship for a master's program at Stanford. Although he looked like he was just sporty, he was in no way simple-minded. Jacob's grades weren't even close to Kyle's, and even Kathy, who often ranked first in their class, was no match for him. They went to a nice restaurant near Kathy's parents' place. Walter, Ray, and Alice were talking about the time when they were young, and were extremely excited and delighted. Kyle had not seen Kathy for months, so he kept asking her about things and people at college, especially the basketball team. When he found out that the team had gotten into the basketball league finals under Sam's lead, he was overjoyed. Walter and Ray chatted non-stop. Alice divided her time between them and Kathy, asking how she was doing. Jacob didn't know what to say when he saw this. "Let's go for a walk outside." After lunch, Kyle bumped Jacob lightly with his elbow. "Oh, okay." Jacob stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Jacob and Kyle walked out of the restaurant, and they saw a fenced basketball court across the street. "Hey, big guy." The guys who were playing basketball there glared at Jacob and Kyle. They looked unhappy and seemed like they were looking for trouble. What should we do?" Kyle asked. Jacob smiled and said, "What do you say?" They looked at each other and crossed the street. Those guys were a bit surprised when they saw Jacob and Kyle walking over. Kyle pushed open the metal gate and walked into the basketball court. A basketball that was a bit dirty was thrown at Jacob. Jacob caught the ball with one hand and dribbled it a few times. From his movements, the others could tell that Jacob was new at basketball. Those guys shook their heads and looked extremely condescending. More than a dozen guys came over and surrounded them. Kyle was 2 meters tall, but these guys weren't weak either. They were all buffed up and fairly tall. Kyle held up 3 fingers towards him and then pointed to himself and Jacob with 2 fingers. He meant that it was him and Jacob against them 3, completely ignoring the other guys who were there now. The guy in front of Jacob suddenly grabbed the basketball from him. He dribbled the basketball, turned around with fancy footwork, and dunked the ball. The whole court roared with cheers. Since Jacob and Kyle were standing still, they laughed even more. One guy intentionally walked over and bumped Kyle's chest. "Jacob, let's do this," Kyle said coldly. "Okay, I'll take the right side, you take the left side," Jacob responded quietly. "Okay," Kyle said decisively. Just as they finished speaking, they started moving. They bumped into 5 or 6 people and dashed in front of the guy who had the ball at the speed of light. Jacob's fingers poked lightly on the basketball, and it bounced out of the guy's hand. Jacob passed the ball with both hands. Kyle quickly caught the ball. He dribbled it a few times and then suddenly jumped up. Kyle slam dunked on the basket. His heavy body landed, and the dust around his feet scattered around, forming a circle with his heels at the center. That was the so-called aura. Jacob used his inspector's token to check and found that there was a thin layer of transparent energy around Kyle's body. Through many basketball games, Kyle trained his body in the best condition. It was so great that it let out a strong aura. The guy who scored before was first shocked, but then rushed to pick up the ball. 2 of them went to guard Kyle, while one kept an eye on Jacob. The basketball flew between the guy's palms and legs. It moved so fast that it turned into a series of gray shadows. Jacob suddenly caught the ball, and it was now in his hands. This type of speed was still too slow for him. Jacob jumped and pretended to shoot, but he passed the ball to Kyle. The 2 guys rushed back to guard Kyle, but Kyle threw the basketball into the basket with incredible strength. Jacob also used fancy footwork and left those guys watching in astonishment. He jumped up with might from the ground and also tossed the ball up into the air. As if he were wearing springs, he jumped up so high that he was almost above the basket. Jacob caught the ball that almost flew away and slammed it into the basket. Not only the other guys, but Kyle was also surprised. The jumping ability was monstrous. Jacob landed firmly and also sent a cloud of dust into the air. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Kyle suddenly smiled. I remember the time when Jacob faced another team in a basketball competition. "Come on, big guys." Kyle purposely provoked those troublemakers. All the guys were furious, and they all rushed up at once. Kyle used his feet to kick up the basketball beside him. He slipped through all the guys and collided with a few as he ran through. Then he suddenly passed the ball to Jacob. Jacob caught the ball and quickly turned around, easily dodging the 6 people who were charging at him swiftly. He scored a 3-pointer. Kyle rushed under the basket and got the ball. He bounced off a few guys and went outside the 3-point line. He looked at Jacob and asked, "You have such good skills. Why not join the team?" "I told you, I'm not interested in basketball," Jacob responded as he moved his elbows and dodged 2 guys who tried to grab his shoulder, and the 2 fell to the ground. Kyle looked at Jacob but didn't say anything else as he dribbled the ball and went around the 3 defending guys. His aim was on point. Jacob quickly went back behind the 3-point line and Kyle passed the ball over at an unexpected angle. Jacob swiftly took over the ball with his right hand and shot it again from right there. He scored again. It's such a waste that you don't play basketball. Kyle was standing under the basket already. He bumped 2 other guys and jumped high to catch the falling basketball. "How's your university life?" Jacob asked Kyle to switch topics. The guys who surrounded them were all knocked over, and Kyle and Jacob passed the ball to each other without any obstacles. They were playing, well, just chatting casually. It's okay." Kyle dribbled the ball for a while and came over to Jacob. They kept chatting, as if it was just the 2 of them in the court. The basketball hit the frame and bounced sideways. Jacob jumped up, caught it, and then slammed it into the net. Slam dunk. The guy by the basket was knocked over by Jacob's knees, and he fell to the ground. The ball rolled over to Kyle. On the ground were 6 to 7 guys who had all fallen while trying to even touch the ball. They were either covering their stomachs or noses. The other guys slowly backed away. They didn't dare to get close anymore. "Listen," Kyle picked up the ball and said slowly, "Are we done here? I'm bored now. They're not even trying." He looked around with a bored expression. He led Jacob over to the metal gate of the basketball court, and the guy who was guarding the door rushed to find the key to open the door. 2 blocks away, Snowflake dramatically came out from the shadows of an alley. It had chased the airplanes across the Atlantic Ocean. Now, it felt that Jacob was close by. In the alley, a few fierce-looking dogs were all wounded, and they let out sad whines. Snowflake just lifted its claws and was proud of itself.